Zoom and a Zoopy Sam. How's everybody doing? Oh wait, I don't know if this is working. Yeah, it's working. Nighttime, good to see you. Kira, Asada, Shade PS5, welcome in. We have a very special treat for you guys. Mike Hollow is going to be joining me today and talking about Tekken 8 and, you know, the status on it, things like that, the positivity, the negativity. And yeah, I hope you guys have a lot of fun. AFK, good to see you there. Wow, Bazum. Creative Timwit, how's it going? iPad. Alright, I think everything is looking good now. YouTube showing up. Alright. 18-hour stream. I don't know about that. I have coaching to do at 8 o'clock. Okay. Wow, but I'm still a bit tired, but yeah, let me go ahead and get on here and see if everybody can hear Mike and stuff like that. Guess I'm just gonna go ahead and jump straight into it. I should probably lower this volume down. Wow, by Zoom. Alright, are we good? I'll probably just do it like this. What do you guys think? No music? You should learn to use Discord's dynamic timestamp. Yeah, no, I've done that like a bazillion times. I just haven't, I just didn't do it today. How's it going, Flames Gamer? Well, how about Zoom to you too? Okay. Alright, I don't know if Mike Hollow is in the chat right now. But if you are, Mike, go ahead and I don't know if you're still in my Discord, but I am gonna be in the on-stream voice channel, and it says closed. If you just join the any one of the voice channels, honestly, but I can just like drag you in there, like on on-stream open. I'm gonna invite him to the voice channel. I don't know if he's in here. He said he was coming in Moonsalt's chat. Okay, awesome. Alright. Oh my god, save PS5. Hey, what did you guys think about yesterday? So I'm gonna have like normal like good vibes streams and stuff like that. I'll do that like at the start of the week, and then at the end of the week what I was thinking is doing more like content like this where I'm like kind of like discussing things on stream pretty much. What do you guys think about that? Wow, by Zoom, it's a little too easy, honestly. Who tried it? Viso! Come on. It's a little too easy, Viso. Alright, let me see if I can get Mike in here. Something very, very loud on my side, okay. Just gonna have this on in the background just to mess around, I guess. I don't know. Mighty Funzo, welcome in. Yosagoto, I had to bring out my abacus to convert the time zone. The alerts are a little loud. Is it just that my mic is soft? So it's just the alerts. Voice relative to game is good. Just that your mic is quiet. I see, like, on Discord, like, I mean, on my OBS, it says it's peaking in the red zone, you know? So it's like, if I amplify it, like, emulate the sound a little bit to go above that, I don't think that's gonna be a wise idea. So I think the best thing is to, like, and also, whenever Valindian tells me that I'm too soft, and then I go to other, like, Joe Budden stream, he's like, you're way too loud. So, I don't know if it's, like, just your headphones or something. Because, like, I'll have the same settings and then do something like that. Okay, let me see this. Guys, stop bonking me. Stop bonking me. I'm busy, okay? I'm busy. No, I'm talking about the stream? Oh. What do you mean? Like, what part of the stream? Alerts drown you out? Yeah, I should probably, I can do the alerts. The alerts, I can just easily fix that. Stream audio is different than Discord audio. Okay, which one should be higher? And by stream audio, what part of the stream? Just make the alerts 50%. They're already at 50%. Like 50% lower than what they are right now? Okay, let me see. I think he is probably already in there. Maybe? Delay fucking you up? Oh, who had puzzle? Alright. I'll just put on a little music then. Until Mike comes in here. Talk with my chat. This Blackheart joining in too. If he wants to, you can invite him. It's just me and Mike Hollow. Oh, well, yeah. Right now it's just gonna be me and Mike Hollow. But I really don't mind, you know, talking with anybody about it. But welcome in, Certifax. Nice to see you. Tell us the lore of Zugi. Zugi, I mean, that's a tough one. He's only the most powerful cat in the universe. Zoom, I'm joking. Alright. Let me see. Alright, there's Mike right now. Alright, let me see. Let me just turn this down. Draderick, hi beauty, how's it going? Mega Clinton, Wabba Zone, how's it going, Mega Clinton? How you been? Killing everybody with Jen? Calling me unintimidated? He's a half cat head with a floating donut? Come on. Honestly, I think he could whoop your ass, if I'm being honest. Alright, let me restart this. I'm gonna pull him in, I'm gonna put this on practice mode, and then just like, have it on in the background super quick. And then I'll pull him into the call. Oh yeah, Vlindian. All audio channels have their own volume. Your audio's probably messy as fuck, which is why the volume is inconsistent. Yeah, maybe. Alright, let's do it. Alright, this is good. Everything's good. Alright, let's turn down this volume and we will be good to go. Let me shut the door actually so my neighbors don't think I'm crazy. I'm a crazy person speaking with my wabazoms and wabazams. I'm really curious. I really want to you know, have a back and forth and just kind of understand, you know. I think maybe yesterday I didn't really like understand. Okay, I believe that Mike is ready, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull him in. Wabazoom. Can you hear me, Mike? Awesome. Okay, let me just make sure that my stream can hear you, and then we'll be good to go, okay? Can you guys hear Mike? Alright. Pretty sure I just gotta change this one thing and then we're good. Oh, you... Okay, nothing. Alright, can you talk now?
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Can you guys hear him? Pretty sure you guys can, right? Can't hear him on YouTube? Okay,
Yeah,
don't mess around with me. Alright, so, first of all, you know, thanks for stopping by and, you know, talking about Season 2, Season 3, or just the state of Tekken in general. I just want to make sure that, I understand how you feel about, you know, Tekken in its current state and stuff like that. So, could you explain that for my audience that may or may not know?
Yeah, just before I do, let me just say to your audience, yesterday, I made a very rude comment towards them. I just want to apologize to everyone listening. I don't know, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I think I said, you're full of shit. So I'm sorry, chat. It was like 6 in the morning. I was delirious and tired. Please forgive me. It was not one of my better moments. But anyway, were you asking how I feel about Tekken 8's design?
Yeah, I mean, and, also, like, I don't think they hold it really against you or anything like that, but, appreciate that. I did ask, I think what you were saying, I don't want to, like, stick on it too much, I guess, but, yeah, it was about that Blackheart stuff, and I was like, my chat is saying that, it's Doomer or whatever. I actually made a post on Twitter. I don't know what it's at right now, guys, but, at least 60% or 70%, whenever I last checked it, were saying that it is Doomer. I do know that this is, just subjective, sort of random, like, my viewers, so... But I didn't ask with any sort of bias or anything, but
Yeah.
just like a little interesting piece of information. But, yeah.
So
go ahead.
I wanted to talk about that. I wanted to talk about that very briefly because me and C4 spoke about it in private, and we were trying to nail down what the definition of a doomer is, and if there's varying degrees of what a doomer is, because people throw around the word grifter, they throw around the word doomer, and sometimes I don't think people know what they're actually saying. So what I wanted to do, just to like put that conversation to rest, is when you say that Blackheart is a doomer, what exactly do you mean by that? Because you might have a different definition to me and C4.
Exactly. So I think he's exaggerating just how bad it is. He's negative and exaggerating in the negative direction.
Okay. So for me, there's varying degrees of doomers. So you could classify Blackheart potentially dooming with his video, but what I would say is that if you were to put Blackheart on a dooming scale, he would be on a very, very light side of it, because Blackheart's not telling anyone not to play the game. He's not encouraging people to get off the game. He actually is conflicted on whether he should play it or not. He just really doesn't like the changes in the characters. What I would say is an actual doomer is, did you see the reveal trailer for Dead or Alive 7?
I didn't. Tell me about it.
So in the reveal trailer for Dead or Alive 7, there's a character called Kasumi, who in the trailer you can see her breasts, basically. Like, you can see her big old breasts, but you can't see her thighs. And the Gooners got very upset about this, and they started saying the game is doomed. Now,
Yeah.
I would say those guys are doomers because all they've seen is 7 seconds of teaser footage of a woman's chest, but because it was not nude enough for them, they're already saying the game is screwed. I would say that's dooming. The reason I wouldn't say Blackheart is dooming, or Frame Whisperer, or myself, is that we have a lot of knowledge of Tekken. We've played through Tekken 8's lifespan so far, so when we say things, we're informed on what we're saying, and it's how we actually feel. Whereas those guys haven't touched DOA 7. None of us know what it looks like. None of us knows if there's going to be censorship. None of us knows what it plays like, and they're already saying it's screwed. So I would say if Blackheart's a doomer, he's on a very, very, very light side of it, and he's very well informed on his takes. So people might not like them, but he's telling the truth. Whereas those guys are just talking shit. Do you get what I mean?
If I'm being honest, like, I'm okay, so a doomer is someone, like, that is uninformed. Is that what you're saying?
They can be. I'd say an extreme side of a doomer is someone that sees something and they immediately go, that's shit, it's gonna fail. They have no information about it other than like the 2 seconds or 7 seconds of whatever they saw.
Okay, so they're uninformed. They see a very little bit of information, and the difference is that you are informed about Tekken 8, and or Blackheart is, and so that they know. Yeah, they know what they're talking about, so they're not like, no matter, like, okay, if you know what you're talking about, would you say that, like, you know, no matter how negative you are, you're not a doomer, or would you not say that?
No, you can still be a doomer, but because you're well informed on your opinion, people can't just say you're talking shit. They might not like it. They might say, "Oh, I wish you wouldn't doom the game," but they're not gonna call you a liar. Or they're not gonna say you're misinformed, because you know, as we said yesterday, Blackheart's neither of those things. He just really doesn't like the road it's going down. So, like Frame Whisperer, for example, he could be classified as a doomer. But Frame Whisperer was right about the direction that Tekken 8 was going in. He foresaw this back in Tekken 7. So technically speaking, he was dooming, but it was well-informed dooming. So it doesn't come with the negative connotation of this guy's dooming for views or he's just putting the game down. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, but you said that being a doomer, like, you can still be a doomer and be informed. Like, so I'm still trying to understand what you're saying. It's like if you're informed like Blackheart,
it's like
can't
for
you
example,
still be a doomer too because you're being super negative? Or am I not understanding that?
You can be a doomer. You can see something that's going bad. Like, you can see something that's going really, really bad in your eyes, and then you can talk about why you think it's going bad. Technically speaking, you would be dooming because you're talking about the bad side of things because that's how you see it. But it's not, being a doomer isn't a bad thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because if something is really shit, like Mortal Kombat 1, and we can all see it, and I make a video saying this game is absolute garbage. Go on.
Okay, so if you just said that dooming is talking about the bad side of things, and it has nothing to do with someone being uninformed or informed, like, would you say, like, first of all, do you agree with that definition that I believe you said talking about the bad side of things?
Yeah, acknowledging the bad side of it, and then hyper focusing on it, and essentially making it so that that's the major talking point of whatever you're on about.
I would think that Blackheart fits that definition in all fairness.
Yeah. But then within the whole community at this point, because everybody's kind of shitting on Tekken 8, so technically we're all doomers. Maybe not you, but 90% of the community right now is.
Yeah, I could agree with that. But I
Yeah.
think that yeah, so a lot of people, and I think that they do have some valid points, and I'm not gonna, say a lot of this like isn't like valid points and stuff like that. But yeah, as far as me saying like Blackheart's like a liar or something like that, like maybe I'm talking a little bit too exaggerated. Like it's kind of like whenever like a figure of speech, like whenever you say like all of the Tekken community is dooming, and there's like, of course you don't mean really like all, and I get what you're saying, and so I'm calling. I mean, I don't even remember if I call him a liar or not, but what I mean to say is that he is dooming in the sense of he is making these exaggerated, very theatrical videos like that, like shown on your stream yesterday, and like it really like it's an accurate. Oh, okay, I don't think it's an accurate view of his opinion. I think it's exaggerated, and all the exaggeration I think is what fucks with Tekken's reputation at the cost of it sacrifices Tekken's reputation for short-term like viewership. And in the long term, I think it's really bad. So
Mm.
I do disagree with that for long term health for Tekken. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess we look at it differently because I think the people that don't talk about the negative stuff enough are if I was going to blame anyone, and I
Yeah.
don't really blame them because I don't think the content creators had a massive play in this, but if I was going to blame anyone, I would blame the content creators that were not talking about the negative sides of Tekken 8 enough. Because in my mind, it's like if a game does good things, I already expected that. That's what I paid for. So I'm not going to sit there wasting my time talking about it. I might mention it and I might give it its praise, but I paid for a full product. If you've given me 60% of a product, I'm going to talk about the 40% that you fucked up on. So I would, if it was me, I think we look at it on two different spectrums. I see people that didn't focus on the bad things of Tekken 8 as the problem, whereas you see the people that do focus on those things as hurting its reputation.
Yeah, it really all boils down to whether those things are actually like hurting Tekken and things like that. Like what? So let's get specific on like what do you think the devs could have done? I guess to recover from this situation.
The devs in for season 3 needed to do something drastic, and the problem with this update is that a lot of people feel like it was a big it's a kind of a nothing burger, whilst also like exasperating some of the problems that already existed and then just adding on to issues. So with season 2, we really wanted them to lower the power levels, make it more defensive, and they went in the complete opposite direction to the point that they had to issue an apology. I mean, I did a video showcasing a lot of the issues in the game, and the video was 30 minutes long, and I didn't even put the issues in there. It would have been an hour long if I had kept on going, showing footage of problems that they had caused. And so going into season 3, after they had messed up that hard, and we basically had radio silence for 8 months, there was nothing going on for 8 months, and they said, oh, we don't want to patch it because the tournaments are going on, which by the way doesn't even make any sense, because when this game was coming out, they said that we are trying to make this game with the spectator in mind, and we're trying to make it more aggressive to be more appealing to casuals. So if you're talking about making the game for spectators in mind and you're making it for casuals, then why are you worried about the tournament season all of a sudden? Shouldn't you be putting updates out there for the casual players that play every day and not worrying about the tournament players? So there's already a clash in philosophy there. But we're waiting 8 months for this update to come out and for it to feel like it's season 2.1. Not only did they barely address the issues that we had, but they lied with the back to basics thing. They dog whistled, and then they showed us, they sprinkled these things on social media to make us think that they listened, like the wall splats with the heat smash, only to find out that there are issues elsewhere now with wall splats, with moves hitting off the wall at range 15. There's the second hit of wall splats are still, or of heat smashes are still wall splatting. It would have just made sense to completely nerf the entire thing. I don't know why they decided to not do that. They didn't make drastic changes to the heat system like people were hoping. They made very minor ones, like the one we spoke about yesterday of G6, where out of heat dash, you get less hits now in the combo, but you still get a combo off of a move that shouldn't be a launcher. And the big problem that people had with Tekken 8 is that there's an interaction problem. People feel like they are stuck in minus frames, that they are constantly in the air. So the way to address that problem without completely removing your mechanic is nerfing combo routes heavily so that people are standing up more rather than sitting on their ass for half of the game. But they didn't do any of that. They also added new moves to the characters, and nobody asked for new moves. We even said in Season 2, there's too many problems in Season 1 to be adding more things to Tekken. There's already 100 moves per character. And what did they do? They added new moves, and not only did they add new moves, but the moves are moves that already exist in the game. They've just been taken out of strings, or they've been recycled from an old Tekken game. So it's not like when Horang was shown off for Tekken 8, he had Baek's moves, but he had his own spin on it. It had new animations, but you could see it was taken from Baek Dusan. They literally just rip Baek Dusan's animation, and it makes you think, are you running out of money that you have to do something like that? And you have to reuse an animation that already exists in the game, like Heihachi's 2-2 or Dragonov's 4-2. Like those sort of things, people are looking at and they're going, what the hell is going on with this game? To the point that Frame Whisperer was like, he thinks they're going to sunset it over Season 3. He would be surprised if we get a Season 4.
Okay. Yeah, that's quite a bit of stuff. There's a decent amount of problems there. Moves being recycled, people not asking for new moves, and, you know, you're saying that they didn't nerf the combo routes, and, you know, there's a lot of stuff to go through. Let's go through the combo routes, because in my opinion, I actually think that they did nerf the combo routes. Like, do you think that that is true, or?
Yeah, they did nerf the combo routes, but the problem is they didn't nerf it enough to justify a whole new season. Like, I'm going into Season 3 and I'm like, okay, I'm expecting a big update because you've been quiet for 8 months, so there's going to be big changes here. And instead, we got very minor changes, and some characters are still doing ridiculous wall carry. I just saw a brand new combo from Kazuya because of some of the changes they made to him, and now he's carrying people even further. Lydia's got a combo carrying, they've got people in the air for like 20 seconds. John's still got the same problems. Feng Wei's combos didn't change that much. You know, I played the character, so when I was playing him, I was like, I can still do all the same shit. There's very, very minor differences. And it's like, the community was angry at you. So you would think, from a publicity standpoint, let's actually make some meaningful changes that's going to shake up Tekken 8, but they didn't. There's no changes, no matter how much you like Tekken 8, that you go, this is a groundbreaking change. There's nothing in Season 3.
It's not that. It's that I don't think the devs are clear on what to do. I really don't. I think that the community, like you saying all of these things, that I'm not sure if everybody would agree that this would, you know, solve the problem. If they didn't have recycled moves, if they didn't do all of this stuff. Like it's okay. Let's okay. So if they did all that stuff, would you be happy with the game?
What stuff?
All of the stuff that you listed off about them making it more defensive, lowering the power level, stuff like that, I suppose.
Yeah, I would have liked. Yeah, I would have liked them to remove the ability to do the heat bound, so that you can't get the one that bounds you into the ground like a Tekken 6 bound. I would remove that completely. That would alleviate you being in the air for too long. That would be a big change because immediately you've cut off a bit of a combo route. So it's not so much about damage. It's more that I don't want to feel like I'm playing a turn-based RPG. I want to get back on my feet and get back in the fight, which is something that I commend DOA for, because you always feel like you're in the fight in that game because of the way the system is designed. But in Tekken, especially Tekken 8, you get knocked into the air. There's like 2 tail spins, which they have nerfed to be fair, so but you still get 2 tail spins with some characters. Then you get bound, and then you get carried to the wall, and now you're in a mix-up situation where if you get rid of the bound, immediately you've just changed a lot of the game. So that's one thing that I would have liked to have seen. Another thing I would have liked to have seen is I would have liked to have seen them actually play with the heat mechanics a bit more. The heat mechanic is there's something there that you can do with it that would be interesting for people to participate with. Like, not just giving people the heat mechanic at the beginning of the round, but instead of giving them all of that meter, have them earn it and have them earn it through the moves that usually use heat. So, for example, if I'm using Feng Wei and my forward 2 or my while rising 1-3 or my shoulder are moves that engage heat, instead of it being a heat engager, it could be a move that builds heat meter, then allows me to then pop heat maybe in round 2. So that way, at least you're promoting smart play with these players. You're incentivizing them to use their key moves, and then you're also incentivizing them to meter manage a little bit because they're not going to be able to use the meter after they've popped it. So I think the heat system is very lazy. They didn't make any meaningful changes to it in that regard. I also wanted them to not allow on the wall you can relaunch somebody. In older Tekken games, you couldn't do that. Right, you would knock them on the wall, you'd get a small
The
combo,
tornado?
and then you would either go for a mix-up or yeah, the tornado. That's it.
Okay.
I would remove that. That's another thing that is longing out the combo process and hurting interaction. I'd get rid of that. So it's things like that. Those are things that I would have really appreciated. Those sort of things could have made me go, yeah, do you know what? If you even did one of those, I might be more interested to sit down and play because it tells me that you're thinking about
Yeah.
interaction in the game.
They're
And
they're
you're
listening.
not having a game where it's just yeah, it's just combo. Like you make a mistake, and then you're in the air for 10 years. It's like, come on, man. Like I might as well just go and play Final Fantasy.
Yeah. So out of curiosity, let's take it to the other extreme and say that there's like, there's like no combos. Because I actually do agree with you that I think that combos are kind of like not that fun in fighting games. Would you rather have it be like just all neutral?
No, I don't mind there being combos. I just don't like it when it's excessive. So
Yeah.
I don't mind if I don't mind long combos if you have the execution for them. So like Leo for example or Lee back in the day you used to have a level of execution to access those combos and then people wouldn't get mad because they're like, "Oh wow, like you've got really good execution. You spent a lot of time in training mode. Not everybody can do that." But now the problem is that everybody can do every combo in the game. I'm not a big execution guy. Like I would work harder than like maybe you to get my execution done. It was never really my thing. I was always better at playing the neutral. So when I finally got down some really difficult execution, it was very rewarding to then go online and be like, yeah, I hit that shit. I actually worked for that. But now it's like I can pick up Leo and just do his combos. Like you can do that shit blindfolded now and it takes away from what the game is supposed to be. So I don't mind combos in the game, but if you're gonna have long combos, you should have to work for them, not just give it to any Joe Schmo and he's just pressing whatever buttons he wants, and now I'm at the wall.
Okay. Yeah. So there's that's a lot of stuff. I think that a lot of these could improve Tekken. I'm trying to think about because that is a lot of complaints about the game. So
Yeah.
I guess what we've got to do is like either start talking about them one on one. I mean, one like down to the detail, or just start talking about like a broad sort of like category. Like for example, I would say that that I agree in offensive game design. What do you think about that?
What is in like an aggressive game?
Yeah, and like I think the Tekken shouldn't have a problem being aggressive. Like I think that that's what they wanted from the start. I think the game can be really, really enjoyable if it's aggressive. Like whenever you make a game very defensive, right? Like for example, like even Tekken 7 or any game whenever defense is rewarded extremely well, you have two people that are very, very passive because that's the smartest move to make, right? Like in other games you just end up in stalemates, Like the definition of a stalemate is like in chess, it's like the whole thing is to keep on, being defensive and you like repetition in chess, it's like a stalemate by repetition. And they do that because the game would be too boring to have that repetition keep on going, but that's the optimal move. So there's been plenty of evidence to say that games that get very, very defensive, both players they don't want to interact and stuff like that. And so I think that like if you're going to choose one or the other, I think that offense is it's not a bad choice. I personally, I played 2XKO and Guilty Gear and stuff like that, and I'd rather have people, making decisive decisions. Like I wouldn't say like 50-50s are all in fighting games and stuff like that, but I mean like something like Heat. What it does is when you activate Heat, it makes both players aggressive no matter what, because the person who activated Heat obviously wants to use it, and there's a lot of benefits to activating your Heat, and yeah, this goes really far, but there's a reason why people don't just activate their Heat at the start of the round. Like, they actually use it strategically. Like, if it's as good as people are saying, then why don't both people, like, pop Heat at the start of the round and then just, like, snowball the opponent? It's because that's, like, I think it's ridiculous, I think it's honestly a little bit too reductive. I think that people thinking like that are pretty reductive of how the system works. I think it's a very complex system that actually adds to the game. Okay, so all of that, yeah. I'll let you respond before I monologue.
Yeah, so I actually heavily disagree, and I'll tell you why. And this actually goes for like real life martial arts as well. And I know that we've had this discussion, maybe not you, but I've had this discussion with multiple people about how Tekken has changed, and it's moved away from like martial art and the martial arts fantasy. In anything, it is always easier to pick up, run, and gun. Well, Tekken enthusiasts should care. People that actually care about the heart and soul of Tekken and where it came from should care.
Well, I get it, but about it being like akin to martial arts. Like when you look at any piece of like fiction or a movie or something like that, like I don't think it needs to be realistic, but I kind of like we're not looking for realism.
It doesn't need to be realistic.
Okay, go ahead.
No, it's the thing is that the Tekken used to have a split of it had supernatural stuff in it, and it had very weird things in it, but it focused mostly on grounded martial arts. And in Tekken 8 we've completely moved away from that and moved into anime territory.
Yeah, but there's like Yoshimitsu since like Tekken 1, right?
But I just said that Tekken has always had weird supernatural things in it. It's always had devils and weird things. But if you looked at Tekken on a pie chart, the weird supernatural stuff was the obscure stuff. It wasn't overwhelming. Now what you've got is the martial arts has been pushed to the obscure, and it's overwhelming. It's taken over, which is not good for the game's identity. That's why a lot of old Tekken players are like, they look at it and they're like, I don't know what this is. This ain't Tekken. This is some Shonen Jump shit. This ain't the Tekken that I grew up with. People saying that Yoshimitsu is is the one that they can fall back on tells me that these people did not play Tekken games. Tekken 8 is their first game, because if Yoshimitsu is your fallback, then that is absolutely ridiculous. The other one that people fall back on is Gon, who is a guest character. He's not a Tekken character. So you had obscure characters in old Tekken games, and you had the devils, which were mainly featured as boss characters or in the cutscenes. And even when they became playable characters, they were still doing Mishima-style karate, and their one outlier was that they could shoot a plasma beam from their eye, which was easily duckable.
But like, is this any
Devil Jin was not flying around.
Is this any different from Tekken 7?
Hold on. Yeah, it is very different from Tekken 7. I'll use Jin as an example. In Tekken 7, Jin is one of the most difficult characters to use, and he's using Kyokushin Karate. Jin's just using Kyokushin Karate. You go from Tekken 7 Jin to Tekken 8, and this guy has jumped into a Shonen Jump protagonist role. He is jumping all over the screen. He's punching through your body. He looks absolutely ridiculous. He's got these weird claw attacks. He's gone completely away from where he was. So let me get back to it so I can bring this full circle. because you were talking about offense and defense. I think that it's very easy for any gamer to pick up a game, whether it's a run and gun game or whether it's a football game or a fighting game, and just go on the offensive. It's always easier to go on the offensive. It's always harder to go on the defensive. And I think that you have to be very careful with a game to not new to the defense too much because then you have an Unga Bunga scenario. In Tekken Tag 2 or Tekken 7, they were still very offensive games. Everyone that's always like, oh, you just sidestep in Tekken Tag 2. I played Tekken Tag 2 from start to finish. Most people were getting clipped by stuff. Most people were getting hit by shit. Most people were not sidestepping the way you see these top players doing it. And when you go to Tekken 7, Tekken 7 was an aggressive Tekken game. It's just people go and they use Kunimitsu and Feng Wei in the grand finals as their talking point. But Chad the Third did a 6-hour seminar going through loads of different ranks in Tekken 7 and tournament footage of people that are not playing defensive. It was overwhelmingly aggressive. Overwhelming. I mean, I played Marduk. I would not. Yes, Tekken 7 was an aggressive game as well. People forget and they go to the most high level. Yeah, they go to the most high level match, which is Austin Ashton Knee, and that is always their go-to. Kunimitsu. Kunimitsu was one character. The Kunimitsu argument is no different from the Yoshimitsu argument from back in the day, where people are like, how could it be martial arts when Yoshimitsu's in the game? And you'll say to them that Yoshimitsu is the outlier. He's the obscure character in the game. If you look around you, everybody else is just doing martial arts. There's weird moves here and there, but the majority is martial arts. If you go look at Tekken 7...
Do you think everyone would agree with you?
I mean, we can pull up footage. We can pull up Chad the Third's video. It's a 6-hour video going through plenty of footage. People just go and look at the highest level players, and I'll tell you why they were playing like that.
Yeah, no, I get it, but
they
like a lot of
that
you're saying that a lot of the people like that all the characters are realistic. Like, I just think that's your own like definition on what you think Tekken is.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, then could you clarify?
I said Tekken was more grounded. Yes, okay. I'll say it again. Tekken was grounded in martial arts. It was grounded in martial arts. Now it's not. They've flipped it on its head. Now it's grounded in anime bullshit. You've got fucking stupid robot girls flying across the screen, dudes in the air. You've got Devil Jin moving around the stage like a shotgun. You've got Victor teleporting all over the place. This was not the norm in Tekken before. You only saw Yoshimitsu doing that. Even the Devils weren't doing that. The Devil's plasma attacks in the old games were useless.
Like, introduced and stuff like that. Like, I think that yeah, hold on. Like, they've always had this stuff, but you're saying the majority now is like some anime bullshit, right? Like,
yeah, the majority. You're on the roster right now, right?
Yeah, I am. I'm just kind of like.
Are you on the roster? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, Mishima's. I don't. I mean, what is the like? All right, like hold on. I'm gonna look around the roster on Tekken 7 and see if it's like any different, because like I think it's around the same sort of shit. You know, if I'm being completely honest, Tekken 7 roster.
Okay.
If you're saying that it's like completely different, like I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna end up being the same thing, but you know, if it is, then I digress. You know, let me see.
Okay,
Tekken
well we
7.
can go through it one by one. That's not. Did you play Tekken 7, Sophie?
Yeah, I mean, I've beaten pro players in Tekken 7. Like, I'm very well versed in Tekken 7. I started in Tag 2, so it's not like I'm totally unaware of Tekken 7.
Okay.
Latest DLC character select.
Are you
I'm trying to pull it up, but it's not. Okay, Tekken 7.
I mean, that's okay. I mean, I can. We can go through it. I'll go off the top of my head.
All right, sure. So, like, which ones are the crazy, like, you know, like anime characters?
So the anime stuff in Tekken started in Tekken 6. It was two characters that started this bullshit off, which was Lars and Alisa. They were our first real glimpses at some anime shit. Lars was so anime that he appeared in Ultimate Ninja Storm 2. So that was the first time we got a real glimpse at some anime bullshit. But we saw 2D characters in Tekken 7 and they were annoying. No one's going to pretend like that shit wasn't irritating. But if you look at the characters in Tekken 7 versus the characters in Tekken 8, like Jin is a good example of this. If you look at Jin in Tekken 7, you find me where he's doing weird Devil Jin shit of jumping around the stage like a madman, and I'll say, I'll stop this conversation right now. He was just doing Kyokushin karate. Yes or no?
Could you say that again? He's doing Kyoshin karate? Kikosen karate, I'm sorry.
Kyokushin
Like,
karate. That's the fighting style that he does, right? So he wasn't doing all of this weird anime shit that he does. Another example of this is Anna. Anna's always been a high risk, high reward 50-50 character. But they gave her a fucking rocket launcher and people are acting like it's always been like this. They gave her a rocket launcher. They gave Nina guns. They added a guy into the game with a plasma sword and a plasma gun who is appearing above your head doing X amount of damage.
okay. I'm trying to get this on my screen in the right way. It's not, it's having me do some captcha shit just to go to Google. Yeah, so I mean, what you're saying is like, they added a bunch of stuff that is not what Tekken is, because, or at least, it's not grounded in martial arts, and you believe that started around Tekken 6, and it got worse and worse from that?
Yeah, like Lars and Alisa introduced it. It wasn't terrible in Tekken 6, but that's where the chinks in the armor started. We saw it first in that game, and then it's been exasperated ever since. It's even the bears. If anyone in the chat ever played any of the old Tekken games, and you look at the bears then, and you look at the bears now, and you try to tell me it's the same character, I'm going to laugh at you. We can even pull up footage right now. They are not the same character. They have changed. They have changed dramatically, and it's clear as day to see. I mean, the Tekken developers were pushing this shit. They were pushing it.
All right, so I have the characters up. So we got, the ones I would disagree with is Kuma. We've got Mokujin. We've got Jack. We've got Devil Jin. Raven, I don't think is like maybe he's a fighting style.
Wait, hold on, Sophie. Let's slow down. Let's slow down. Let's go backwards. Let's go back. Let's do this properly.
Okay.
So wait, who did you start with there?
Mokujin.
Right, we've got who's there? I can't see.
How is
Mokujin's
Mokujin?
a copycat. He copies everyone. So.
All right, and then like Jack. There's some bunch of ridiculous characters
Mokujin is
in
random
here.
select.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is
no, you're missing my point now. Okay.
Yeah, but you're saying
missing my point. You're missing my point.
If you were to take a percentage of how many you think are in an older series, like let's just say Tekken, like what would your percentages be? So like if I turn this off right now, how many
Sophie,
characters?
you're missing my point.
Okay, what is your point?
It's not. I tried to explain this with Yoshimitsu. I'm gonna try and explain it again. Jack, if you look at Jack, or if you look at Yoshimitsu, and you look at what they were and what they are, they're not the same at all. Yoshimitsu in the old Tekken games was using the hilt of his sword majority of the time. Other than that, he was punching and kicking you, and every now and then he had an obscure attack. You compare that to Yoshimitsu now, and he's more ridiculous and more anime than anything that has happened in Soul Calibur. If you look at Jack in this game, in Tekken 6, Jack in this game is just punching and kicking. He's got that one move where he floats in the air, which is useless. No one got hit by that shit. If you did, it was probably your first day on the job. You look at Jack now.
The point is, it's not grounded in martial arts. He's a fucking robot.
Since when was a robot not grounded in martial arts? Have we not seen any old martial arts films? It's a martial arts fantasy.
You're saying a robot is grounded in martial arts.
Yeah. Okay, the best way to explain... Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen any like old school martial arts films or... Hold on, Sophie, because I understand why you're reacting this way.
Have you
seen any old school martial arts films?
I've seen portions of them. Like across YouTube, I've seen stuff about like Bruce Lee sort of stuff. But I do find that interesting that you're saying that these characters in Tekken 6, like there's plenty of them that I would say are not grounded in martial arts.
Yeah, but you're just looking at the character design. You're not looking at their actual moveset. Jack in Tekken 6 is drastically different to Jack in Tekken 8.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
I'm
is,
talking about their movesets here.
like, how is Jack grounded? What moveset is grounded in martial arts for Jack? He's a robot that can fly around.
Jack.
And you already mentioned that, but down back 1, down forward 2, like sitting on the ground and slapping your legs, like how is any of that like martial arts with Jack? Up forward 3+4 being like, jump on the ground and stuff. Like
a lot of Jack's old attacks were like they were pulled from like the like comedic take on like a Russian fighting style. So why you see him do that weird sort of like, I don't know what they call it, like that weird Russian dance where they're sort of kicking their legs.
yeah.
And he's got some stuff in there that's like a more exaggerated what was the guy called? I've forgotten the name of the film. It was like exaggerated from what you would see in like this film. I can't remember what the character's name was, but it was like a street sumo fighter. Mokujin, for example, is like, you know those Wing Chun dummies that you practice on? You
I
ever
get
seen
it.
them like in a Jackie
Yeah.
Chan film?
Alright, I'm gonna pull up Jack's
Yeah.
move list and let's just
Yes.
like compare it with like martial arts. You know, like I don't think this shit is martial arts.
Okay.
Like I don't know what these things are gonna be, but like I mean,
That's just a hit. It's a punch, a haymaker, and uppercut.
this guy, like, he launches him 8 miles into the air by spinning around and then doing this, like this is not martial arts. I don't know how, like, is that actual martial arts? You're saying that launching someone up? Okay, go ahead.
I think the problem here, Sophie, is that when we had this discussion on my stream, we called it martial arts and magic, and the thing is that I don't think you have seen a lot of like things that Tekken was based on, like old martial arts film. It's called the martial arts fantasy. That's why a character like Roger or a fighting bear is not that ridiculous, because those sort of things appeared in like old martial arts films.
Yeah, but
So
so
even though
why
it might
couldn't
sound
Lars be a martial arts fantasy? Why can't any fantasy be part of your robot flying around martial arts fantasy? Doesn't make any sense, to me at least.
Why can't Lars?
Yeah, why can't Lars?
Lars is as close to a take on a Naruto character as you could possibly get in Tekken. He's spinning around the stage like a Beyblade.
Okay, and if I were to
Like
say
I don't know
that's
what
part of the martial arts fantasy, what would you say?
I would say that you're wrong.
Yeah, because it's your definition on what a martial arts fantasy is, right?
No, it's not. Okay, let me ask you a question, Sophie. Do you think that Tekken 8 and the way they've presented the characters is a departure from what we had seen previously? Or do you think it's more of the same?
Do I think it's a departure of what we've seen previously? Oh, okay, so I get what you're saying. So yeah, I think they've maybe moved further from martial arts, yeah. I can agree with that. But
Okay, so
are we willing to move
if
away from the Jack
my
thing?
original point,
Like before we move the thing is like do you believe that Jack is grounded in martial arts still? Like, because I think this shit is ridiculous.
well, the problem is that like you're not allowing me to explain my point. I tried to explain in the beginning that Tekken has always had obscure characters. It's always had very obscure attacks within those characters. But the majority, if you put Tekken on a pie chart, it would be grounded in martial arts. Now, most of what Jack used to do was pretty basic. He was throwing uppercuts. Yeah, he would launch you in the air because we're still playing a video game. We're not playing UFC.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, it was punches and kicks and elbows over the head. Now, what you're seeing from Jax is he's jumping on the ground, generating a force field, flying over your head into grab. He's doing all sorts of madness that we've never seen Jack do before. Jack in Tekken 8 is nothing like Jack in Tekken 6. He was much more grounded in this game.
Yeah, well, sure, but wouldn't somebody from Tekken, a previous Tekken from Tekken 6 say that this is way crazy, this version of Jack that you like right now in Tekken 6? Wouldn't they say, like, this version
That's
of Jack
not what
is
I said.
fucking
I
anime?
said so.
Yeah.
Sophie, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I said at the beginning that Tekken 6 was the first chinks in the armor, did I not?
Okay, fair enough. He did say that. So which Tekken would you like to go
Right.
to where, I guess we can go to Tekken 5, you know? Like I don't
Before
think
we
that
do
in
this,
any of the
because
Tekkens
before we do
I
this,
don't think he's
Sophie, hold
grounded in
on, hold
martial
on.
arts. So go ahead.
When did you start playing Tekken? Just out of
Tekken Tag
curiosity.
2.
Right. Okay. So there's no point in me going back to previous Tekkens because you don't know about them. So I don't know. Like I'm gonna have to run through those
I
Tekken
am
games
well.
with
I'm
you to
no.
try and make sense of it.
Well, I'm trying to. I'm trying, like, just like with Tekken 6, I can just pull up the moves and we can see if they're grounded in martial arts or not. So, which Tekken do you think that Jack would
Yeah,
be grounded in
we
martial
can do that.
arts? Yeah, which Tekken would you like? Like, I think they're
But
all
again,
gonna be.
I've just explained this. I've just explained this to you. I've just said to you that there are obscure characters in Tekken. Jack is one of them, but Jack was still grounded compared to what he is now. The Jack that we have got now is generating force fields. He is not the same character as he was back in these other games. I'm not saying that he
Yeah,
didn't
but
have stupid moves. I literally pointed out that he flies over your head in older Tekken games. I'm saying now his ridiculous moves are actually viable. It's part of what makes him a powerful character.
that
Whereas in
a
these
lot of
older
them
games,
would be
the ridiculous
viable
moves,
even
well, a
back
lot of them
then.
were unviable.
Yeah, but like I bet you people, like, if we just look
What?
at a tournament match with Jack 6, like, we're gonna see ridiculous non-grounded in martial arts moves, no matter the Tekken for Jack, I think. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know why you're willing to
No,
ignore
actually,
the problems in the older Tekkens and then you just happen to hate the one in Tekken 8. Like, that doesn't, like, why? Why is he all of a sudden
I did not
grounded?
say that. That's you've just moved the conversation. I did not say I'm ignoring the older Tekken games problems.
Oh,
Those words never came out of
yeah,
my mouth.
you didn't say it. I'm implying that. Like, in Tekken 6, you're okay with all of these, like,
Could
crazy.
you not do that?
Okay, then what would you say that
But
I
how?
do?
Okay, Sophie, how could I be okay with it? Hold on, how could I be okay with it if my opening statement about Tekken 6 was those were the first chinks in the armor? Wouldn't that
Great. And
suggest that I
okay,
had a
so let's
problem
go
with
to
it?
the Tekken that you like. If it's not Tekken 6, let's go to a different Tekken. Which one is the one that didn't have uh Jack, where he basically is grounded in martial arts? Because I think that's bullshit. Give me the
We can
Tekken.
start all the way at the beginning, and
All right, which one?
we can go to Tekken 1 and we can go all the way through it.
All right, let's
Let's
go to
go all the
Tekken
way
1.
through it.
All
One
right,
from one
let's
to
do it.
present.
Yeah, all right. So Tekken
So-
1 move
and
list.
we're gonna go through the entire roster. We're gonna go through the entire
All I
roster
gotta
so I can
do.
make this point to you because
It's not
you
that.
are
Yeah, I get it, but like he's not
you're not
grounded in
listening.
martial
The
arts.
problem is you're not listening.
I'm not agreeing. There's a
No,
difference between
again,
agreeing and
you're not listening to what I'm saying. I said, okay, I'm gonna say it again, okay, because you're hyper focusing on Jack because you think you got a gotcha here. I'm gonna say it again in plain English. There were always obscure, weird characters in Tekken. Jack is one of them. What I'm saying is that Jack, in a lot of his attacks, was just using regular moves that you would see in a street fight, and every now and then he'd do something stupid. He's one of the obscure characters in Tekken that you go, oh, that character kind of stands out. But what I was saying to you before is that Tekken, for the most part, was grounded in martial arts. He was, as you can see there, he's doing power bombs. He's uppercutting you. He's tombstoning you.
I can agree with it actually so far. This Jack thing, this
Yeah, okay. But the
jackhammer.
thing
I
is
don't
that
know.
you're not
Yeah.
letting me make my point.
I'm letting you talk. I'm just watching.
The thing is, Sophie, is that
Yeah.
yeah, okay, but I'm trying to explain to you that as time has gone on, these characters have become more ridiculous, and that is why a lot of old school players have walked away because they're seeing it and they're saying this is some anime bullshit. I don't like it, and Tekken 8 has tipped it over the edge. So Tekken players were always aware that there was a bit of anime in Tekken, yeah. But if you had a pie chart and you looked at Tekken 1 all the way
I
up
get what
until
you're
Tekken
saying.
8, that
Like,
anime portion of Tekken, the anime portion of Tekken has taken over the pie chart.
I get that
you
what
get
you're
it?
saying is if you made a pie chart and then you took Jack's moves from Tekken 1 to Tekken 8, that Tekken 8 would have more, anime or non-grounded in martial arts moves. My thing is saying, Like I don't know where your like line is to where it's like, all right, this is unacceptable, you know? Because even in Tekken 1, do you think that like there was a percentage, like if the pie chart was like 10%, you know, ridiculous moves, like some of these moves I don't think are grounded in martial arts, like sitting on the ground and you know, punching at your
I think
opponents.
you're not listening. You're not listening, Sophie.
I'm getting the overall
You're
point.
using Jack because
Yeah,
you're
because
not. You're
yeah.
using Jack because because again you're yeah. I said that Jack was grounded in martial arts, but he had obscure, stupid moves. I've said that 10 times, but we can go through the entire roster, and I can
Okay,
prove the
all right,
point. If you
we
want to
can.
stay on Jack and drag this stream into that,
All you have to
then we can
do,
do
no,
that.
all
But
you
what
have
I'm
to do
saying
is
to
tell
you
me,
is that
has Jack?
Sophie, you can't keep on talking over me.
All right, but
Sophie, you
you're
can't keep
talking.
on
All
talking
right,
over
okay,
me.
let's take
We
turns
can't have a
then.
conversation if you.
Listen, let's take turns. I'm gonna get a
Okay, you go.
timer so that you can, so that we can basically take turns. You know, because I feel like I'm letting you talk a
Okay.
decent amount fairly. You know, and whenever, I don't. Oh, okay. I don't want to talk over you, you know, but I think that a lot of people are, you know, saying in the chat like that, you know, Jack might not be the most grounded in martial arts character. I think that what you're saying it's
I've
like
said
an
that 10
average.
times. Am I speaking Swahili?
And no, you're not speaking
Oh
Swahili.
my
It's
lord, I'm speaking another language.
okay. If I'm incorrect, like what you're saying is the majority. It's gotten worse and worse over time until Tekken 8. The pie chart is like the trend is getting more and more anime, and you dislike that. Am I misrepresenting what you're saying?
No, that's correct.
Okay, so I can move off of Jack because maybe that's like not your, you know, I'll steal man your argument here. Like Jack might not be the best like person to be grounded in martial arts, and I get that. But what I'm saying is like, how come the line became Tekken 8? You know what I'm saying? Like, why was that one
We'll
not
say
too
that again.
much? Why was it not Tekken 6 where that was the line, or Tekken 5, or Tekken 4? Why was it Tekken
I
8?
can explain that. I can explain that. The reason that the line was not crossed is because every character was not behaving like this. You've got very few characters in Tekken 8 that are not absolutely unga bunga. In older Tekken games, you didn't have this. You didn't have absolute nonsense across the screen. You didn't have Jax creating force fields. Yeah, you had Jax doing some silly moves here and there, sit on his ass, he'd do moves that are inhuman, obviously. But he had a lot of wrestling attacks, and he had a lot of like, he was just throwing haymakers at you, and he would do that weird Russian shit and jump at you and whatever. But in this game, or if you move away from Jack and you look at Jin over the years, Jin
Yeah.
went from just being a karate character to what he is now. Like it's a mess now. If you look at Kazuya, Kazuya always had like weird attacks, like he would twist his body with the hell sweep. Obviously, that is not something that you see in
Yeah.
real life. I'm not. No one's sitting here saying that Tekken is realistic. I think what people are misconstruing is when someone says grounded in martial arts, they think I'm talking about UFC. No, that's not what we're talking about here. What I'm talking about is that Kazuya's style of Mishima karate was like a more street version than in comparison to Heihachi, right?
Yeah.
Over time, especially into Tekken 8, specifically in Tekken 8, he's doing all sorts of madness now. All sorts of madness. And then on top of that he pops heat and he literally becomes the devil. And in the older games, yeah, the devil was there and the devil had buffed up attributes, like his twin pistons, but really outside of like what forward 2 and his lasers, what was devil really doing that was ridiculous like what we're seeing now? My point is that they have ramped up the attacks that we used to see in cutscenes and they've put it in the gameplay. We never used to see a lot of those things in the cutscenes. We would only see them in the cutscenes. We wouldn't see them in the gameplay, and they've moved it over.
I mean, so I kind of feel like some people could just be okay with Jack like creating a force field. Like some people might even think it's like cool or something. Is that what would you say to those people?
They're allowed to think it's cool, but you're talking to me, not them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's kind of cool. Would you just like, you just say like, you're wrong or call me stupid or?
No, I didn't. Okay, wait, I didn't. I don't call people stupid for having their opinions. Like, if everyone in chat is happy with having Jack having a force field, that's fine. I have no problem with people having their opinions. This is my opinion. I don't
Yeah,
disrespect people for their opinions. If someone likes the way Jack is designed in Tekken 8, more power to you. I'm not your dad. You can say whatever you want. As long as people are not disrespectful to me because of the way I see Tekken, I've got no reason to attack them. I've got no problem if people like the way Tekken 8 is going in terms of presenting characters. I would never call someone stupid in a serious sense because they like a design that I don't.
okay. But that's what we're doing in Tekken 8 Season 2. People are saying the people that have different ideas, we're saying that we're kind of like saying that those are not good game design choices, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's a good choice, but like I wouldn't cuss you out for it.
Yeah, so like, but Blackheart might, right? Like in his videos, he might say like these fucking
You're not
devs and
talking
stuff, and like I'm not talking about. Yeah, I'm talking to
you're not
you.
talking to Blackheart though.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. But what I'm saying is like overall, like because we are talking about how the overall view of Tekken and stuff like that is, right? We're not just talking about just your opinions, but also how people view Tekken 8 in general, right?
Yeah, I mean, but everyone's different. Some people have visceral reactions. Like when I talk about the martial arts fantasy with like the old school Tekken guys, they immediately get it. I don't even have to explain it to them because they're from that era of watching Shaw Brothers films. They
Yeah,
understand immediately what I'm referring to, even if I can't articulate it the best. Because sometimes we trip over our words.
yeah,
They know what I'm talking about because they grew up playing. I started on Tekken 1. So they grew up playing Tekken with me. They know exactly what I mean. But explain it to people that came in Tekken 7 and Tekken 8. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about, mate? Blah, blah, blah. But as long as they're not disrespectful, I'm not going to get disrespectful towards them because we're from different eras of Tekken. They don't even know what I'm on about. So I don't get upset about it. It's just we're having a conversation. As for other people in the community, I'm not the boss of the Tekken community. I can't control what people do. If people want to be rude to each other over a fictional character, those people need to go outside. I can't help them.
okay. So, I'm just making them, I'm understanding it's like, okay, so this is
What have I said
straying
that you don't
far.
understand?
Yeah, and I'm trying to kind of summarize everything that you said in a way that would be understanding of what you're saying. Like the game has betrayed you essentially because it's too far from its original identity. Things like grounded in martial arts, things that you know, like this is the game is like too aggressive and all of these I don't want to call them opinions because to you and a select group of people they are just like, I wouldn't say fact, but they are heavily agreed upon. Is that fair? And so it's very obvious to those people that this is how the game should be. Is that an accurate representation of what you're saying? How's it going, Blackheart?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, not. I was gonna say Blackheart. Tekken has moved away from what I knew it to be. It started to cross lines a long time ago, and even in chat, I saw someone say, when Mike uses anime, BS, and fantasy, I don't know where the line is. I completely understand that, and I get that. I get it's hard for me to translate what I'm saying. That's why what I was saying earlier, when I talk to like the old school players from the Tekken 1 to Tekken 5 era, and I say, look at this anime BS, immediately they know exactly what I'm talking about. But if I say that to someone that I
Yeah,
haven't that is not really from that era of Tekken, they're gonna look at me sideways like they don't really get it. And I understand that. It's not a put down or anything like that. As for Tekken 8, yeah, Tekken 8 has strayed so far from what I knew Tekken to be. A lot of the times when I talk to people now, the newer Tekken players, they say, "Oh well, Kazuya turned into a devil and he created a big energy ball and shot it into the island." And I'm like, "Yeah, in a cutscene. If he starts doing that in the gameplay, that's going to be a big problem." And then you say to them, Like they would be like, "Oh, Anna always had a rocket. Didn't you see the Tekken 5 opening?" And I'm like,
Yeah, I think
"Are
that's
you being
stupid
for
too.
real? Like these are
Yeah.
the people that yeah, I can't really have conversations with these kinds of people because it's pointless. It's fun. We're two different eras of Tekken, but I don't hate them for it. It's just maybe Tekken is not for me anymore. It's gone down a road that I don't like. But what I would say to people is that I don't want people to be like, what is he talking about? I mean, obviously something has changed for the old school players to be like, don't want to play this shit anymore. And it's not just the plus frames. Okay, like, you can talk to plenty of old school players. They're all going to give you different reasons for why. It's not just the plus frames in Tekken 8. There's a lot of design choices with the characters and the way they present their martial arts that a lot of the old school players don't like. They're not interested in it.
Okay. Yeah. Like what percentage do you think of the player base believes what you're saying with all of that sort of stuff, and there's like a new player base what you're saying that they might be like taking over. Just curious to get a feeling on how you're thinking, like, what would be the percentages between those two crowds?
What, as in who would take my side versus against me?
I mean, like, the way that you believe that Tekken, whatever essence Tekken is, which is hard to put your finger on, I get it. How many people would agree that that's the essence of Tekken versus not agree?
They would probably disagree with me because a lot of the old school crowd is gone. A lot of the guys that I played with in Trocadero Arcade are gone. I'm in a new era of Tekken. I'm an
Interesting.
older player in a new era of Tekken.
That
So
is interesting.
they wouldn't agree with me. They would probably agree with you, but we're from two different eras of Tekken, so that's not surprising. Now, if we went down to like
Yeah.
Trocadero, if we went to where Trocadero Arcade was, and I summoned all of these old Tekken players, they would all say these new people, they've ruined Tekken, they've turned it into some Shonen Jump shit. If it looks like Jump Force, this, that, and the other, they would start ripping it and they'd say it's some anime bullshit. Whereas you guys might be like, what the fuck does that even mean? But they know what that means. Immediately, they know what it means.
Okay.
It's just two
So
different eras of players. That's all it
so
is. I
so
don't
how
mind.
how
It's
how do
like I said,
those
it's a new era. It
two?
is what it is.
Yeah. No, I get it. Like and so how do those two people talk and kind of get along in a new era of Tekken? Like how do the devs like make both people happy?
They can't. They can't. It's a tug of war. One side is going to lose. One side's going to win. If they go back to making Tekken more
Interesting.
defensive, if they take away, if they take away a lot of the like, if they revert Devil Jin back to just being Mishima style rather than flying across the screen, if they remove things in the game like if they remove characters like Victor, for example, if they draw back Yoshimitsu to not being as outlandish as he is now, back to like the Tekken 4 era Yoshimitsu. If you look at Tekken 4 era Yoshimitsu and how he plays versus now, it's a big change. If you do that, you're gonna piss off all the new people. If you continue to do what they're doing in Tekken 8, you're gonna piss off people like me. So
Yeah.
it's a tug of war. One side is gonna win.
So do you think that Namco should decide for one of the sides, or do you think that they should try to please everybody?
I mean, in an ideal world, it would be nice if everybody could be pleased, but I don't I just don't see that happening. I think they're going to continue down this road. I mean, if Clive wasn't an indication that these guys are going full anime on this shit, then I don't know what is. That character is so far from what I would associate from Tekken. Like I thought Noctis was going too far until they showed Clive. So they've already shown their hand. Tekken is not what it used to be. It's for a different crowd now. It's not the Tekken that I grew up with, and I'm willing to accept that because that happens with a lot of things. It happened with the WWE as well. I grew up in the Attitude Era and the Golden Era, and the era that I watch now, it's not really for
Okay.
me. So it is
Okay,
what it
can
is.
I okay, can I let me ask if you can't please both crowds. If you're saying that, do you still agree with that, or am I putting words in your mouth?
Yeah, I don't think you can please But you can please both crowds, but it's very difficult to. I think they'll take the easier road and please one.
All right, so if you can't please both crowds and you believe that the other crowd is the majority, you know, then Namco, from if you were the CEO of Namco, you would have to choose to go with the majority, right?
Yeah, you'd go with the majority. My hope is that we can continue to push back and show people that older Tekken is better than newer Tekken, and eventually, if there's some glimmer of hope, we win the tug of war, and they make a
Exactly.
Tekken game that isn't for babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all it
Exactly.
is. Like, it's a tug of war. A lot people like you're saying that you guys are saying that like people like Blackheart now are being doomers. No, I think Blackheart is doing a service to Tekken 8 because
Yeah.
he is
Cuz he's
showing people how
bringing
bad the
yeah.
balancing is and how. Sophie, you can't just let me finish. I'll let you talk. I promise.
Okay?
He's doing a service to the community in my eyes because this game is a bastardization of what Tekken was, and he's showing everybody how stupid the design is in the game and why they need to revert things. And that is why they said back to basics. They used a dog whistle on the core community because they knew exactly how we were gonna react when we heard back to basics. Back to basics when I heard that shit. I thought, oh, they're gonna tone down the anime BS in this game. No, no, no. It was a dog. They tricked us again. So I think I think Blackheart is a credit to the community. I think he should continue doing what he's doing.
Yeah, you think he's bringing the overall perception second more towards accuracy.
Yeah, I think he's showing everybody how incompetent the developers are, and that they don't know left from right. They don't understand the characters' identities. They're just patching things out of the characters, weaknesses out of the characters. I think he's exposing all of that, and who better to do it than someone that can literally play every character at a God 2 level and higher.
Yeah, that's really impressive. You know, yeah, I don't have like terrible credentials with that. Like I could have 11 God, or I believe I could get like every character to God 1 possibly. God is a safe bet, but I'm not entirely bad. I admit that Blackheart is probably a better player. Like right, yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is like for people that always try to come after my credentials, I'm not bad at Tekken. But the thing is, like, if what you're saying is true with him bringing people back to reality for how Tekken is and stuff like that, I think what you should do is just have these sort of talks about why. I guess why the older Tekken is better, not necessarily why Tekken 8 is bad, but yeah, it's a
We've
really
done that.
weird thing. Yeah. Um, okay. So you're saying
We've
you've
done that
done that?
before, Sophie. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I've done that before. I can literally, if you go to my page, you type in martial arts or magic. If you go to my page and type in like classic Tekken or whatever, we've done live streams on this. I've done over the last 2 years. I've done about 500 live streams, and a lot of it has been covering different aspects of Tekken, talking about different ages of Tekken, why this age of Tekken was better than this age. We've done it, but I can't continuously repeat the same content over and over again. I've
Yeah.
even tweeted the developers problems with the game. One of my tweets hit 1 million views, and I know Michael Murray saw it and he just ignored it. So there's only so much that we can do. I'll continue doing what I think is possible, but I can't just repeat the same streams over and over again. I also got to think about my community. Like they're gonna be like just watching the
Yeah.
same shit over and over again.
Exactly.
And also, don't get twisted. I still play tag too. Like I'm not one of those people that sits there torturing myself over a game that I don't like. I play tag too. I'm very happy playing tag too. I just wish they would re-release it on PS5 because I don't particularly want to sit playing the PS3 in my front room. I would rather have the PS5 and be able to play online with everybody. As we know, Tag 2's online is notoriously disgusting. It barely works. It would be nice if we could get a Tekken collection, and then that portion of the community that feels disenfranchised by Tekken 8 can go and play that game in peace. But unlike Capcom and NRS, Bandai Namco just don't want to do it.
I think a lot of this falls with people not trusting the dev team, right? They just believe they could do a better job and stuff like that. And I think that what do you think changed about the dev team from the older games that you loved until now?
It's a new team, isn't it? So they've probably got a new philosophies, new ways to design the game. As far as I'm aware, Harada brought in the old team again to try to sort out season two, but I don't know if they actually came back. It feels to me like it's a new team because they're just doing very, very strange things. It doesn't really make any sense to me. I also think that maybe the team is not properly funded, just judging by what we got from season three. So that's the reason why I think the old team, majority of them are probably out, and if they're not, then maybe Bandai Namco is saying to them, "Hey, we need our games to be more aggressive. They need to be more flashy. You need to give these characters more outrageous moves that maybe we only saw in the cutscenes. We need to sell this game to people." They brought rage arts into Tekken 7 that no one asked for, but they brought them in anyway. They keep on making the game more bombastic as time goes on. So I don't know if it's the old team, the new team, or the Bandai Namco higher ups that are ordering it. But obviously, as time has gone on, Tekken has strayed further away from what made it Tekken to me.
Yeah, and that sucks. I can't really disagree with that because if you played a game and it changed so far from what you knew, like we'll have favorite games and then it really, like, I can see what you guys are talking about. If this is the breaking point, right? This is the part where that's it, we're done.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can accept like obviously like sometimes I watch your stream, I see your chat. I know that you guys are happy on Tekken 8. I'm happy for you, but on the flip side, I'm gonna fight for what I want, and the way I look at it is that I'm happy for you, but I would like to do everything in my power to not have a Tekken game like this and have a Tekken game that I like. And then if
Yeah.
I win the tug of war, you're just gonna have to be happy for me. It's the best man wins. Right now, you guys are winning. I clap for you. I'm happy for you. Do your thing. I'll go play tag 2, but I'll do what
I
I
don't.
can
Yeah.
to stray away from Tekken 8.
I mean, I don't see it as adversarial necessarily. I think we're all on a team to make Tekken the best project that we can. And I think that if we like viewing it in that way where it's like we've got to show that this is a bad game design, like I think we just talk about like really actually about game design. Like, why is it not as good aggressive? Like, I can't argue on what
I'll
you
tell you. I'll
feel
tell you what.
or don't like. Okay, yeah. But
I can tell you, Sophie.
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I can tell you. So you wanted to talk about game design earlier, and we were talking about aggression and defense. Tekken 8 forces aggression, and that's what I don't like. I don't feel like I have the freedoms like I used to in the Tekken game. In previous Tekken games, I feel like I had the freedom to play defensively or play offensively. But in this game, even at the highest level, the best players in the world have said this game forces aggression. It bakes aggression into particular moves. It forces me to go into heat, for example. Like, say, for example, that let's forget about the highest level of play and let's just talk about Tekken as a video game. If I want to use my shoulder, but I don't want to go into heat, I don't have a choice. The game forces me into that mode. It wants me to use that mode. If it was about allowing me to play how I want to play, then it wouldn't force me into using heat all the time. The game forces the aggression. I don't think that a game that prioritizes aggression over defense is going to be a better game. I think that a game that allows people to play freely will be good. So
I
all of this
think
like nerfing
yeah.
defense and buffing aggression is I don't think it's a good thing because anyone can be aggressive. You can play any fighting game and mash buttons, but not anybody can look at their opponent and do like what Aorichi does. Have you ever seen Aorichi play? Like
Yeah, I
it's like
have.
watching Ultra Instinct Goku. That is some super high level skill. But as time has gone on, it's become increasingly difficult for him to play like that because Tekken 8 forces the aggression and it neuters the defense. I don't think that's good game design.
I mean, I don't think that the defense is like neutered. I don't think he said a game that doesn't prioritize aggression. You don't like the aggression over defense. Like I would like, okay, my argument with that is like too, the whole like being too defensive stalemate and then too aggressive. Like I think that
Mm.
most players, they're not working on the drills and breaking throws and working on their defense. Like that's not like most. Whenever I'm coaching people, they're not willing or they don't want to lab that stuff. They want to actually work on just top it in and doing like offense and stuff. I'm a defensive player myself. I really am. I break throws on reaction. I like finding innovative ways to get out of strings and sidestep in the middle of them. But the vast majority of people are not like that. At least in my opinion. Would you like? What do you think about that?
Yeah. I agree with you, and that actually plays to my point. The vast majority of people gravitate to aggression. In everything, people gravitate to aggression. When you pick up a new NBA game, you
Yeah,
gravitate towards just running down the court and scoring the goal. When you pick a football game, you do the same thing. Shooting game, you pick up the gun, you run and gun. It's only over time when you develop a certain level of skill and understanding of the game that you start to slow down and you actually start to look at your opponent and read what they're doing. And that's when the next layer of skill comes in, as you know, being a defensive player. So when you take that away and it all becomes about let's just run in people's faces, you new to the game. Like you new to
yeah, but
skill expression as
that's a
well.
little
Some people
exaggerated. To be
don't like
fair,
playing like that.
I don't think it's just running at each other's
How?
faces. I mean, there's plenty of sidestepping. There's plenty of
No,
defense using whatever. In my opinion, when you want to use, heat bursts and armor and all of these defensive mechanics. Like defense is a very important part of Tekken 8.
would you say that it's less important than other Tekken games, or more important, or same?
I would say it's less important than Tekken 7, but not enough to like drastically take away the effective ways of having having defensive decisions in Tekken 8. Like I think the defense is it kind of matters. Like I get what you're saying. Like for example, let's say you can sidestep 50% of the moves, and then they tone that down to 25%. You just lost 25% of your expression, right? I
Yeah.
know what you're saying. It's just that when the majority are not sidestepping and stuff like that, I don't know if you can really like fault Namco for saying a lot of people are not wanting to do the defense. So as a business, like we're going to like as you hate saying it and stuff. Like I we should cater to like in my opinion, what you should do is lower the skill floor and try to maintain the skill ceiling too. The floor attracts the people to come in, and you want it unlimited skill at the top. And
Okay, so wait, do you think that they maintained the skill ceiling in Tekken 8?
absolutely not. I don't think that there's lots of things that they did lower objectively. Or should I say objectively? In my opinion, they really did. So I get what Mike is saying there, um, but I believe that overall, people reaching that skill ceiling, like very little actually get close to that. You know, the vast majority of people
But
can
what are
have
we
a
talking
great.
about here?
What do you mean?
Well, when you say they lowered the skill ceiling, there's several aspects to being skillful in Tekken. You can be very, very good at doing ridiculously difficult combos. You could be like a combo master, the way that Main Man started off with the Mishimers, or you could be someone that is excellent at playing the neutral. Like when we're talking about skill ceilings in Tekken, it's not just like a blanket thing. So they lowered the skill ceiling for everything in Tekken.
I
Everything
wouldn't
went
say
down.
everything. You gotta
There's
stop
nothing in Tekken 8.
exaggerating.
Okay, tell me one thing in Tekken 8 that's harder to do than in Tekken 7, and I'll say sorry.
All right. Let me load up the character list. I'm pretty sure I could find something, but I might be wrong. So let's see.
No. All right.
Let's see. Um,
Oh, Infamitsu made a good blocking. That's actually a good one. You're correct. Blocking is correct.
wait, what? Wait, okay. First of all, you said find something that is harder. Oh yeah, blocking. Lap myself. That's crazy. Okay, so let's see. From Tekken 7. Let's see if I can find something. Tunjet upper is the same. Then we have law stuff, that is lowering the skill ceiling, so Mike is absolutely right there. So don't know about Lee, honestly.
Red Blossom said, "Do I think everyone's too strong in Tekken 8?" Yep. Everybody is too powerful in this game. They need to lower the power level in Tekken. It needs to go right down. Right down. It's too ridiculous right now. But look, we don't need to waste too much time on this. We know that nothing in Tekken 8 is harder to do. They did that on purpose. That's part of their design philosophy. They want to bring more casuals in.
Yeah, I'm looking at the character list, and I gotta
Everything in
agree
the
with
patch
Mike
notes.
Hollow. I can't really think of nearly anything. So yeah, that's a good point. I do agree with lowering the floor, but also, until I'm able to find an example, I agree with Mike Hollow on this one.
Can I ask you a question, Sophie? Like, do you remember the popularity of Eddie Gordo in Tekken 3?
No, like I know that he was very popular, like probably the most popular, right?
Yeah, so Eddie and Horang were mega popular amongst casuals. Because for the casuals, the barrier to entry for those characters was putting their fingers on two buttons and going buck wild. And they thought they were doing the best shit ever. Like, the amount of people
So
that used to tell me on Tekken 3 that they were sick at the game and they were just mashing two buttons. The barrier for entry in Tekken for a casual that just wants to get in there and have a good time has always been on the floor. I would argue it was easier to play Tekken at its entry point than it was a game like Mortal Kombat, which is much more stiff. If you're looking to go beyond that and go to layer one and be like, okay, cool, how do I actually sit and learn things? That's when the difficulty kicks in. And that's where it needs to be. That doesn't need to change. They don't need to lower that any further. They already gave us a special style where you can press one button, it does a bunch of combos for you. You don't need to change that anymore. But what Tekken 8 did is it lowered the skill ceiling straight into the pits of hell, and then the barrier of entry went even further into the abyss. And there was no need for that because Tekken was always mega popular with casuals. People started doing capoeira because of Eddie Gordo.
yeah, but not
Like
as
this
much
whole
as
idea that
other
we need
games
to
like Smash
lower it
Brothers,
even
right?
more.
I think I think saying that the barrier of
Well,
entry
Smash
shouldn't be
Brothers is
lower.
the extreme.
Yeah, like I don't think that's
Wait,
a great example. Go ahead.
yeah, Smash Brothers is the absolute extreme. That's a Nintendo IP that crosses over all of its IPs. That's the absolute extreme. We should be comparing Tekken to other traditional fighting games like DOA, Virtua Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Guilty Gear. Those games you can't bring Smash into it. Smash has got Sonic and Mario in the same game. No one's going to compete with that.
Sure, I'm just saying that the lower barrier of entry, like I guess as a whole, as a gaming industry sort of thing, is usually a good thing for, you know, the popularity at least.
But Tekken always had a low barrier of entry. Anyone in chat that has never played, or guys in chat have obviously played Tekken, but like, if I gave my controller to like my niece or nephew, and I gave them Eddie Gordo on Tekken 3, they'll start doing weird capoeira moves straight away. I just said to them, press these two buttons. They'll have the time of their life. They don't know what the hell's going on. They don't know anything about frame data. The thing is, I grew up playing those games. I witnessed it. People were playing Tekken casually for a long time. What you guys are referring to is the kind of casual player that enjoys the game and then they sit down and they're like now I want to sit here and learn this. And that's going to the next level. That's when the difficulty kicks in. And I don't think you need to lower it. That's where the fun is, where you're like, wow, this is a big, expansive game. I need to lock in, and there'll be a level of reward when I cross that line. If we keep on pushing that line further back, all of us are going to be like, what's the point in playing? Everyone can do everything. It's not fun anymore.
Okay,
Tekken has always been super accessible.
So,
Always.
I don't... Okay, so I know in Tekken 7, you can do 6 electrics with Devil Jin. Now, in Tekken 8, do you guys know if you can do 6 electrics? Because I believe it's possible, but it could be harder. I know you can get 5. So that might be an example.
I don't know, dude.
But,
What is it? No, but is it an example or are we guessing?
To be fair, I'm guessing. Like, I am thinking, like, I pretty much, I'm just curious if that could be example. But even if it was, it still wouldn't change the overall macroscopic idea that Mike Hollow is saying is still correct. Most of the skill ceiling has been lowered, which I think, I actually agree with that point. It's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can hit all of those electrics, but if you can't hit all of those electrics in Tekken 8, that's still not a point for Tekken 8 because if it's impossible to hit in this game, that just means they removed it. It's not a case of it being harder. So that's a different thing entirely.
No, yeah, well, I added if it's possible, but, hold on. If it's possible, but it's harder in Tekken 8, that would be, it would be an example, but to be intellectually honest, I don't know if it's possible or not. So I just loaded up and I'm trying it right now. But I know that it's very, very difficult on Tekken 8. So, let me see. But, yeah, no, go ahead. This isn't even, proving the overall point wrong anyway, so you can keep on going.
Yeah. What I was saying about offense and defense is that any Joe Schmo can press buttons really hard. Anyone can get really good at doing combos, but all of us have encountered that player where you go online and you run into this guy and you're like, damn, I can't hit this guy. Like he knows what I'm gonna do. He's reading me. He's ducking everything. He's sidestepping perfectly. That is a different level of skill. And I think the accessibility of that skill should be preserved. We shouldn't be destroying defense. Because even in real life fighting, my favorite fighters to fight are the ones that you can't hit. Like watching Floyd Mayweather move around people in his prime was masterful. It's much easier to throw a punch than it is to move your head out of the way from somebody that knows how to throw a punch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very tough. I don't know if you can get it, man.
They said turn Tekken down.
Oh, turn Tekken down? Alright, sorry guys. Yes, let me turn this. Okay,
Let me just make that point again,
go ahead.
just in case they didn't hear it. It is way more impressive to dodge a punch from somebody that knows how to throw a punch than just knowing how to throw a punch. That's why Floyd Mayweather was always more impressive to watch than most other people, because you just couldn't touch this guy at the most elite level. So when you run into that guy online that has Ultra Instinct, and he's just dodging everything that you throw at him in a game where it has 100 moves, and they're just dodging everything, that is impressive. That is way more impressive than I just press loads of buttons.
Okay, what's it called? But, like, are there any games, in your opinion, that have a design philosophy that it's like, the game is too defensive? Like, I feel like that's gotta exist somewhere, right?
Maybe, but we're talking about Tekken.
Yeah, so, in my opinion, there's lots of games that people would be like, this game is too defensive, And so, if I can get you to agree with that, maybe I could get you to think that maybe the philosophy, because we don't know what Namco has to bring in this mysterious future of Tekken, And so, like, do you believe that there's defensive games out there to your dislike, basically? Like, is there games out there that are, like, too
Uh,
defensive?
yeah. I didn't like the way Injustice 2 felt. I don't know if you would really call that defensive though. It was just spamming from across the screen and the stages were too wide. But I'm sure that there's a game out there that I was like, this isn't fun. There's not enough engagement. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But that still has nothing to do with Tekken.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that because, like, okay, so... Yeah, I don't know if I should go down that path, I guess. It's like,
Hmm?
it's really an opinion on which is more fun, defense or offense. As somebody that actually does enjoy defense, I might have to agree, honestly, but, like,
Okay, I'll put it
go
to you
ahead.
like this. I'll put it to you like this, Sophie. I think that offense it can be more fun than defense in a game that has an equal balance of them. So if I play a game where I feel like the defense is very powerful, but my offense can break through, I find that more fun than a game where the offense is overwhelming. It all feels homogenized. Everyone's doing the same thing. I don't think that offense in Tekken 8 to me is not fun. Offense in Tekken 7 and Tekken Tag 2 and Tekken 6 was a lot more fun, way more fun. But in this game, it's like it's baked in. You know that the shoulder is going into plus frames. You know the forward two is going to turn into a launcher. It's all baked in. It's not fun. The game's basically holding your hand. It's like here's a launcher, here's some plus frames, here's Dragonov's 2-1-2. You go flying across the screen into the wall. It's like that shit's not fun. That's not fun. Not fun to me anyway.
I mean, I don't, yeah, it's very, like, okay, your examples was like 442, it's gonna be a launcher. I mean, there's things that are gonna be launchers, right? And not only Tekken 8 exclusive, I don't know what you mean. Like, if you could, like, I don't know, be more specific, I guess. Specific, sorry.
Well, the 442 is a perfect example. A demon pulse should not be a launcher under any circumstances. With the range that move hits you at, uh, with the utility that comes with it, why is that move launching you? Even if
Like,
it's a mini combo, why the hell would a move like that launch?
people just have different opinions, basically, but it's only like that because of heat, right? But I'm sure. Okay, so you're saying like Demon Paul sort of moves shouldn't be launchers. I don't know. These are very specific, I guess. But
I'll give you another example. So
yeah,
you asked me to be specific, so let me be
that is
specific.
true. Yeah.
I don't know what the notation is for. I don't know what the notation is for Law. I think it might be 111.
Okay.
His heat engager. Um, that should not launch under any circumstances. It's absolutely absurd that it does.
Yeah,
Another
but didn't
example is
Julia have
Feng's
the?
shoulder.
That's a G clef thing, and Julia didn't even need um heat to make it launch. It's just that's how it was. So that was even before Tekken 8 for sure.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that Tekken didn't have problems before, and I'm pretty sure people got very, very pissed at Julia for a long time. She was bloody annoying to fight against. So
Yeah,
I
but
don't think
that's
that's a
been
good
there. Like
defense for it.
Julia's been there
But
since what Tekken 5 or something. I don't know, but that's one of her signature things, though. Wasn't Julia's launch on block though? Yeah, but like the whole thing with that Zephyr is that you could hit confirm it, and Julia's been like that since I don't know when the character came out, but
yeah, but when Law does it to you, he's plus.
with heat only. He's minus without heat,
And
right? But
but
yeah.
yeah, but heat is in every round. It's in every. If it was one round per match, it wouldn't be such a problem. But every round I got to deal with this shit. So every round I got to deal with a Super Saiyan version of the character.
I don't
It's
think
you
that's a
can't just say in
problem.
heat.
Like,
Okay, well,
yeah, well,
heat's in
heat,
every
yeah,
round.
sure. Well, heat's not after you use heat. The other person gets to use heat. I think heat. I think heat's a good thing, honestly. Like, I know that you're, but when people use heat, like, there's a point in the match where they pop heat, and then the defender's like, I gotta get through this like crazy stuff. Whether you think that's fun or not, this is what happens in the flow of a game of Tekken 8. And then if they survive it, they get to use their heat. And I think that the ebb and flow of that is exciting to me.
Get ready for
Well, okay, to you that's fine. That's your opinion. To me, it is an insult to Tekken. I find Heat. I was one of the first people to see Heat in Europe. I remember the day when we were sitting in the Amsterdam theater. It was me, King J, Mrs. Playstuff, some other creators were there. This was even before I even got into YouTube properly, and they showed us Heat, and we all looked at each other and we said, "What the fuck is that in my Tekken?" That was my response to it. I felt sick seeing that shit. Characters like Feng Wei, who a character that I use, Feng Wei's shoulder is launch punishable, but in this game, in every single round, you have to deal with me doing a plus on block shoulder. In what universe is that acceptable?
Like, I just think that it's... I don't think that it's that bad. I really don't think that, like, what universe is that acceptable? In the current universe, I guess? Like, like Namco thought that...
We are in the upside down.
Yeah, if we're living in an upside down world, like, obviously there's some crazy people at Namco that thought that this would be acceptable. Like, there's, like, and you know, the 35,000 that joined in at the start, and there's lots of people that did not mind Heat, and they thought that it was an interesting mechanic. It might have been ignorance or something like that, but, you know, a lot of people would disagree with you, I think. Like, in what universe? Like, these are very, like... Oh, you're just assuming that your opinion is right. Like, let's be honest. Like, you're just saying, like, all my old school buddies like it this way, and that's how it is. Like, I think it's, like, I don't know.
I didn't say that.
I know you didn't say that, but I'm making a comparison.
Yeah, but you can't do that, Sophie. It's like you're putting words in my mouth. I've said several times that everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm not the FGC dad. If people don't agree with me, that's fine. But in my opinion, Heat is an egregious mechanic. It's a bastardization of Tekken. It's the ugliest thing I've seen added to Tekken. I absolutely can't stand Heat. I think it's so antithetical to Tekken that there will never be a time where I will ever say that Tekken 8 could ever be close to being considered one of the best Tekken games. Another thing that I don't like about this game.
Why do other content creators say it's so close to being like Main Man says that? He's like, this could really be a good Tekken, you know? And yeah, go ahead.
That's his opinion. That's fine. That's his opinion. I don't care about Main Man's opinion on it. That's up to him. No disrespect to him, but that's his opinion. My opinion is that this is nowhere near the best Tekken game. Could it be the best Tekken game? Sure. If you removed Heat, maybe. But there's a whole mechanic in this game holding it back. And one thing that I think people don't consider is that it's all fun and games when you are the one using Heat. But when you are the one on the receiving end of this shit, that shit is not fun to majority of people. No, that's not. Because when I've played plenty of games where I'm on the defensive and I'm having a great time. This is not one of them.
Why can't someone have a great time defending Heat? I don't get it. What's the problem?
Because of how oppressive it is?
Okay, like some people would say that other games are very oppressive, like these crossover games like 2XKO and the Marvel series, like you're blocking a lot of time. They find fun with the extreme offense and defense. What's wrong with it?
Those are separate games. So like the Marvel games,
they're still fighting games. Yeah.
That's a completely different conversation. They're still fighting games, but they function completely differently. I'm talking specifically about Tekken. Now, obviously, there's other fighting games where I like defense, but they're irrelevant. In terms of Tekken and go through like from Tekken 1 to 8 and playing defensively, I have had fun doing that. You asked me what's my favorite Tekken game. My favorite Tekken game is Tag 2 followed by Tekken 6. I loved playing defensive in that game because you were really rewarded for understanding when to step and when to sidewalk and whatnot. It felt good. I don't feel good when I'm playing defensive in this game. I am sweating in this game when I'm playing defensive, and I'm willing to bet majority of people are.
Okay, but why? Yeah, why in other games though can people enjoy that extreme offense and defense? other than Tekken? What's the difference?
Say that again, sir.
Like, why, what is the difference? Like, if offense, like, okay. Like, if having oppressive offense and oppressive defense, or, you know, two defensive stuff, like, if people enjoy that in other games like, you know, like 2XKO and Marvel and, you know, games where you have long, like, wait times before being able to attack, why can't, why is Tekken's not enjoyable?
Sophie, they're different games.
Yeah, what's different about it,
They're
specifically?
different games, Sophie.
Like, why does it not work?
Everything, every single thing is different about them.
And yeah, but so, like, if
Okay,
it can
hold on,
work
hold on a
in
second.
a 2XKO game, you know? If it can work in that game, like, you gotta, like, tell me why it works in 2XKO but not Tekken. You can't just say they're different games.
Okay, well, TXK is a bad example because I've played it once, so I couldn't even tell you what works. And
Alright, what about,
No, we can
like, a
use a
Marvel
different
game?
game. Which Marvel game? What, Marvel 2?
Yeah, sure. I actually have played a little Marvel 2 on emulators.
Okay, so is what you're asking me is why is it fun to defend against Storm and Sentinel in Marvel 2 and why can't that work for Tekken? Is that the question?
Yeah, I think that sometimes you, like, the way that it works is there's, like, ups and downs between people's offense and defense. And those ups and downs are the exciting part about fighting. Like, in Tekken 8's example, like I said, someone pops heat, and there's an exciting moment, like, no matter what. You may not agree with that, but this is my viewpoint for now. Is that no matter what, we're at a point where, you know, you have to defend against this crazy defense, and this other person has, like, some cool offense, you know? And that, in my opinion, would be the same thing as in Marvel 2, whenever someone finally gets the jump on you and you're blocking their crazy offense. You're in an extreme, like, in that game there is infinites on block with, like, spiral and stuff like that. And so if people can, like, really look at those games endearingly, why can't we look at Tekken 8 like that?
Okay, well, first of all, that is completely against what Tekken's original design was. You saying that the characters in Marvel who are dealing with 8-way mix-ups and they find it acceptable, why can't we look at it that? I would say to you, do you want every single game to play the same? Do you want to be doing 8-way mix-ups in Virtua Fighter or DOA? Do you want to be dealing with Super Dash in Tekken? Like, this isn't a comparison. This is like saying, should we have Formula 1 cars
I'm talking
in
about
MotoGP?
offense versus defense. Like, we could take it outside of fighting games entirely. I think if you go to an RTS game, you know, like StarCraft 2, if you have two players that just want to... Have you ever played StarCraft 2?
No.
Okay, so, what's it called? You have two players that just want to be defensive. Like, and eventually it gets really fucking boring because two people just want to, like, use, like, siege tanks, and it becomes like this, like, who can be defensive for hours and hours and hours. And it's really, I don't know, defense is not as fun as offense a lot of the times. Like, go ahead.
Yeah, but Sophie, you're talking about different design philosophies here. Like you're basically saying, why can't chess be checkers? Why can't walking be running? Why can't water be fire? Like these things are all different. Like just because you see Storm has a character in the corner and she's doing the ice hail over and over, and that character's got to deal with chip damage, and those players are okay with that because that's how the game was designed, does not mean that I want to play Tekken and be stuck in the corner while Kazuya's shooting laser beams at me just because it happens in another game. In this game,
I'm saying to be more open-minded with this game, pretty much.
No, I don't mind being open-minded, but this is entering the realm of ridiculousness now. Like, you're going from one extreme to the other. I can be open-minded. I can even accept that maybe sometimes I can be nitpicky on stuff, but we can't look at a 2D anime fighting game or a Marvel game and be like, well, why can't we just accept this stuff in Tekken?
I'm saying, why can't stuff be
It doesn't even
implemented?
compute.
Like, if someone tries to be innovative and add a new mechanic, I don't see why that's a bad thing.
It depends. Not all mechanics are created equal. So if you add in a mechanic to Tekken, it's not necessarily going to be received poorly. But the reason that Tekken's heat mechanic was received so poorly, and I guess this goes into what you're talking about of these super offensive games, is people championed defense in Tekken. They championed it. It was looked at as like a badge of honor almost, and Heat feels like it took that away. So if we're talking about looking at other games that are hyper oppressive, more oppressive than Tekken, and saying why can't we be more open, I've got to be like, are we trying to destroy Tekken now?
I mean, it matters what
You understand?
Tekken
You
is. Like,
understand
a
that,
lot of
right?
people could say that it's gonna be really stale if you just keep it the same. Just keep on doing the same old stuff, and then the developers have got to make a decision. Like, we've got to change some stuff up, and maybe ruffle some feathers and things like that. But you know, like that's the cost of being innovative in anything, right?
Yeah, but Sophie, you can implement new mechanics, but not all mechanics are created equal. So
I'm
you
not saying they
can
are.
bring in new stuff. I'm not saying Tekken has to be. Yeah, I'm not saying that Tekken has to always be the same. And Tekken hasn't always been the same. They've always brought in new stuff to Tekken.
Yeah, exactly.
But this particular thing that they've brought into Tekken is very controversial because everything that people championed about Tekken, this shits all over it. And they've made changes to it to try and make it a bit more fair. They've lowered the amount of plus frames, and they've changed the length of time that you're stuck in a combo from a heat attack. But
Yeah.
it's still come in and it's changed up the way people play Tekken, the way they understand Tekken. Like I was saying to you, Tekken was looked at in a certain way for a very, very, very long time. And like you said, the developers said we want to shake things up, and they did. It's just that they rustled too many feathers this time.
Yeah. Okay, I can see what you're
That's
saying.
all it is. I'm not saying that I want. Yeah, I'm not saying that I want a Tekken game that is exactly the same every single 10 years. It's just updated graphics. I'm not saying that. Obviously, I want new shit in my Tekken games, but not all things will be created equal. So they might release a mechanic in the next Tekken game, and I'm like, wow, this is so much fun. This is super cool. I'm really into this. It champions what I like about Tekken. It makes defense feel really good, and it doesn't make the person that is on offense feel hopeless. But then you could also bring in a mechanic like Heat, where people felt hopeless when they were dealing with it when it first came out. They've nerfed Heat about 10 times. Does everyone remember when Heat first came out and it had the 2 token system, and people saw them and they were like, oh, what the fuck is that? Like, even I said, what the hell is that?
Okay,
And then
so
they removed the 2
all right.
token system.
So here's what I'm gonna say. Like, yeah. I mean, so I hate bringing up the thing with sales and participation because, like, I don't know, people don't like that. But you know, I'm gonna say, like, if you don't like Tekken 8, my argument is that you should not support it. You should not play it. You shouldn't buy it. You know, and like, do you agree with that or not really?
No, so this is where I stand on it. I know some people won't agree with me on this, but I think if you stick your head in the sand and you don't say anything, then you just leave your favorite thing to the wolves. The way I look at it is that if you've already got Tekken 8, if you've already purchased it, and you've got a loud voice, you should be using your voice to show people why the game is in a bad state. That's why I champion what Blackheart is doing. He's turned on the game, he's saying, this character they fucked up here, this character got fucked up here.
Non-content
Don't
creators.
support the stuff in the store. What, just sitting around in your house playing it? Yeah, obviously that I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that sit around your house and play it, because then you're not helping the situation, and you also don't like the game. So yeah, that doesn't make any sense. But people like me and Blackheart, I don't sit around playing Tekken in my spare time. And anyone can fact check me on that. They can go into the Wavy thing or whatever that is. They can check when my last match was. I don't sit around playing it in my spare time, but I will make YouTube videos about it because I know that I have a loud enough voice that I might be able to rustle some feathers. Blackheart is knowledgeable enough that he might be able to get people to see that actually this is some bullshit update. Yeah.
But
so I think that people. Hold on, just on a final note, I think people who have the game do not buy a single thing in that store Just use the game that you have to show people why it is a bad game. You already have it. You might as well put it to good use.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I get the content creators. I believe that they should spread what they believe about Tekken. And so, even though like me and Blackheart, as long the thing is like I would say as long as they are, intellectually honest, they're not saying things that are misinformation or just wrong and stuff like that. I think that is okay. Like, do you think that people they shouldn't like spread information, right? Like we can agree on that.
Yeah, people shouldn't spread misinformation, but if you feel a certain thing about the game, I think that you should speak about it. Like a lot of people will go to, oh, he just wants views or he's just farming outrage when they should be mature enough to understand that some people like things and some people don't like things. Like for example, Shinblade, he loves this game. And I respect that. He loves it. I don't love it. Shinblade has every right to go on this platform and talk about it. Now, if somebody was to call Shinblade, he's toxic positive, I'd say maybe you're being unfair because Shinblade's got a certain appreciation of this game that I don't have. So I'd say you're being unfair, and I would say that you're being unfair if you're just saying, "Oh, Mike's being toxic, whatever, like toxic, negative, whatever."
I'm not
phrase
saying
they
that,
use.
but like
When
in
this
Blackheart's,
is
yeah,
how I feel.
yeah. In Blackheart's, I think it is
Yep.
exaggerated a bit, and so like okay,
Nope.
yeah, go ahead.
Nope. Not at all. Not at all. Blackheart is he's and I know Blackheart. I've spoken to him for a very long time in private. That's exactly how he feels. He's obviously playing it up on camera a little bit. So you could say he's exaggerating a little bit, but he's exaggerating in terms of like making the video entertaining with the God of War music and shouting in Italian. But what he's saying about King is accurate. He's giving you the numbers. He's giving you why it's a
He
bad
was
idea. He's
talking
giving
about
you why it's a
reaction time. I'm
stack
gonna
that can
interrupt
get
you
you.
on purpose on this time, just this one time, because we were talking about King's 14 frame grab. Blackheart, what he said is he's like, you're telling me that pros can react to a 14 frame grab. That's what he was saying yesterday. So I'll try to pull out the receipts like C4 did on me, which good on him if he. But I think that some people may look at that situation and think that Blackheart is saying that even pros like seriously like it's at the high level of play. Like all right, actually Blackheart, yeah. So yeah, I think that that might spread literal like misinformation because if he says like are you saying a 14 frame grab is reactable and he's saying it's not. Well, it is reactable, but the way that he's making it seem is that it's not reactable. Like, do you think that that is that? Let me pull up the. Let me see if I can find it. What do you think about
I
that, Mike?
think I'll be honest with you, Sophie. I think that you're being extremely unfair to Blackheart, and I think that if people start calling you toxically positive, then I don't think you should be surprised because you're kind of like you're picking at him when I'm telling you this is what he believes.
I'm
So
not
if
saying it's
people
not
start
what he
picking at
believes.
you now, you shouldn't be surprised.
Okay, but you can believe something that's wrong. And you can spread information without even. Like, you can just exaggerate and accidentally spread misinformation. Like, if my graphs were wrong and stuff like that, then I would have to say, like, fuck, I thought I wasn't spreading information, but maybe I am, right?
I mean, do you want Blackheart to come in here? I'll stay quiet whilst you two talk.
I would love to. All right, let me pull up the. Yeah, hold on. I'll bring him in. I expected this to just be a Mike Hollow thing, but I want to bring him in for a second.
Yeah,
Blackheart,
but
if
the
you could
problem.
join my Discord and go to the open on stream, and yeah, I'll talk to you. But
Yeah, it was supposed
all
to
right,
just
let's
be
yeah.
me and you, but you started talking about Blackheart again. So like, you shouldn't have brought him up again. That's what I'm saying. It feels
Hey, Mike,
like
why
there's a
can't I talk
vendetta
about that?
against Blackheart
Yeah,
because
why
we
can I
weren't
not
talking
talk
about him.
about Blackheart?
Because you've been speaking about him now for the past 3 days almost, and
And
it
so
feels
what?
targeted. That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's fine. But if people start targeting you, you can't get upset about it.
Sure, they already target me. What do you? Of course, I'm the fucking. I get it. Okay, Blackheart, you can But yeah, I mean, I have the right to talk about him. I respect him as a person and a creator. But I think the way that he's doing things is kind of bad. So yeah, I can talk about it. All right, let me get Blackheart in here. All right, hello.
No, so, Sophie, I'm gonna be respectful today. I'm really gonna promise. Like, I'm not gonna scream or anything. Like, I'm sure we can have a civil conversation today without the podcast thing and all of
Yeah,
this
yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
That
yeah.
we had yesterday. What do you think?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, okay. Um, yeah, the important thing is that you gotta, like, I will be respectful towards you, and I wish for you to be the same towards me, because yesterday you, like, what the thing I really don't didn't like, is that, and I'm gonna say it like respectfully now, no, is that you called me doomer multiple times, and that is something that really makes me angry, and I'll try to explain you why, and then you can say about the king grab, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Because Doomer is something that is more often used by people who want to completely dismiss someone else's opinion just because of the way they say something. Like, I would like for you more to go on the matter of what I said in that video rather than the way I said it. So yeah, that's that, like doomer mostly is used by people who completely want to dismiss. It's like if I said to you, you're toxic positivity, which I never said, by the way. I never said you were
Sure.
doing
You
toxic
yeah.
positivity. I went on the mat. I went on the matter of what you said. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would like you for you to do the same for one time, because I'm getting kind of tired of saying of hearing you say I'm exaggerating and so on. It's okay. We know it's part of the way I am. It's part of my content. I exaggerate in the way I am. It's the way I like to do content, and you gotta accept this, whether or not you like it. Like, it's the way I entertain my audience. Everybody entertains their audiences whatever they like. Mike is more composed, more chill. He's a very cool guy, very chill. I'm the one who screams, and it perfectly.
What do you think
It's
my
fine in a
audience is? Out of
podcast content.
curiosity.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know you enough to know your audience, and I'll never have also I'll never judge the way you do content. Everybody does content in its own way. So I want respect for the way I do
That's
content.
fair.
Maybe you wouldn't like it and so on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying basically. Yeah. So let's go on the matter of the video itself. What do you think? What do you
So
think?
so yeah, let me get your ideas on
You
that
wish
on that grab. So what's yeah, that quarter circle back 1+3 grab. So why are you saying in the
Yeah.
video, like, why are you making such a big deal about that grab?
Okay, I'll try to explain again without getting angry again. Okay, so I don't think the grab is broken. Like, if you ask me, is the grab broken as it is? No, it's not broken, because you can break it. You can break it. It's not like the fastest grab. Yes. So if you use that argument, it's not a broken grab. The point I said in the video is different. It's not about how broken, how strong a grab is. The problem is about, and that's what they did to the other characters in the patch. Not only not nerfing the stuff we're asking to nerf since a long time with a lot of the characters, including King, which, do you agree that was already strong or not, by the way? Do you
I
agree that
actually
King
do
was already a
agree.
super strong,
Yes,
or
I do.
I would say broken character, I would say.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't.
So the
Yeah.
problem,
Okay.
my gripe with dispatch. I'm gonna finish. My problem with dispatch is that not only you don't nerf anything of these characters, including King, because you also agree with me that apart from the down 4 to nerf, he didn't get nerfed at all, right? Like, nothing that we complain about got nerfed about King. Not only
The
they didn't
is
nerf
down for.
anything about him,
I mean,
but
that
they
you see, that's
added.
an exaggeration, because someone might believe that when you know very well that his down forward 2 got nerfed. So why do you say and exaggerate?
Is it a
Because
big nerf?
somebody. Yeah, but my
Yeah,
problem is that you're
yeah,
saying
but
nothing got nerfed. That's an exaggeration and that's misinformation, and that's what's gonna cause people to believe.
nothing.
Yeah, but that is wrong. That's objectively wrong.
Nothing substantial changed about King with the new
That
patch.
is more
Nothing.
accurate,
Nothing.
thank you.
Not
But you
only
didn't say
what is,
substantial. You said nothing at all. And that's my problem.
but you don't choose the way I say. Yeah, but you don't choose the way I say things. Like, I think I'm completely capable of saying that. And by the way, I mentioned that. Did you see
Well,
the video or not?
that's
By
my
the way,
point.
I don't
Okay,
know
but
if you
go
see.
ahead.
If you saw
I
the
have
video.
seen the entire video.
Did you see the full? Because I mentioned all the things they changed. Also the nerfs, and also explain why. I don't
And
think
yeah.
the nerfs is gonna change much.
Yeah, but I think
So
you downplayed it.
yeah,
Like
so
the entire
what's the
video is
point?
like this pessimistic, I don't know what you call doomer, but this is like pessimistic, right? And there's nothing positive about Tekken
No,
8 in this video, which is
ha-
your opinion, and that's okay. But like, when somebody, if they heard you right now that nothing changed, like I just think that's a little disingenuous. That's all.
Do you understand that my rage comes from the fact that I expected everyone, including the broken characters, to be nerfed, though, and the king changes are not substantial nerfs, and that's why I'm full of rage. Do you understand that or not? Then you can say maybe exaggerated, maybe I screamed. I don't care about that because that's the way I'm saying things. But
Fair
on the
enough.
matter, can you understand my frustration with seeing a character
Yeah,
getting buffed again over and over, apart from a small
I
nerf,
can.
or not?
Yeah, I
From
think,
my point of view,
I just to
because
reiterate what you're saying.
as a content creator,
Go ahead.
no, sorry, I'm just saying, as a content creator, I personally asked for 1 year of nerfing every single character in the game, whether the strongest or the weakest, because I think everybody's broken in this game. Not only they don't do that with most of the cast, but they buff characters that were already broken before, like King. And that's why I'm so rageful in the video. I
If
think
you
it's
buff,
understandable
yeah.
for every.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're saying they
yeah.
buffed everything. You've
Go on.
asked for them
No, no, go, go.
for 1 year. You've nerfing all the characters. If you have like, let's say everybody's a 10. Every character's a Tekken. They're a 10 in Tekken, 10 out of 10 power, and then you add 1 point to all of them. Relatively, they would still be the same. Until we know how all of the variables interact, we
That's a
don't know.
problem. That's a problem.
It's not a problem relatively.
But
They're
that's a problem
actually
that
all
they say the same.
like between all of the numbers,
For me,
they're
it
all
is.
identical. They're all 11. Whether it's 10, 11, 12, 50 or whatever,
That-
however many points, they're still identically
And do you
the
understand?
same.
Yeah, do you understand that for me it's a problem? Maybe for you, no. For me, it's because in my point of view, everybody
Well, it
should
shouldn't
be
be a
tuned
problem.
down, not brought higher up or staying the same. Huh?
I said it should not, like,
What do
let's
you
say
say?
you're a game developer, right? And you, like, we develop checkers, right? And you start out with, like, 5 pieces of checkers on each side. And then we say, hey, you know what? Let's buff black and let's buff red and add a checker piece to both sides. It would be relatively the same game, wouldn't it? You shouldn't have a
Then-
problem with that.
But let's say because you're saying something that doesn't change anything at all. In this way, in this thing instead, it changes for a lot of Tekken players and content creators, because everybody basically asked for the game to be tuned down, okay? And leaving it the same is a problem. Even not doing anything is a problem. Like, even leaving the game as it is, it's a huge problem. It's not a small problem. You know what I mean? Because you're
I didn't
still
say it's
living
not a
the
big
game in
problem.
the
I
same
said the
situation
game.
which we.
I said in relation to each other, the characters would still be the same. They would be still balanced.
But
Like,
in fact, you gotta understand that the patch itself, for me, it's not like the worst patch Tekken ever had. But you gotta understand the disappointment behind this patch. Because again, in terms of content, season 2 is way worse. But way worse than season 3. You know what I mean? But way worse. Like, season 2 is the lowest point ever. But here, now, with season 3, we came from a year of expecting something. Because they themselves, with the marketing idea, had in mind to, back to basics and everything. And we were so burned out from season 2 that we were
Yeah.
expecting big changes with season 2. So this patch, again, it's not the worst patch ever, but in terms of disappointment, it's being perceived as way worse.
definitely,
You know what
I
I mean?
agree with you 100%.
That's why I'm more enraged now than before. And that's it.
Yeah, I
That's
think
it,
a lot of people
really.
were
That's why I'm
disappointed.
so
I
pissed off.
yeah, I think that the devs had advertised back to basics, and even in season 2, it was like the defense patch, right? Like Like I do understand those. Like it's just
Yeah.
that, like and so the devs, I think their advertising is bad. Like I actually do. I agree with you. I think the core elements of the gameplay
It's more
is
like
good.
that's debatable. But you debated with Mike already.
Yeah,
I completely
debatable.
disagree, of course, as you know already. I think it's
I know.
hugely debatable, but okay. But like again, I'm gonna try to like this is the main point. Like my rage right now doesn't come from the patch being super bad. It comes from the huge disappointment and also not gonna lie, the rage of being lied to by them for another year, basically, because I was expecting this patch. Like I don't know, the Messiah. I was expecting, like Jesus. I was expecting some big change, something that really shake up the game a little bit. Also because it's called Season 3. You know what I mean? It's a
Yeah.
new season. The game should be
You expected more,
completely
yeah.
taken up. You know what I mean? Like, I think, but also honestly, isn't it a little bit disappointing for you that the game basically is the same? Like it's season 2 again. Like I don't know, it should be something new, something that really would shake up things, something that would completely change the game. Because it always happened like this in every season, you know. Season 2 was, even though in the worst part, changed the game completely. Season 3 is nothing really, basically not relevant, and that is a huge disappointment for for a lot of people. So yeah, that's why I'm so angry personally. I don't know if Mike agrees. By the way, I don't know if he read if he heard everything.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of the patch, season 2 was obviously content-wise far worse. It was like
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was like it was like the apocalypse almost. Season 3 is not as bad, but the disappointment stack makes it the sting much more worse. Because when you go from maximum disappointment, which was season 2, to thinking there's no way that they're going to disappoint us again, to be disappointed again, it's like season 3 stings even more because now it's like we're in the midway through Tekken 8's lifespan. We know now that these developers are not really listening to what the community wants, or what at least the core Tekken base wants. I don't know if the casuals outweigh us and all that stuff, but we know at least we're not going to get what we want. That's why I said I'm playing Tag 2 again. I'm doing my own thing. I'll make content for it. We'll talk about it, but the developers have shown their hand. Tekken 8's not going to become the game that I want it to become or anything. It is what it is. It's a
I'm gonna
disappointment. It's a massive
yeah.
disappointment of a Tekken game.
If you, of course, it's your stream. I don't know if I can answer to Shinblade, Sophie. I don't know. You
Go ahead,
say
go ahead. And I
it's your
appreciate you
stream. You decide.
respecting my stream, but go
No,
ahead.
because of course, it's your space, and I'm gonna respect that. Of course, I don't want to take you much time. I don't know if you wanted to play today.
No,
I don't know.
I'm having a great time talking
just
with
want to
both of
say-
you. And honestly, thanks for coming on. Like
Okay.
I want people to have an open discussion about this. And if I'm wrong, I don't want Tekken going into a bad direction either.
The only thing I really wanted to show you is that I won't like scream no matter what you say, because of course this is a different environment. This is your stream only. It's only 3 of us.
You scream
Yesterday,
however
I
much
also
you want.
screamed, and I was also like the. No, because it was also part of the content, let's say. But it's not like I'm always like this, no matter what. By the way, like Shinblade, is saying something very disingenuous because he thinks that we don't know what to do about the game. Everybody of us knows what to do about the game. It's very simple because everybody complains about the same stuff. Everybody complains about the combo length. Everybody complains about healing and the aggressiveness being so much. Like, what does he even talk about? Everybody knows what's wrong with the game. Everybody says the same things over and over again. Combo length, damage,
I don't think everyone
aggression, and how
agrees.
easy it is to access aggression. But most of the content creators, at least, and people who complain about the game, say the same stuff, and this is the stuff they say about. I don't know. Like, of course, we can disagree on some little tweaks, but the core of the complaints are about this, basically.
I wonder if
how easy
Shinblade
it
would
is to
wanna
access
come
aggression
on.
in this game. It's really about this. Really, it's really about this. Really, it's about how easy it is to access aggression. It is about, I don't know, how, everything like this.
But like, can I just say something real quick? Like, I'm reading the
Oh
chat.
my God, C4, man.
What is, guys?
Wow.
We're talking about a game, and you guys are here calling each other's names because you don't agree. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we can't have discussions if we're talking about something that you don't understand or you don't agree with, and in your reaction is, I'm gonna go cuss that person out. Like when I was talking about the martial arts fantasy thing, when I talk to certain people about that, they understand it straight away. Now I understand that people didn't get it, but the immediate reaction is like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?" Blah blah blah. Like, can we not just talk civilly without calling each other scrub and names and whatever?
It's Twitch, bro. It's Twitch. You gotta
I don't know
live
what's
up
wrong
with it.
with people, right? Like, this is what I mean. Like, this is why drama starts. This is why fights start, because you state an opinion about a game that someone doesn't like, and then they give you some
Yeah,
backhanded response. And I'm like, bro, we're talking about fucking pixels, numbers and pixels. Yeah, we don't agree with the
Yeah.
yeah,
design
yeah,
philosophy, but why are you cussing me?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. And that is something,
It's the internet. I don't
I
even.
was even worried about yesterday, because these, I think it's hard to separate, like, someone's beliefs about a game and then you start thinking, overgeneralizing them, as a person. So, honestly, sharing and being like this is actually a big step for me, because I usually just stay in my own lane and have good vibes and stuff. But, there is a side of me that's, like,
Yeah, no,
argumentative
no, yeah, yeah,
and, yeah. But
yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. No, no, I said everything I needed to say. I don't need to add anything more. I just wanted to answer on this. I don't know if you have to say something else about the video. Also, you talked about misinformation. I don't think I said anything wrong in the video in terms of real like Tekken knowledge. Like I don't know if I said anything
I
wrong. I
don't
don't know.
think you did
Like
either.
you said about
Yeah,
I've seen.
yeah. I think that
Yeah.
what you're
No, the
doing
only thing.
is the way that you say things makes people perceive inaccuracies about Tekken. All right, let me pull up the Hold on, I'm gonna actually pull up where we were talking on the podcast yesterday, and then I wanted to actually respond to you, but I didn't want to disrespect Mike Hollow because I don't want to be interrupting all the time, and I'm gonna be honest, like Mike is like the only friend I have on Twitch, kind of like ever since like all of that stuff. So that's why I was getting emotional at the very end because I felt like I was cutting off my last final ties to the people that could possibly, like be, nice to me in this space. But anyways, I'm gonna pull this up.
Again,
Go ahead, yeah.
again. No, I just wanted to say, of course, you gotta understand that. Let's say you said stuff that most of the people, especially on my Colo's channel, don't agree with. So you gotta expect a negative reaction. It's like you're in. I'm not saying you're in an hostile environment, but you're saying controversial stuff, okay, that most people don't agree with right now, and that should be a
Yeah.
huge indicator that maybe the sentiment is negative towards them right now. And I don't think all of the people are only negative about the game because they're influenced because of their influencers. I think maybe I'm wrong though, but I think
Yeah,
most of the people are negative about the game because they're people that are actually pissed off at the game. Yeah, so sorry, Mike. Say
yeah,
something.
I will like Sophie's good in my book. My thing with people has always been that we can sit and we can talk about and we can have disagreements. If you attack me over my opinion on a video game, then yes, I'm gonna flame you for it. But if you
Yeah,
disagree with me, then that's completely fine. I got no problem with that. I love having discussions with people that don't agree with me. I just don't like
yeah,
these fucking Twitter bots who sit there puffing out their chest over a flipping game. Over
Yeah.
that's why when Mike ATO got angry yesterday, I understand because
Yeah.
it
who?
obviously
What
we
happened?
shouldn't
What
we
happened?
shouldn't uh we shouldn't push for violence, but there is a degree of you won't chat to me like that in person. It's not even normal to talk to people like that in person over a game. That
Yeah, but
shit is
what happened?
perplexing.
What
I
happened?
can't.
Because you.
Someone came into the stream and was. I didn't see it
Okay.
because I went to piss. I came back and people were like
Ah,
Mike just lost his temper. Someone came into the stream and was rude to Mike apparently, but apparently there was a
Mike
misunderstanding.
ATL. Mike
Yeah,
ATL.
Mike
Ah,
popped off
Yeah.
and he basically said you won't chat to me like that in person. And
ah.
that's a real thing. Like I know people don't like hearing it, but it is a real thing. Like it's that meme that you see of the dog barking behind the gate and then the gate suddenly moves and the dog goes quiet. It's like there's no
Mm.
need to talk crazy to people on the internet. I
Yeah.
don't understand why people do that about video games. I can understand if it's politics, if it's real serious things like war and whatnot, but we're talking about Tekken and people are
Yeah, 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 yeah.
talking
Yeah, yeah.
about oh go do one, mate. Blah. I'm like, bro, grow up, man. Go outside.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I
okay.
understand, for example. Yeah, no. I just wanted to say, of course, the conversation between me and Sophie yesterday got a little bit heated also as well. I gotta acknowledge that because, of course, we had, it was a heated argument. It was a heated podcast, and maybe, we flipped off a little bit each other. But
Yeah.
at least we managed to, I don't know,
No problem.
to
I
have a
still
conclusion to
consider.
this
Yeah,
argument.
as a person, I have no problems with that. I usually am. I'm worried about people not liking me because I'm the weird one. Let's be honest, right? Like I'm the fucking VTuber, and everybody's saying I have a voice changer and that I'm a fucking guy and all of that stuff. With like, I don't know, they say all that sort of stuff. And okay, so obviously, like, I'm going to play this. Okay, so
Okay.
in this situation, I can't hear it very well, so I need everybody to be quiet. So give me a second. Like I think this is gonna be I don't know about the volume of this. Whisper, I don't know about Fintee's throw breaking, but fuck, nobody's getting hit by that, and I know you're not getting hit by that. So why are you telling? Can you guys hear that or no? Is it loud enough?
No, I can't hear anything.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, let me see.
Ma quando mai?
It is. Okay, so let's just turn this up. Alright, so this is a situation where I wanted to respond, but the thing is that I was respecting my extreme. That is
Ma che cazzo? Ma quando mai? Ma quando mai?
It is what I'm going to say is I think that this makes it seem like the king throw is actually viable at high level play, and not only that, he's saying that are you saying you can react to a 14 frame grab? And 14 frame is yes, that's true, it's not reactable, but what he's not mentioning is that there is a certain window that you can actually break after the 14 frame hits. And by excluding that information, in my opinion,
Of course.
yeah, but by excluding that, the saying, like, it makes it seem unreactable. And I wanted to talk about this, but let me see. It's bad, and you're making it look good.
I mean, maybe I
QJ,
misinterpreted what you
Shinblade,
meant,
Frame
maybe
Whisperer,
probably because
I don't know about
like let's say in the Tekken
14 frame throw you get.
language, throws are breakable in that way. Like
Anybody
You're
who
telling
is-
me.
I don't know. You see something maybe and you duck it on reaction. That's what I understood.
Yeah,
from what you
but
said.
why are you
That's why I
arguing
reacted, like,
a point that King's grab is like viable at top level play? Like Shinblade is over there, and he's like, yeah, like he's kind of like,
because it's a grab. Because it's a.
Okay, go ahead.
But Sophie, sorry, but you're saying that command grabs are unviable in high level plays. Otherwise, with this reasoning, I don't know, grabbers wouldn't exist in high level play. I don't understand.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
It's a command grab, like.
So
all the
yeah,
other-
so okay, so here's what I'm saying. Just to
I don't know.
clarify, I'm saying that grabs get grabs get less viable the more the person can break a throw. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but again, my point was it's almost like you're making it seem like it's useless at high level, like it's not a big deal. No, it's still a deal.
Yeah, but if you
It's
listen,
still something you have to deal with.
yeah, it's
not
something
like
that you have to deal with. But like people might think that even at high level this thing is broken. Like I'm gonna play the clip and then you can
But
tell me whether
again.
yeah.
Again, I never said it's broken though. Where did I say it's broken?
Well, I'll let
Why
you
did I
guys
say it's
decide whether what Blackheart says. I'm gonna let you guys decide whether it might influence a viewer that maybe the grab is viable. Okay?
No one.
At low
You tell me
levels.
every
Who in
14
this
frame
chat-
throw you get.
Anybody
You're
in chat
telling
is-
me. Ma che cazzo dici? Every
I'm not
14
saying
frame
every
throw.
14 throw I'm gonna
can't
break.
hear
I'm
you.
saying the vast majority. That is. Can you not hear it? Really?
No, I can't hear it.
Can anybody hear that? No.
On Discord, no, no, you're not streaming it on Discord. That's what we mean. Like I'm hearing it from the stream, like from the Twitch stream, but you're not streaming it on Discord. You know what I mean? Like we are not hearing the
Oh.
video here. on the
Oh,
board.
stream can hear it, but Discord. Oh, okay. I'm gonna show it on stream. I don't think I can show it on
Yeah.
Discord. So it's just okay. So I'll just do it on stream. I hope you guys don't mind.
I remember. I remember what we said anyway. I don't know why you're showing it. Like I remember what we said, but yeah.
Yeah, but for those of us that don't know it, like this is the part that I was talking about.
Okay.
Good is going to get hit by that. You know that
Okay.
as a competitive player.
Ma
but you
che
choose to
cazzo stai
actually put that
dicendo?
out there.
Ma che cazzo stai dicendo? Porca troia! A 14 frame throw, no one will get hit by it. No one.
At
You
low
tell me
levels.
every
All of
14
this
frame
chat,
throw you get,
anybody
you're
good
telling
is-
me. Ma che cazzo dici? Every
I'm not
14
saying
frame
every
throw?
14 throw I'm gonna break. I'm saying the vast majority. That is
Ma
absolutely
che cazzo? Ma
utterly
quando mai?
useless at top
Ma
level
quando
play.
mai?
It is bad, and you're making it look good. King J, Shinblade, Frame Whisperer. You know, I don't know about Fenty's throw breaking, but fuck, nobody's getting hit by that. And I know
Ma
you're
quando?
not getting hit
Ma
by
non-
that.
ma-
So why are you
ma what
telling
are you
other people
saying?
that
What
they're
are
gonna
you
get hit by
saying?
that?
Okay.
Ma if King does a throw from Jaguar, King does a throw from Jaguar sprint that is like 20 plus frames, and they get hit by it at high level. How shouldn't a 14 frame throw not hit the opponent? What are you saying?
Brad, why you? I don't know if who is echoing, but I want everybody to be able to hear it clearly. I don't know who's is anybody on like a speaker or something? Okay. Let me change this up. Changing the goalpost. Is the grab broken or not? Or is it useful at top level competitive play or not?
Of course, it's useful at high level combat.
not.
What do you mean?
No, it's fucking not. King J, what do you think? Shinblade, what do you think? It Shinblade is literally he's laughing his ass off. Like he knows that it's like people are gonna break this on reaction. King J's got this sort of face, you know.
No. They're laughing because we are screaming at each other, not because you're right. I don't know if you understand this. I'm
Alright,
sorry.
yeah, that
But
might
you're
be
saying
true.
that a 14 frame command. I'm sorry, but again, you're saying that again. I don't want to stress. You're saying that a 14 frame command grab is not useful. That's your words at high level. It's not useful. That's what you said.
Yeah,
That's what you
it
said.
is
I don't
well
think. Do you confirm
But
this
when-
now? Or do you understand? Maybe you also saying that
I'm sorry, you
grab
broke
is
out
not,
a little
it's not,
bit.
every grab is useful at high level.
Well, I mean, a
Huh?
grab isn't as useful as like other moves, right? Like I'm not saying that the grab is. I'm saying like grabs. You know, they're useful at high level play, but like the whole thing before this, like fuck, like what you're saying is like you're saying that this is viable at. Okay, hold on. Let me. You know what? Let me just be fair and just use the words that literally were used. Okay.
Yeah, fucking dumb.
Okay. Hold on.
You're saying it's not useful at high level. It's simply not true. Simply not true.
It is
That's the
useful.
point. It's simply not true.
It is useful at high level, but it's less useful the better you can break throws.
And that's what. And that's something you didn't say in the podcast. You said it's not useful. No,
Well, you
it's
also
useful.
didn't
It's
mention
useful
that
as
it's
a command
breakable
grab.
on reaction. Like, why didn't she say it's breakable on reaction?
But all throws, if you all throws are like it's something. It's
All throws are
it's
not
common
breakable
sense
on
in Tekken
reaction.
world.
Like, if
All
you get on
throw-
right now, I don't think you can break Shining Wizard versus Shining
like,
Wizard.
No, I mean that most of the throws you can see them coming at you, and
Yeah,
you can
but when
react.
you say all throws,
Of course,
that
not all
is
throws.
that is the inaccuracy that I'm talking about.
No, it's true. It's true. No. It's true. It's true. Like the Shining Wizard and
Yeah.
Jaguar.
Like you're speaking
Giant Swing are
in
not, like,
inaccuracy.
they are undetectable.
Yeah. In my opinion.
Yeah, but you're also saying that they are not useful at high level, and that's also wrong, though.
I mean,
That's
it's
also
kind
wrong,
of, you know, if we were to say both things, that, you know, to exclude the, like, which is, you know, to not mention that something is breakable in reaction, like, I believe which is largely true, versus my offense, which is not
but if I
saying that
say-
it's entirely useful. I
again-
would say yours is, you know, yours is more misleading, in my opinion.
No, yours. No, for me, yours is more detrimental because you're downplaying a broken character that is already broken, in my opinion. But
We're
okay.
talking
But
about that move.
Apart
It's
from
not.
the fact that when you say,
I'm not
when you say-
downplaying the move. The move is like is not very good at high level. You know that.
You said it. No, and that's false. That's simply false.
So
That's
you
simply
think that
false.
that move
It's
is
not
going to
true.
be used in high level? Like that command grab, like it's going to be something that
Like
that is really good.
like it's gonna be used. It's gonna be used like every command grab is used at eye level. Yes, exactly like every single command grab at eye level. Again, I use the example of
I don't think so.
The Jaguar sprint throw. The Jaguar I said myself the example of the Jaguar sprint throw. You're telling me they never use a Jaguar sprint throw at eye level, and it's way slower than the 14 frames throw. By
I
the way,
didn't say they didn't use
tell me they
the
never use
Jaguar.
the Jaguar
The
sprint throw.
Jaguar sprint, I didn't say that at all. Like because they actually do use it because you cannot
No, I meant, no,
yeah.
no, I
Yeah.
meant no. That's for saying that if
Well-
pro players use a way slower throw from a Jaguar sprint, you know that is way slower than 14 frames. You will tell me that they will not use a way faster low. That is the faster grab. Sorry, faster grab that is also command grip.
Okay, like-
command grab.
Okay,
Really.
so the thing
That's my
is
point.
so
Like
yeah,
everything.
no,
I'm gonna say
like
one last thing.
okay, go ahead. Like it doesn't matter how many frames it is.
everything at
Like
eye level is used.
it's if you have to decide on the 50-50 in which that stance provides.
What?
Okay,
I didn't understand. Sorry.
so listen, it doesn't like you have to guess when somebody hits you with enough plus frames to move into Jaguar sprint, and then you have to guess between the options, right?
Okay.
Like it doesn't matter like how
Yeah.
long the animation of the dash is, that it's like fucking a bazillion frames long. If you have enough frames to where it's a 50-50 mix up, it's still viable because like, you know, it's a 50-50 mix up. You have to guess right there. Like there's situations where you have to guess King's dash, right?
Oh.
And so it's viable.
So you're proving you're proving yourself that every move in the game is viable in certain situations. So even
What?
a launching throw that is command grab. There is a command grab, and instead of being completely useless, that's the point. Again, that's the point. Every move in the game is useful. Even I don't know, even Jack's unblockable. Just to say
Yeah,
one
but
thing.
do you believe
Like,
that some moves are less
every move
useful
in the
than
game,
others?
like it's wrong. What?
Some moves are less useful than others,
it's
right?
as useful.
And you're exaggerating this
Of
move.
course, and why? It's a grappler that is it's a grappler that is another throw to mix you up with in the mix-ups. Sometimes everybody can eat this throw. Sometimes, like why cannot it happen? Why?
I'm
Do
saying
you think
it's
so
less
unlikable?
it is less
unlikely that
useful
people-
than other moves like his actual giant swing or shining wizard. It's less useful, but what you're saying is that you're overplaying this throw. Like you're making it seem like it's the end of the world because of theatrical sort of like this is
It's the end of the
yeah.
again.
Yeah, I think that you exaggerate.
And you don't understand why.
And it's bad for Tekken.
You don't understand why. You don't understand why. Again, I don't know how to explain it anymore. It's not bad because the movie is broken. It's bad because they give more tools to play to characters that need more tools. That's my point. Again, it's not about the move being broken completely with no counterplay. The thing I'm angry about is about giving even more tools to characters that already had everything to play on.
Why don't you
That's
just
my
say
gripe.
the accurate
And
information?
again, I don't know why you're.
Like why don't you just say, all right, this is a new grab, it's useful, except it is breakable on reaction. Like why didn't you say that? Why did you
I
exclude
said
that
you can break
information?
it by one. What do you mean? What do I need to?
On
I
your
said
video,
it's a command grab. Command
on
grab.
your video, you never said it's breakable on reaction. Like I don't believe you did, unless I'm
But
wrong.
what do you mean breakable?
In your video,
What do you mean? What do you mean breakable?
yeah, did
What do
you
mean
mention
breakable on reaction? What do you even mean?
like basically if
What do you
someone
mean
can
breakable on
verify
reaction?
the animation with their eyes, then they can then press 1 to break that grab, and yeah.
It's the meaning of command grabs on Tekken. It's the meaning of command grabs. You watch them and you break it with the correct input.
Yeah.
Like why do I need to specify? That was not the point.
You asked me to specify,
the
did
point
you
I
not?
was trying to make for the last
Like what I'm saying is, why did you
I'm gonna say
exclude
it for
the
last time,
information that they can break it on reaction? Like in your entire King video.
because it's because it's obvious. to Tekken players, it's obvious
Okay.
that you see a grab and you can break it.
Or
I don't think it was needed to say it.
you're not being
breakable
fair.
by one.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing. Or you're just actually not you're choosing to exclude that information. You know,
In that moment, I needed to.
Yeah.
Because in that moment, I needed to stress another concept that for me was more important in that moment. And again, it was not about the grab itself, that it's not like the biggest deal ever. It's about, again, I'm going to say it one last time and then never again. It's because you give more tools to characters that were already broken, period. That's why I stressed that part of my argument instead of concentrating of the move itself. I said it was breakable by one, and it's 14 frames. And by the way, even at 14 frames, it still has a lot of utility. Because, for example, if you, it's bufferable, and even if when you block a minus 14 power crush, you can potentially launch with a throw. It has multiple usages, by the way.
Yeah,
and that's
but
why
like
I think it's something stupid to give King to an already very strong character with a lot of already good strong grabs. Why giving it even more? Even if they're not the best grabs, why giving it even more? Why do you want more and more? Why do you want more and more tools to play around? Like, I don't understand. I think you needed.
This is a different goalpost. Like I'm talking about the way in which you talk can mislead people to, like, when you say, King did not get, like earlier in our conversation you said they only buffed King. It was all buffs. Now I realize that you have an educated audience, but to people that didn't read the patch notes, they might not know the down forward 2 is nerfed. If you say all of King's moves,
Yeah, but
how I don't
yeah.
understand. Like, to me, you're not being accurate. Like, if I were to say, like, if I were to only list the nerfs, then I would be inaccurate. But I say, like, all right, this was buffed. I'm intellectually honest, and this was nerfed. But you're not doing the same thing.
Sophie, I will be disingenuous only if I didn't mention the nerf, but I did. So I will be disingenuous if in the entire video I never mentioned the nerf.
No, in the King video, admittedly you
Instead
did. But earlier today, you said
Can I
to
jump
me.
in here?
Yeah.
So
but
what's the point, Sophie? What's the point then?
I said
Can I
in
jump
your
in,
normal,
Blackheart?
like, this is okay. This is on Mike's podcast, but on my stream, you literally could have had someone believe that that King did not get nerfed. Like what you said, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, okay, go ahead. Like, I think that you said that he wasn't nerfed.
Right here, Mark.
Sophie, this is
Basically, no.
this is absolutely
Oh yeah, it's off
insane that
topic.
this is what we're going on about. Like,
Okay, yeah, let's change
it's
the
not
topic.
off topic. This is
Great.
insane. Wait, Sophie, can I finish what I'm saying, please? For the love of God, like, just let me finish.
I'm letting you
This,
finish.
in my opinion, is insane nitpicking to the highest order. If Blackheart has an educated audience and we all find this obvious, and he's not
It's not
pandering
obvious.
to the lowest common denominator, it is obvious. And basically, everyone that has reviewed this situation believes that is obvious. That
Everyone,
this
yeah,
nitpick
absolutely.
on Blackheart
Not in this
content
chat.
to call
I'm
this
reading the chat.
boomer content.
Look, he said it's
Do you
not
know
obvious.
what? I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave because you can't keep on talking over people. It's really irritating.
All right, we'll go. Okay, go ahead. I will. If you. Okay, you know what? Yeah. I'll behave. Basically, I'll get in line.
It's just not talking over people. Just let me finish my point. That's it. If I'm wrong, then say it afterwards. Just let me finish the point. This, to me, is insanely nitpicky. To pick on Blackheart's content and call him a doomer or call him someone that is misinforming people because of something that you don't think is obvious, that my chat thought was obvious, that I'm reading people in your chat saying it's obvious. Other people are saying, okay, it's not obvious. So there's a disagreement here. If we're just going to have to land on agree to disagree, because we think it's obvious, you don't think it's obvious. I think this is an insane nitpick. This is so ridiculous.
Okay. Are you done?
That even if
okay, there you go. Go ahead.
Sophie, I'm gonna.
Yeah. Go ahead and respond.
No,
I don't know when I can jump in.
if I even added that little small information, the point of my video would have been the same, the actual same. Like nothing would have changed in the video. Even if I said it's you can see the graph. Nothing changes about my arguments in that video. Nothing. But okay, you go ahead.
Something does change. It's the accuracy of your representation of. Okay, well, first of all, in the video, I'm gonna go ahead and say you did mention it. Okay, so I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about on the podcast and today earlier. Like whenever we were talking today, you said that all of King's moves were buffed. You know, when you make these big sweeping
Yes,
statements.
That's true.
And so,
That's true.
yeah, if you're
That's
saying
true.
that, why did you not say that they nerfed down forward 2? Is it just so obvious that everybody has read the patch notes?
Because it's irrelevant. It's an irrelevant nerf.
Okay.
Compared to how strong King is, it's an irrelevant nerf to what should have done to him.
But
So yeah, I don't even consider it. I don't even consider it.
Yeah, but to spectators that might be watching,
I'm sorry.
they might
I'm sorry.
believe.
I don't
Yeah.
consider it.
Yeah, it may not be a big nerf. Okay,
No,
I'll
I
just
understand.
admit it. I'll just be like that nerf wasn't even like nothing basically. But like what you're saying is untrue. That King never got nerfed.
You can. I think about nerfs when the character really changes. Nothing changes about King. Like when I say a character gets really nerfed when he actually loses part of its power. Nothing changed about King. Nothing.
Nothing when
Completely
you
nothing.
okay when you say all right. Now I see like guys. I mean, in my opinion, this is what is the problem. You know, I mean, I believe that whenever you like number one, I think he's a great player, and you know he's got a bazillion gods. He's better than I am at Tekken, and like when you have a very respectable player making these sort of like, in my opinion, like actually inaccurate claims, then people are just gonna believe him. They're just gonna be like, you know, Blackheart knows what he's talking about, and I'm gonna follow Blackheart. And if he's saying it's not a great time to get into Tekken, well, I'm not gonna get into Tekken. And I think that is extremely detrimental for the game.
Good.
It's
The game has
not.
to die. The game has to die. Good. Nice. Finally, the game died, so we have something better now.
All right,
finally.
we have it right there,
finally.
guys.
Let's go. Oh, finally, the game died, so we finally have a real text. Let's go.
All right.
Oh, finally.
And so would you say that you're being disingenuous to, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, so that the game dies?
Yeah, I hope the game dies. I hope it. Until now, I didn't hope it because I had hope. But now I hope they fail, so they will understand how bad they fucked up with our community. I'm fucking pissed at them. I hope they die. I hope the game dies. Yes.
All right, so
Well, now you can call him a doomer. No, he's outright said it.
Well, but so,
now
well,
you can call him a doomer.
Well, now, you know, in my opinion, I think that it's accurate to call you a doomer, right? Like, am I being crazy?
No, because doomer means exaggerating a situation that is not bad. The situation right now is super bad.
That is what you're doing.
So,
at least in some people's opinion.
No, if you're advocating for a game
for me-
to die, Blackheart, then you are dooming.
For me, no. For me, the situation is outrageously bad right now. So at this point, yeah, I hope he dies. So at least they understand how bad they fucked up at this point.
Yeah, but Blackheart, it doesn't. Being a doomer doesn't necessarily mean that you're bad or you're negative. Or I mean, you are being negative, but it doesn't mean you're wrong, because you're a doomer with the knowledge that they have bastardized the Tekken that we enjoyed. So that's why you're dooming. You're dooming with a reason, but you are still dooming. You have to be fair there.
For what I know, dooming is exaggerating a bad situation when the reality is, you know, it's not like super bad. That's what I know for dooming. If you say it's not like that, maybe.
No, you're preying on a game's downfall. That's a type of dooming. Like there's not just one kind of dooming.
If that is what it means, yes, then yes, absolutely.
Well, there's loads
Absolutely.
of types of doomers, but like 100%, if you're saying I hope a game dies, then you're definitely dooming 100%. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong for it though. I'm with you. Like I understand
No,
why you feel like that.
no. I'm gonna tell you why I negated this, because I thought that dooming was, maybe it's because of the cultural language difference. I don't know. I thought dooming was exaggerating a bad situation when in reality the situation is not so bad. So maybe that's why
That
I
is
deny
also
it.
dooming. That's also dooming.
Okay. Okay, that is a different kind of dooming. Okay. If you say dooming is also preying on the games, absolutely. Right now, them burned now, really, for how bad they fucked up my game for me. Of course, you can disagree. It's
Hey,
okay.
Sophie, can you do me a favor? Who's this Fred guy in your chat?
Fred. Who is Fred?
Do you know who he is?
Let me
Who's
see
Fred?
Fred.
Who's the deal Fred? Do you know
The
who he
deal.
is?
This
I
guy is
don't. He's
saying
a
amazing.
new.
I don't know if he's trolling.
He said.
Pull him
Yeah.
up. Come into the Discord, Fred. Come into the
What?
Discord. Let's have a
Sylvie's
chat.
calling you out.
You are talking crazy.
Fred, alright, come in here,
Come into the
Fred. Oh
Discord.
my god,
Don't
this
be a
is
keyboard
crazy.
warrior now.
Fred, get in
Don't
here.
be a keyboard warrior now.
He's coming. Mike is
No, he's
calling you
probably
out.
trolling.
He
Probably.
is calling
Probably
you out.
trolling.
Oh, he
Come
said
in the
he's down.
Discord.
He said he's down. What,
Add
Python?
him.
That's crazy.
He's probably trolling.
Alright, come in the Discord and I'll drag you in if you go to the on-stream open. What kind of stuff has he been saying, Mike?
He's just talking out of both sides of his mouth.
200 IQ statements, really. 200 IQ statements, one after the other, really, this guy. He's the best.
I don't know what he's so angry about. I actually want to ask him, what the fuck is his problem?
What, Python?
200 IQ.
Alright, maybe he's
Now he's calling us gaslighters. I don't even know where he's getting that from.
I think he scared him off, Mike. I'm gonna be honest. I think you've done enough. He scared him off.
No, he's joining. He said he's joining.
Oh, finally,
okay.
Sophie, we're giving you great content. We're giving you
What?
great
Hey.
content right now.
Okay, yeah, definitely. And well, I just wanted to have a honestly I was just gonna talk with Mike about how we thought on Tekken and stuff like that. But yeah, people are getting crazy in the chat, guys. Please be respectful. Okay.
I mean, you gotta understand that right now the community is in shambles right now. Like everybody's so pissed. We are high tensed up right now, everybody of us. So it's a bad situation
Which is
for
why,
everybody.
like,
unfortunately,
yeah.
until now, yeah. Until now, I had hoped for the game. I didn't want this. I really didn't want this. I love Tekken, but really, after how much they fucked up during the years, I feel so betrayed. Everybody that feels what I feel would think the same probably inside. Like I feel so betrayed. I don't know. I'm so enraged towards them because of this. Really, that's why I hope this. Really, I'm sorry. Maybe it's emotional and everything, but really,
yeah, but that's truly how you feel.
Destroyed the game I love. So yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Like,
Where's this guy?
Yeah, I'm not saying that you can't feel a certain way. As long as you're like Blackheart, I can say for sure you have given Tekken 8 your fair shot. So if you dislike it, then absolutely. You know what I'm saying? I think you have very valid points on why Tekken 8, is not such a great game and stuff like that. Like I said, the only thing I have problems with, like in general, is when content creators literally, like either intentionally or not intentionally, spread inaccurate information, and it causes a domino effect, this sort of like mob mentality, echo chamber stuff, that gets other people to do it. I don't like that, particularly because
Sophie.
the same thing happened to me. Okay, go ahead, but yeah.
Sophie, can you get this guy in here, please?
Yeah, Fred,
Yeah,
if you,
but,
like I said,
Sophie,
if you go to the on stream, if you join any of the voice channels, I will drag you into the Discord call. So I don't have you on DMs or anything, but
you gotta understand, Sophie, that me as a content creator personally, I'm very human, and I always convey what I think. You know what I mean? I'm never. If I feel in a certain, or if I'm raging in a certain way, yeah.
Hi, welcome in.
Oh, is that Fred?
Can you guys
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, what's up?
So what's your problem, bro? You're talking crazy in the chat.
All right. I got a few problems. One, I've been playing Tekken casually since like I want to say tag 2. Casually. Like purely casually. I just played it with my friends, right? Tekken 8 is the first time that I've ever tried to play ranked and actually take the game serious for me personally. Okay. What irritates me, I guess, is when we have what I want to call bad faith actors in the community that are literally doing outrage bait, literally wanting the game to die.
Is
That's
that
just
what me
what I
and Black are?
personally have. That is what he
Is it?
just said that he was doing.
No,
You said
no, no,
gaslighters. You were talking about both of us, so you think that
no,
about both of
I
us.
wasn't saying
no.
you were. I wasn't saying you guys were gaslight. I'm saying the person in the chat was a gaslighter. Blackheart didn't make. I think it was Chris Joe's point. He said, uh, it's justified doomerism, right? I don't. That's the part that's gaslighting. We can't say it's not doomerism, and then once it's revealed that it is doomerism, say, okay, well now it is doomerism, but it's justified. We can't do that. We just
But
can't.
I explained
You
earlier
know,
that
you
there's.
gotta,
Hold on,
you gotta
Blackheart.
understand.
Hold on. Let me land on this one. So I explained to Sophie before that there are people that see things like the DOA 7 teaser. There's no information whatsoever on the game, but because Kasumi's bum isn't out, the Gooners are saying the game's gonna fail. Those are doomers that are walking around with eyes wide shut. Yeah, but
Okay.
Blackheart has been playing Tekken since early Tekken 7. He's got a deep understanding of the game. He's got a deep understanding of Tekken 8. So when he's dooming on the game, he's dooming it with the understanding of what he's already gone through and what the developers have shown us. He's not walking around with a 7-second teaser talking out of his ass. So you can say that he is justified in his behavior towards Tekken 8. This is how he truly feels about it. He's not some tourist who plays Pokemon who's looked at Tekken 8 for 7 seconds and said, hey, this is shit, and then they start talking shit about it.
I
Completely
can
different.
Okay. I can agree with that. And I can even like I can go a step further and empathize with that. And I kind of understand why he would feel that way or why he is that upset. But at the end of the day, the end result is the same between the person who has actually played the game for 7 years and the Bushin that's repeating all of the dumb shit. Right. At the end of the day, the impact or the statement is the same.
The
But
intent
I do
matters.
understand. I
I mean,
understand what you're saying, though.
if I can answer to this, I never said in my video that I want the game to die. Yeah, or I never said,
I thought
I
you
don't
did.
know, like I just. No, in my videos, I never said I want the game to die. I just say my opinions in a very hard way. But at the end of the day, everybody like I never I don't even go and assault people that play this game. Never happened. Like everybody can play whatever they want. Really, if you go watch my tweet, I only answer to people that say stupid stuff about the game. But I never say I like this game and I say no, fuck you. Like everybody can play whatever they want, bro. I personally have very harsh opinions about the game right now because I feel very deluded. Oh, but how am I guys lighting my audience in my videos? Like, I don't understand. Like, I say that it's the opposite. I always say the truth. I always say what I think, what I feel, what I think. I don't know. Like, the only thing I
Exaggerated
want to say,
truth
maybe, and then
is
I'll
what
let
I
you talk.
yeah.
Uh, but is it the truth or not?
So like
For me, it is.
whenever
But it's my truth. It's my.
yeah, so it matters whether you
Yeah, I
think
mean, so yeah, go
you
ahead.
can lie by omission sort of thing. Like not saying that the grab is not mentioning the other side if that is excluding truth or not, basically.
That wouldn't have disproved the point I said in my video, but okay. Um, what I want to say, one last thing.
Yeah,
Again, you gotta understand that I'm not an English speaker. I'm an Italian speaker, and so I thought dooming was only, and again only, when again I'm gonna say it one last time when you exaggerate things. Let's say making it worse than what they are. Okay,
yeah.
and I don't think it's a situation we Tekken right now. If you tell me that Doomer is also someone that prays on the game on a certain game to die. Right now, I'm in this state mentally and emotionally, but of course, rationally, I hope not. Of course, rationally, because of course, I love the game. I love Tekken as a saga, but I feel so betrayed that emotionally I do right now. Yeah.
I just want to say, I want to go
So
back to what he said earlier about the impact of a Bushin saying that the game should die, and the impact of like Blackheart. It ultimately is the same. I don't even know how you could say that. There's
I
no
didn't
way
like.
that you.
Okay, I misspoke. Like I didn't
Okay.
mean it in that way. I'm saying like the impact of when he says it is that the Bushin is also going to say it, right? The Kishin is also going to say it, and
Yeah, they might repeat it, but the impact is not the same.
well, they are the. What I'm saying is they are the impact, right? They're the result of hearing. Okay, this is broken. This is broken. This is broken. This is broken. Now they hop on rank and lose to Fujin King, and they're talking crazy.
yeah, but
Yeah, but
it doesn't change the fact that the things I show are broken though.
yeah, like if it's broken, it's broken.
If it's broken, it's broken.
Like
If
I
something
like
is broken, it's broken.
Fengwei's heat smash is broken. If I make a video trashing what they've done to Fengwei, and then a bunch of people from my subscriber base go around repeating that, you might not want to hear it, but that's just the fact of the matter. The character right now is broken.
But also, you gotta understand that with this reasoning,
Okay.
anyone could not say any opinions on anything. I shouldn't say anything on my opinion because every other players could pirate.
No,
It's
you
of
could
course
have
the
the
drawback.
opinion is you could have the like I'm not saying that you can't have that opinion. I'm not even trying so I under like can I like kind of make a point here or like say what I'm just trying to say? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
okay. Yeah, it's kind of in response. So did you play Tag 2 yourself or is Tekken 7 were you starting or which one did you start on?
Are you asking who? Me?
Either of you.
I started on Tekken 1, so I've played from the beginning all the way through.
Okay. And then for Black
Me?
yeah.
Me personally, I always played the game, but let's say more competitively. Like I've always played Tekken, more competitively since Tekken 7 though.
Okay.
Like and the Tag 2 beginning Tekken 7.
Okay. So yeah, literally it's kind of like a little bit of the opposite of what I said, right? Where I played it casually and then it's the first game I take seriously. I understand why people would be frustrated at the changes that they did from Tag 2 or like from the previous seconds if you did already play those previous seconds. Like I get it, right? And previous seconds, King are like, I don't know, there's like Brian strings where you could pull up on someone's block that you can't backstep in this game that you used to be able to easily backstep in previous games. Now, the adjustment for that is that in higher elos, people just didn't use those strings, right? They had like a set amount of moves that they would throw, they had a set amount of things that they would do. And I'm not saying that that's worse, and I'm not saying that it's better that it was that way, but I do understand why you would be frustrated that it is no longer that way and that the skill expression in the game is different now. I don't necessarily think that what we had before was better just because we had it before. So I guess that's kind of where I want to come in and like be a disagreeing factor here is I don't think that having the game be more aggressive is inherently a bad thing just because it's aggressive. So that's
Yeah.
where my main disagreement is.
Yeah, but that's not what we like. It's not
And we
something
think the
just being
opposite. And we think the
aggressive.
opposite.
It's something just being aggressive, of course, but there's a lot more that goes into that. Like, what is causing the aggression in this game?
You
Like
might say the heat.
you gotta understand that
Yeah, you got to pull that.
uh,
You got to pull that apart. You got what is causing the aggression? Why are people so annoyed at the aggression in this game? Because there's other aggressive games. There's other games that were once defensive and then they turn aggressive, and people were like, okay, I don't mind it as much. But in this game, there's a problem. So on the surface, if you just say aggression is not a problem on itself, well, yeah, obviously. But what is causing the aggression in Tekken 8 and causing people to behave like this?
Nerf back dash
yeah,
heat
like
system.
you gotta understand
Yeah, these things are problems.
heat system is aggressive, not defensive.
Who said it's
No,
defensive?
no. I'm saying it's defensive. I'm saying that whenever you do a burst, it's one of the best defensive things you can do in the game.
Heat. So you think the best defense is aggression because it versus an attack. It's
Well,
a
so is
power dash
armor,
attack
but I would
+1 on
classify
block.
that as a defensive move, right? It's the same thing, like a parry, a sabaki,
Armors are
and an evasive move.
This
armor
debate
moves
happened
are
in
not
Tekken 7.
armor boost. armor moves are not plus on block mids.
Yeah,
There
you
is
asked
no
me
armor
if
in the game
they're
that is plus on block
defensive.
mid.
I would say that a parry I would say a sabaki, even though it's an attack, I would consider it defensive, wouldn't you? Or an armor attack or a power crush, you know?
It's different. It's different with it burst, because it burst is again power
It's the
crush
same.
mid
Okay.
plus on block.
Yeah, but that's
That
not.
also lets you access
Yeah.
to an extremely offensive mechanic. So I don't see how it's comparable to anything else, really.
Yeah, exactly with what
Because usually
Valindian said.
defense.
It's both defensive and offensive. It's like, you can absorb an attack,
We
but
could, we,
yeah.
but there's a middle ground we could reach here, right? If you were to make heat smashes not plus on block, if you were to make it so that when you popped heat, it took half your fucking meter instead of taking like 75% of your meter, then the consequences for you just popping the button, like we can have that like intricate discussion, but we
In
can't have that
fact,
discussion when we're just talking about removing heat from the game. Like we
but
can't.
in fact, for example, if you ask me, I never said I want it removed. If even in the
Okay.
chat, and you were against me in the chat, by the way, because of this, because I was actually trying to make point about how heat is so aggressive. It's so, and you were. I don't know why you're so cool, because in the chat we were the opposite, by the way. Okay,
I was saying the same
but
shit in the chat to you specifically.
no, in a different tone, but okay. But okay. Heat. I don't think like it should be completely removed. I don't want heat completely removed, because I think it could be actually a fun mechanic if balanced well. Right now, it's not balanced well. It's really simple as that. That's all. Like I don't want heat removed. It could be fun. Like I don't know. It could add some little tweaks to the characters, a little bit of personality more, but it should be balanced, not being completely a mindless, brainless aggression.
Okay.
That's all.
When
That
you
it
say
should have some.
completely mindless and brainless, you
Yes, absolutely.
good players don't lose. Like Arslan Ash is not losing to a completely mindless, aggressive play. Like it's just
Exactly.
not happening. That's
I
like
actually
it's not
agree
the
with
case.
that.
That's a little bit when you say this.
That
When you
that's
say these things, that's what confuses you.
I don't think that's an argument at all, because of course the players that have some kind of base and some kind of experience, of course I'm gonna have always an advantage, but the skill level has completely fallen down, because right now it's way easier to access offense, and not with the same drawbacks as before. And honestly, how many already in these years of tournaments we had of complete underdogs beating pro players? It happened all the time. I don't want to make specific examples to not offend anyone, but I
Right.
can think about different examples right now, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
you can also
Also,
see it really.
I just
Okay.
want to say that's also disingenuous as well, because we've watched Austin Ash lose to people that he was not losing to
By the
in
way,
Tekken
by
8.
the way,
Like
by
he's
the way.
obviously there's a different echelon of players that he will lose to, but within that bracket of players, he's taking more L's. We've seen Austin Ash lean back in his chair going, "What the fuck was that?" several times. I remember that Lily player hit him with a metal horn, and he didn't know what the hell was going on. That in his bracket of players, he's definitely been dealing with a lot more bullshit. That's why he's been going on Twitter and having his outbursts. That wasn't happening that much in Tekken 8. Obviously, us, we can't touch him, but we're a different echelon of players. Within this bracket of players, like me and Blackhawk, for example, we might now be having to deal with people that once upon a time could not touch us because they've lowered the skill ceiling and they've closed the gap, which is exactly what they said in one of their interviews,
Yeah.
that they wanted to close the gap between the low level and the high level, and they've successfully done that,
They
which
want
is why
that.
you're
They
seeing
want
more
that.
randomness
They
now.
want that.
So
And by the way,
okay.
can I say one more thing, and then you one more thing? Like the fact that this is a thing, like pro players still are winning, doesn't change the problems of the game at all. Like why would be an argument at all? Like
He's
the
saying it's
heat is
not
still an
completely
offensive, stupid mechanic.
brainless.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that when
It
I
is.
fight a player and I lose to when I lose to someone that I'm fighting, it can feel like maybe I wouldn't have lost to them in a different game or something like that. But I know at the end of the day that the reason I lost is because I was just playing worse than that player because of the fact that R/Slash would beat
Personal
that player. I know
responsibility.
that
But
I'm
not,
playing too bad to beat that player.
but the fact is that now you play worse in a different way than other Tekkens. In other Tekkens, you played worse by not positioning well, by not punishing well, by not ducking well some strings and so on. Nowadays, since they want to push aggression so much, sometimes you lose because you just weren't able to put the exact amount of pressure on the opponent because maybe you didn't have the chance to. Like, it's also different the way you lose now compared to before.
So what does a game look like if defense is overpowered? What does that game look like to you?
Street Fighter 4 had pretty high defense. They brought it down eventually, but that was very, very defensive.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
But also, for example,
Street
Tekken
Fighter
Street Fighter 4.
Tekken 5DR, Tekken 6.
Yeah, Street Fighter 4 was a very, very defensive game. The defense came down as the years went on, but it was still a very defensive game. If you're asking for an example of one.
Wait, so can defense be overpowered, or can it not be overpowered, or is it a good thing when defense is overpowered, or like that's what I'm kind of confused about.
No one's saying that defense should be overpowered. I was just giving you an example of a game with heavy defense.
Right.
I don't think defense should be overpowered in Tekken. It wasn't overpowered before. It took a level of mastery and skill to do what those people were doing. People were not playing Tag 2 and sidestepping everything that everyone makes out. They just weren't doing that. I
Can
played through
defense
Tag 2
be
from beginning
unfun?
to end. That shit weren't happening.
Yeah, no, for Tag 2, no.
Yeah, so this whole thing where like, oh, defense was once upon a time this thing that just plagued Tekken. No, it was never like that. Like, people that were mashing buttons were still majority of the time winning. It was the very good players that could get to that other level and utilize the defense in Tekken, that would then make those low level players feel defenseless, which is something that they openly said to us that they are trying to take away, and they want to lower the skill ceiling. If you close the gap in a game, that means you are more likely to lose to somebody that is lesser than you. And if you continue to close that gap, eventually you're going to meet in the middle, and your skill that you've built up over the years is going to completely diminish and be irrelevant. So this whole thing where where you lot say personal responsibility, okay, but the game design, they told us that they are doing this to the game. So there's no argument there. They lowered the skill ceiling so that lower ranked players can beat higher ranked players. They told us that.
I don't
There's
think
no
they
argument.
said that. Yeah, I don't think they said they lowered the skill ceiling so that lower. I don't think they said that. I think they said that they're making it aggressive.
They did.
They probably said something similar to that.
They said they lowered the skill ceiling.
They said it.
Okay, can anybody
did
like
in the
fact check this? I
interview.
don't think. Okay, like, so you're saying that they said that they're lowering the skill
It
skill
came out of
ceiling.
Michael Murray's mouth.
So Michael
it came
Murray
out of
said
Michael Murray's
that he's
mouth.
lowering the skill ceiling so that lower players can beat higher level players. Okay, you know what? Chat, I'll let you do the fact checking.
Wait, guys, wait. No, wait. Can I say something? We saw this also in a Michael Murray stream. Okay, Michael Murray in a stream when he was streaming Tekken 7 at that time already, he admitted that someone asked for better movement in chat, and he said no, because in that way lower skilled players could not actually engage so much with the higher skilled level players. He said it himself in a stream as well.
I do believe he
So
said
they
that.
know
I
this
remember.
purposefully, and
Yeah,
yeah,
but
yeah,
I don't think that's so. I don't think that that's I don't think that that's a problem. I don't think it's a problem.
that's something we don't agree on, of course.
Because we don't agree on it. But what I'm saying is the game is kind of about playing. To me, the game. The reason why I like Tekken, the reason why I do MMA in real life, like I like fighting, I like fighting. In real life, anybody can knock you the fuck out. Okay. Having that be emulated in the form of being a little bit more aggressive in this game, I think this game is a little bit more in person now. It feels a little bit closer to how a sport operates or how sport feels, where you're fucking like your minute millisecond to millisecond like decision making is what's being put to the test more. So that's for me. I'm just saying like kind of like the origins of
hold
what
on.
I'm talking about.
Bro, like you do martial arts, so you understand that people that are intermediate to high level of martial art are not running in each other's faces doing unga bunga shit. There's a lot of like pacing.
Yeah, but they're not doing that at high level Tekken 8 either. They're not doing that.
Yeah,
Even at intermediate level.
I don't
Exactly,
think
you
it's
agree.
totally unskilled.
It's like,
you
I don't
know?
know, you're
Like,
high
listen,
level.
if you cheapen the skill, then something like Blackheart's accomplishment of having all his characters at God 1, 2, 5 or whatever, like, doesn't it cheapen the skill? Like, do you like? Is that an accomplishment or not? You know? Like, I think that it's if you keep on downplaying that it's like completely a brain dead game, which I'm not saying, like maybe it is, maybe it's not or whatever, but all of this like talk, it like, you know, people don't want to get into a game where literally it means nothing to win. Like there's the other side of the argument that's like that.
But
And
Sophie,
go ahead.
you're making extreme points now. I didn't say that the game is brain dead. I never used that word. I never said that it's meaningless to win in. I said that they've closed the skill gap significantly.
Okay.
No, I think Heat is brain dead for how
Somebody-
I think
yeah.
Heat is brain dead. I said
Yeah, the mechanic itself is a lazy mechanic, but the game as a whole, they still need a level of skill to win. Obviously, like
yeah,
Blackheart,
absolutely. But on this, I agree. It's just Heat that is stupid. Heat, how he's brain.
Yeah.
I think Heat is brain dead. The game, no. The
yes.
game
I
is
don't know
still hard
why.
to play.
I don't think
the game
it is
still
brain
hard to
dead.
play, of course.
Look,
Heat,
I don't think it
Heat-
can't be brain dead because if it's brain dead, then everyone. You went off
No.
the martial arts example earlier, bro.
Guys,
In
Heat.
real
The
life,
reason
for
that
you,
he is brain dead is because all of the offense in it is baked in. There's no like nuance or freedom in it. It's if I
And
do
there's
my
no-
shoulder, I am in heat. That's just what it is. There's no maybe I'll save my heat. There's no options. It's you're going into
Alright.
heat, you're running in his face, you're applying a
Yeah.
mix up. That's it.
And
Mike,
there is
then
no
hold on.
drawback. There
So
is
so
no
then why
drawback to your
There's a
offense.
if it's completely brain dead, why do people save their heat? Why do people strategically save their heat for the right moment instead of just popping it at the beginning of the game?
That is not an argument for heat. That's an argument for the player.
Not the heat management. What he does, not the heat management. What
Yeah,
he does
but-
when it's activated.
Yeah, but if it's so powerful
But
once
what-
you activate it, why don't you activate it at the beginning of the game, you know?
But what does he mean?
do.
That's my point.
You kind of do, but you kind of don't, right? Like you don't personally activate it yourself because there's a consequence for that behavior, right? But if you just if you're playing drag, you counter hit the 1-2-1 or whatever, you're going into heat no matter what. So I understand what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
but
exactly
what I'm
I'm
saying is like if you know,
Even
why don't you
Fred-
just activate?
Even Fred,
Why-
even
why-
Fred is
why
saying,
not-
I would've-
burst your heat right at the beginning of the round? I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
But that's
Because
not an
there's
argument. That's not an argument for
That's
heat.
not
That's
an
an argument for the player.
No,
What I'm saying is
yeah.
the heat mechanic itself. The heat mechanic itself is a lazy, brain dead mechanic because once I go into it, it auto plays something for me. I don't have options. The person that is the aggressor, is forced into an animation. The person that is hit is stuck in that stupid animation. There's no
get it.
two ways about it. So if I want to punish somebody with shoulder, I have no choice now but to go into heat. I have to go into heat.
No, like
That shit's lazy.
yeah. What I'm saying is like you're saying it's attributed to the player's skill why they use heat strategically. What I'm saying is like players using heat strategically means that the system is working in a good way. They're using it strategically. It's better for
No,
them
it
not
doesn't.
to.
No, it
to
doesn't.
well, why not?
No, because it doesn't like. Okay, strategically, of course, it's important to know when to pop it. Of course,
There you go.
It's something that has a little bit of. But apart from this, once you pop it, you become a fucking Super Saiyan, though, and that is something everybody doesn't like.
Then
this.
why don't
Look,
pop
but
it
if
at
you
the
become
beginning
a
of the
Super
round?
Saiyan- If you become a Super Saiyan-
Because then you waste it, and the opponent is still gonna have
And you
a
waste
chance
it
to not
because
only
there's
get
strategy.
back the life that he has lost.
Yeah, but Sophie, it's a layer one strategy. It's not some deep nuanced thing. It's a very basic thing. It's I save my heat until the end of the round because it's overpowered, and I'll probably at the end of the round one of us is going to be at the wall. That's the logic behind it. It's not some deep thing that anyone's thinking about.
Layer. That's the only
What
layer,
I'm-
basically.
Well,
Heat
what
has the
I'm
only
saying
layer.
is like when you use heat, there's a strategy to it.
Yes, a very basic one. It's a very layer one strategy.
Here's layer 2 is like not layer 2 of that. But what I'm saying is like what goes past that is okay, what if you defending against someone in heat is hard. If not, like it can feel impossible a lot of the time.
Defend
If you
against Lydia in it. It's impossible. It's impossible.
but if you do defend during heat, your own advantage is that much stronger than the person that you're fighting.
That's what I
So the
think too.
reward for having better defense is you are now
But
dramatically.
there is
If I'm half health and I have heat, and I'm fighting someone who maybe is like 75 or full health and they don't have heat, I feel who's more favorable in that scenario to me.
you
But
gotta
that's not an
understand.
argument for heat though. That's an argument for the player trying to work around the shit mechanic.
The player under the heat
No,
system.
but also you gotta understand that
Oh
you
my
gotta
lord.
understand that
Yeah.
you gotta understand that defending in this game is not about blocking. It's not about guessing because most of the times, especially with certain characters, you gotta guess in it. It's not about it, this is not defending in Tekken. Guessing is not defending. Guessing is guessing, as the word says itself. Defending in Tekken was about movement and all the stuff that we said multiple times, punishment, mix-ups, mix-ups that have to be strategically imposed on the opponent, and so on. Heat doesn't have any of these aspects. Heat is only aggression with almost zero drawbacks, and
Yeah,
that's what we don't like.
but
That's
but
the main
my
point.
my own counter to that is, again, to me, that brings it a little bit further from being a video game and a little bit closer to being real. That's what it feels to me when you say that. That's how it registers in my own head. I understand what you're
Listen,
saying, where it's
What?
like, yo, I have to guess, right? But like I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. When someone's in heat and I'm defending well against them, and I know that they're trying to do big bullshit. Let's say Lee does the fucking mid hit heat mid twice or something like that. I can make a split second decision to say, okay, I'm just gonna fucking jab this guy, or I'm just gonna do this because I'm expecting him to make another decision, right? So I don't think there's I think there's a little bit more layers to like defensive or
all right.
offensive play that are being
So
talked about.
yeah,
No, really, I
my
don't.
my thing is like, okay, let's imagine a game without heat, right? And it's just Tekken 8 without heat. Now, if you add heat into the game, I would argue that it adds complexity with resource management in the game. I think it actually higher the skill ceiling. You know, there's more stuff to think about it. It's more complex. That's the way. Like, I think it's a good
That's
thing
the
for
wrong
Tekken.
word, Sophie.
Complexity.
It's not
Complexity in a video
complex.
game. No.
How is it not more
But
complex?
Blackheart, hold on. It's not more complex. It's convoluted. Those are not the same thing. People often get them confused. They're not. They're not the same thing. Something that is it's convoluted can be complex. It can be something that's intricate. It can be something that is that difficult to sort of understand. But a lot of the time, it's just a mess. Like it's like the Kingdom Hearts story. It's fucking all over the place. There's no need to add in all of these things. It is unnecessarily like bloated. There was actually
I can sort of agree with what you're saying. Yeah, continue.
Amazing. We are turning Fred to our side. Amazing.
Well, no, no, I don't. I'm not fully over there. What I'm saying is,
you're admitting it.
I agree that heat is convoluted. I think it is
yeah.
more complex to a new player,
yeah.
because a new player doesn't know what the fuck to do when someone's matching on Fang against their block. They just stand still and don't know what the fuck's going on at all, right?
I think it's
And that's not fun to play. It's
But
frustrating to play for a new player.
that's not our situation. I think no, you can agree that it's not our that's not the situation we talk about. You know, like from our experience and so on about it, right? Like I know what is going on about it. That's why I'm complaining about it, right?
I understand, but
Personally,
what I'm saying is that
yeah, but
it is
like
adding a layer of complexity to the game for a new player. That's what I'm saying. For a new player, when they don't even punish moves that are minus 30, right? So it's adding another layer of more moves that they don't know how to punish, that are just flying across the screen.
I don't think
am
so.
sorry.
I think it makes
I
it.
am
There's
sorry,
lots of
but-
choices. Like you have to use when the armor comes up with heat. When are you gonna expend it, regain it? When to use the heat smash? When to use the heat dash? There's lots of these options that are actually causing more complexity in Tekken. I don't see how you guys are not seeing that.
The problem is
I agree with you.
using all of these things have zero drawbacks if you're wrong. That's the problem. Like almost always, especially
The
when there
drawback
block,
is
most of these
losing all of
situations you
your
need to have zero
resources.
drawback.
Punch the ball.
That's not a drawback that has ever meant anything in previous
How
Tekken
can
games.
it not be
In
a
previous Tekken games,
drawback
if you're
if
wrong, you were
if you're
dead.
gonna say that
Now,
that
I
heat
think-
is
I
so
think-
important? How are you gonna say it's not important to
you just
keep
lose,
heat?
you just lose
Like
your,
that doesn't make any sense to me.
You just lose your super. No, you're not understanding. In previous Tekken games, the drawback of being wrong it was to fucking die if you were wrong. Now the drawback is just using a heat and then being plus and then a this and then plus until it ends. Is it fun for you? I don't know. Do you have
Listen,
fun
that's
with this? I
up. That's
don't,
up to
personally. I'm
your
sorry.
definition.
I'm sorry.
I have fun with heat, honestly, but I think that pointing out those extra options and them bringing complexity to the game, like I don't think that's just convoluted. I do believe that's more complex by definition.
I think
It's
you don't like
convoluted.
you don't like hard reads. You
Okay.
don't like having to make a like you're complaining about the lead mid, right? It puts you at minus, or I think it puts them at 0 for it is 16 frames. You can
No,
make a hard read
no,
and
it's
you can
plus
call
two.
out
No, it's
something.
plus two now. It's plus
Okay.
two now, by the way.
You can still make a hard read off of that K. You still can.
How am I supposed to read a 16 frame mid? How?
You don't I'm saying once it hits your block, you can make a read past that point. You already fucked up if you
Yeah.
are letting it hit your technically you are
Yes.
already fucking up by letting it hit your block because it's a 16 frame mid
The,
technically.
the
But like
problem is having a 16 frame plus on block mid in the first place. That's the problem. Not the problem about what happens next. The problem is having that tool in the first place.
Yeah,
Like,
I
even
don't
the
think you're
concept
just guessing a
of-
50-50.
Even the con.
but that's
How is
to me that's okay.
how is it a 50-50? How?
Like when you're plus 6 on a block, you're like basically
I don't-
blocking high or low. That's a 50-50 to me.
Yeah, and this 50-50 in this game, and I said this already, most of times it's not rewarded. Like it's not rewarded, it's not like gained from something. You just use your heat moves that have 0 drawbacks and you get your mix up for free. In previous Tekken games, most of times the mix up was granted if you did something right. Right now, the game just gives it to you. Basically, it spoon feeds the offense for you. And that's what we don't like again, because it makes the things way easier.
Can I just say something? Because I don't want to go in circles here with this conversation.
really,
I want to ask
no.
Sophie and I want to ask Fred.
Mhm.
Maybe not. I don't know if Fred feels like this, but I know Sophie does. So I want to ask, why do you think it is that a large portion of the Tekken community, at least on YouTube and on Twitter and on Twitch, are outraged by the state of Tekken? Do you think it's because they're all jumping on a bandwagon for views, or do you think that there's something in the design of Tekken 8 that has genuinely pissed them off?
That's a good question.
Let me
I just want to
answer
know,
it.
what do you think?
Yeah, so-
Okay, yeah. So here's what I think happened. In all reality, okay. So I'll say it in a general sense and also a specific sense. One is that there is evidence and actual like true ideas that people have, and they're genuine. Okay, in the real sense, I think it's the FDX video that I really wanted to debunk because I think that I saw it turning about a bad stone, basically, a bad turn. But there's like a lot of things that people cannot disprove, and when they can't disprove it, they go to authority sources to basically see whether it's true or not. That source in this situation is FDX. It's kind of like any other sort of mass hysteria pattern. Like, let's say the Salem witch trials, right? Somebody says that somebody's a witch, right? And they're like, oh my god, like there's a witch or whatever. And you can't necessarily disprove it, and it ends up being where, bad stuff happens. You can't disprove it, and people keep on spreading this information. Now this is based in truth. This is based, there's been other things like this, like people believing there's gas in a city, or people having like scratches on their legs or whatever from, like, these are things, all of these things, what they have in common is you cannot disprove it because it's too complex. Like someone's a witch. There's like something, and they can't necessarily disprove it. In this case, it was that FDX video. And everybody, that's why I was trying to debunk it, and I have but like he was basically saying this game is going
What
nowhere, and
PDX video? What
it
PDX
is what's
video?
wrong with season
What
2.
PDX video?
Like that, like on season 3, he has an honest intellectual take, you know. But
Oh.
even in that video, like even in my response to that, like people were saying you're gonna kill Tekken. Like this is gonna like I can't forgive you because this is gonna kill Tekken. And I was like, I'm not like thinking that was that crazy, but yes, to answer my call, what happened is there was some things and some misinformation, kind of like people's judgments got a little out of hand, and all it takes is a little bit of push from social media these days to get people hating on Tekken. And I think the people
What
just
wait, hold
it
on,
became very
Wait,
popular.
hold on, back up.
Okay,
1
okay.
second.
Well, listen. Okay,
Let
so
me just
I just
clarify
want to.
here.
I do want to say that you're okay. I'm gonna let you interrupt me, but you're saying like when I interrupt you that you can't have it and that you're gonna leave the conversation. But I will, I will let you. I'll let you go. Okay.
Okay, I just want to clarify. So you're saying that majority of the core fan base's anger is the result of FDX's video.
That is the initial starting point, because if we look at the data with the sales and the participation, people still like it. And like I showed you in my graph, like when season 2 came out, like which I believe FDX had a very influential role in. I think we can agree with FDX being one of the most influential content creators, right? And his view on how Tekken is
Yep.
balanced is extremely taken with high authority. And that was one of FDX's only negative reviews. I think he gives pretty honest takes, but that one in particular, which by the way, I think I can disprove a lot of the stuff that he says. But anyways, that's what started it all. Yes, that's what I think.
Okay, I just want to say that
No, vabbè. No.
that is absolutely
No.
disingenuous
No,
to suggest
mamma.
that Blackheart, please. That is absolutely disingenuous to suggest that FDX caused the ire in the community. That is one of the most disingenuous things that I've personally ever heard.
Ever heard, bro.
Really?
Ever heard,
Yeah,
bro.
look, I can't even defend. FDX is he's like very charitable to the game. So I don't
I
know.
want to watch this video. Can we watch it on stream? Is that
Yes,
possible?
yes.
I actually want
Yes,
to see this.
please.
Yeah. Okay.
No, no. Okay.
And here's the deal:
Cioè,
season 2 was bad. Like we know it was bad.
Cioè,
They know
We
it was
don't.
bad, and they
I
tried to
don't know that
reverse
it's
most
bad.
of the shit that was in season.
cioè,
They
Sophie,
literally made
no,
a
no,
big ass patch
okay,
undoing a lot
okay,
of this shit.
okay, okay. You're saying season 2? No, wait, please. No, try to. What did you say again? Sorry about season 2.
I
me?
don't
Sorry.
believe. I think
No,
if
no,
we.
Sophie.
Yeah. I have like the reason wherever people were talking shit about season 2, I was trying to keep the sentiment like accurate, like reasonable. And I believe like I said, FDX has a lot of good takes. Like I even mentioned
No,
it
but
during season 2's stuff, but that misinformation. Okay, what are you asking then, Blackheart? Go ahead.
No, I'm asking. So, what do you think of season 2 release?
I think it was exaggerated. I do. Like people, I like
No. Arrivederci, bye.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's his opinion. If he wants to
You
not
raised
be
it.
around that opinion.
But yeah, that's also my problem with Blackheart. I think you can talk to someone about this. I don't think that you don't have to fucking do all that shit. I think you can have that conversation. For me, it's pretty. I think it is like decently obvious that season 2 was a mistake in a lot of different ways. There's some things that they changed from season 2 that don't get talked about enough. Probably like getting your black blown out against the fucking wall when someone's doing heat shit. Right? There's like a lot of they buff sidestepping. There's a lot more sidesteppable situations in season 2 that they
46%.
buffed. But then at the same time they tried to add fucking chip damage to grabs, right? So like There's a lot of good shit in season 2 that they did that was just undoing the bad shit from season 1, right? But I don't know if we can just say like season 2 is just the best thing ever. I mean, the devs literally went and undid a lot of the bad shit that
I
they
didn't say it
did,
was
or
the
that
best thing
PDX was
ever.
complaining about in that video. Well,
It
yeah,
was
but I mean,
atrocious. It was a disastrous patch to the point that they had to apologize for it. It was an embarrassment to the Tekken name. I can't even understand how anybody would say that was an overreaction. That patch was an absolute disaster of the highest order. They had to, for Japanese developers to say sorry. Do you know how unprecedented that is? They don't say sorry for shit. They had to
but it was
apologize for that mess they put out.
they literally said that the teams were split like halfway through the patch. Like it was literally the company was disorganized and the result was the season 2 patch. So I don't know how
What
you could
they did
say
was, I
that
mean,
it was
they.
okay or like how
Well,
it was
I
good.
mean, because they realized that the reception is extremely bad, so they're gonna be like, "All right, we're sorry, we're gonna change it," and then they
No, they
lied
don't do
with this
that.
back to basics shit.
They
Like,
don't do that.
their PR is bad, but their game
Sophie,
You haven't
system
been
is
with their
good.
Tekken long enough, but they do not do that. Like they'll
yeah,
fucking add minions
Japanese
before they do that shit. They don't care about what
Japanese
they're doing.
devs do not apologize for shit. Just look it up. They are known for not apologizing. If a Japanese developer screws the pooch and they fuck up their game, they don't say sorry for it. These guys came out and said sorry because they probably looked at it and they went, "What the fuck?" And also they lied. They did an interview and they said the game was going to be much more defensive. That's what we're going to focus on. And then instead of just being like, "Okay, yeah, we've done some stuff to the sidestepping," they go and make a bunch of homing and tracking moves, glitches out the wazoo. Like it was absolutely ridiculous what they did. It was a terrible patch. Shat all over the legacy of Tekken. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. It made Mortal Kombat 1 look good.
I wouldn't say that.
I'm being dead serious. The fall from grace was tragic. Absolutely tragic. Chip damage on throws. Oh, are we high? What are we
Hey,
doing
Mike,
in those offices?
you want me to make you mad? I think that chip damage on throws isn't a bad idea.
Oh hell no.
I
Are you
really,
being for real?
yeah, I think that chip damage on throws, like throws that are reactable, like at the highest level, there's not really a great reason to use those throws. And I know you guys are gonna hate me, whatever. I don't give a, like, you guys in the chat, you know,
They do
whatever,
use those
okay?
throws. They use them to
Like, this is
reposition
what I
people. They
think.
use it to move people
Yeah.
around. It keeps people
Yeah,
guessing.
so
There's
so
a
what
lot
I
of
think
reasons
is
to use
the
throws.
position, yeah, well, positioning and also like somebody like I realize as somebody that can break grabs and stuff like that, there should be some sort of reward for going for that. Like I don't think that it's bad. It's recoverable health, and I don't think that was an insane amount. There's extremely
There's a lot of
small
throws that
amount.
put you at, I think most throws put you at -3. Am I right? If you get your throw broken, aren't you minus a lot of the time?
Yeah.
I need to say something to
Yeah,
Sophie
go ahead.
here. I need to say something to you now. Now I want to make this very clear, Sophie.
Still
Okay,
have
I'm gonna say this in
okay.
plain English for everyone in the chat to hear. Me and you are friends. I like you. I think you're a nice person. If you need me for something, you know where my contact details are. I help my fellow content creators, so I don't need to think there's any animosity when I say this. Okay, we're on the same
Okay.
page. We're friends.
Yeah, no, well
Okay.
I am, you know,
With that said,
yeah.
yeah, we're friends. We're friends. We are friends. But with that said, you are dangerous for Tekken.
Really?
You and people that think like you are dangerous to Tekken's
Mm.
future. And as much as we're friends, we're good. Like, don't get me wrong. You know,
Fair enough, yeah.
kumbaya and all that shit. We're all blessed. But you and anyone that has that line of thinking is a danger to Tekken. That is what I believe. I truly. The fact that you just
as
said
you
that
know it,
Chip
yeah.
to Tekken in general, like to you saying that about throws has thrown me through a loop.
Yeah, I
Thrown
mean,
me through a loop. I am.
you know, apparently
I am
at least
confused right now.
Yeah, but Mike, at least I can be a voice to show you how the developer might be thinking. And also, I can, at least I believe I'm intellectually honest. So while I might think differently, at least I can be a voice for the devs because those crazy devs, I kind of think like them, you know?
That's not something you should tell people. Batman couldn't beat that information out of me. I would not be telling people the Tekken community.
Okay,
Well,
but Mike,
it's what I
you
believe to be
understand that
true.
you understand that a lot of the community you perceive to be dangerous to the game are joining the game. Like, let's say the game was just perfect defense bonanza, just tag two with the fucking with one character, okay, and all the loyalists were in love with the game. This is what we saw for Tekken Tag Two, right? At that
Mm.
time, that was a game that was loved a lot by the community. Everyone enjoyed it a lot. It was very balanced, but there was a ceiling, right? And that ceiling was there was a lot of people who had different ideas or had different takes that are fucking throws should do chip damage, like whatever, right? But I'm American, okay? We fucking listen to what every dumbass has to say sometimes. I think there's a little bit of charm in doing that. So okay, I'm aware that there's other people that might disagree with me, right? You can say, look, I'm not gonna fucking add chip damage to throws, but maybe I'll add more communication or show more counterplay or like do certain things to kind of like help that part of the community or something like that. I don't think just shutting down and saying, okay, everyone that thinks that more aggression is bad. I know that's what I'm paraphrasing, right? But everyone that thinks this certain way should be shunned from the community or something like that. I don't think
Hold on,
that's a positive mindset to
I
have.
did not. Listen. I did not say Sophie should be shunned from the community or anyone that thinks like her. What I'm saying is that people with that mindset, it is my job as somebody that has been playing Tekken for a much longer time and does not want to see Tekken go down this road to push back on those ideas. I don't think they should be shunned from the community. I think they should be welcomed, and their ideas should be crushed. That's what I believe. I don't believe that
Yeah.
you should shun people from the community. I do believe you can crush their ideas 100%. I'll welcome anyone in. Listen, I have C4 on my podcast all the time. He hates Tekken. And he plays Guilty Gear and Dragon Ball Fighters and all those kinds of games. He plays what's that horse game? The one where the four horses are fighting, the fighting herds thing. And not in a billion years would I have ever imagined having somebody on my podcast that plays a fighting game with horses. So I'm very welcoming to everybody, but I will push back on their ideas
Yeah, you
100%.
I think pushing back on ideas is okay. Like
Sure.
I can talk about how actually, people do use throws a lot in fucking high elo, obviously, right? Because they're moving people around, they're fucking keeping them on their toes. There's like a lot of reasons to fucking you add to the mental side. There's like a million reasons why throws are good, and they don't need another buff to have chip damage, right? But at the same on the flip side, it's making calls for who's dangerous. That is literally just witch hunting, right? I could say that
No, it's
you're
not.
dangerous. I could say that's like maybe someone that
Maybe I
once the
am
game to go
dangerous.
back to tag 2, they are I could say that that person's dangerous. Why do you want the game to go back to tag 2? That was when the fucking company was about to implode because the sales were that low, right? Why would you want to go back to that, right? Why would you ever want to go back to that? And I can say that you're dangerous for wanting that. But then at that point, we're just pointing fingers. It's like a witch hunt.
Oh, no,
That's
I am pointing fingers. I'm not calling for a witch hunt. I'm saying the idea is dangerous. I'm not saying Sophie herself is dangerous. I'm saying the ideas that she's proposing for Tekken are dangerous to Tekken's future,
All right, so
and they are.
here's some more dangerous ideas, and I'm not saying like honestly, I can see what Mike is saying. Like honestly, if he has a way that Tekken should be, and it's like a certain way, and he's thinking like this is the way that it should be, and I understand that that's a really fun way of
Yeah.
playing Tekken, and I don't, I'm not saying that all the dev decisions are perfect. I'm saying that I can understand them, but okay, I'm gonna put something they like of the FDX video that I was, the part like here's some dangerous content that I made. Okay, this is what yeah, I'm just gonna put it on here. Is what FDX saying true?
Can you share it on Discord? If you go down to this little share button here, share your screen, the third button, then we can see it as well.
It's so this is a streaming computer and I have a gaming computer. It's on a totally I literally can't. I'm sorry. But is what FDX saying true?
Well, we can't watch the FDX video then.
Okay.
I won't be able to know what you're talking about.
I'm just saying the part that I didn't like in FeedX's video. I can show it, and then we can just Yeah, you can't get on the computer or anything like that, Mike, or watch on your phone.
If I do, then you guys are gonna hear the audio.
You can just mute it if you want. Okay, I'll just
Yeah,
do
I can,
this.
but then I don't know when you guys.
This is a video, and this might be dangerous
Season
information,
2
'cause look,
is
like
the
I'm saying,
best
season
patch
2
Tekken has
is
ever
the best
had.
patch.
I'm joking.
And I'm just joking around, right? Like at the start of this, and I'm just showing like about me and stuff like that, and the Steam reviews, and like you know, one of the things here, I guess what I'll do is like, okay, and I just go through like where's this one part. So this is, and I said that FeedX is like a good creator. Okay, like I'm being
One of the most
intellectual.
honest and in-depth takes I've seen on Season 2 is from FeedX. This guy is really good in Tekken, and is very knowledgeable about the game. FeedX has been getting some backlash over his pessimistic review of Season 2.
Alright, so this is the bad review. This guy's saying like, you know, I would have never thought that, you know, FeedX would have done this, and he's basically saying you kind of ruined Tekken for a lot of people. I'll just read out. You know, Frame may have forgiven you, but I hope.
This is the guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
This is the guy they blamed me for. So because Frame Whisperer came to my YouTube channel and made comments about FeedX, this guy went to FeedX's video and attacked him over it. And that's when the whole threatening thing started. And then I had people messaging me saying that this is all your fault,
Interesting.
Mike. And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck did I do?
Really?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. So yeah, he was
Yeah, I
really
had
not.
people in my DMs
yeah.
going, kill yourself.
Okay, so I go through, you know, the why the hate for season 2, and I kind of go through some things, but this is the main part is like, I was gonna go through his entire video, but just for this one where I'm basically showing trackability statistics, I'm saying like, you know, what is FeedX saying what's true? And this is what I had a problem
Saying
with in general. But is what FeedX saying true?
Nearly every character has had moves added or properties changed to improve tracking or improve their offense.
I do agree with some parts of this statement, but the entire thing might be unclear as to what relates to what. How true are all of the branches? Just because some parts are true doesn't mean the entire tree is true. Take it at face value, this could lead to some misconceptions for the community. Like if I were to say nearly every person saves money or spends money to give it to charity or buy something they want, someone might think nearly every person saves money or spends money to give it to charity, which isn't
I
true.
actually don't know what
Combining
that
all of it together can be confusing. The takeaway for many people might be that nearly every character has both improved tracking and improved offense. This is a problem. People kept telling me in my Twitch chat that this was the case. Playing on ranked, I still felt there was plenty of opportunities to sidestep, but the doom and gloom started to make me wonder what reality really was. Okay, so basically that's like all that I'm saying. Like, so Mike Hollow, maybe he can't watch it, but FeedX, like after he said all this stuff about season 2, what he had said was nearly every character had moves added or properties changed to improve tracking or offense. A lot of people came into my chat right after that video, and they said, holy crap, like all of these comments, you guys aren't even pretending to sidestep. And so this entire video, which no one wanted to, you know, really see the stats on, but I went through all of the patch notes, and I looked at all of the changes literally from fucking everything. And then, like, I just came out with stats. Now, these are not, you know, I'll skip because we can't, you know, this is more about, like, talking and stuff like that. But all I did was provide the stats. This is the, you know, here's, how many was added for a move. Like, all of these stats about how many did they add for both tracking sides, both-sided tracking moves, you know, how many weren't impacted. Like, half of the cast, by the way, you know, they didn't even get any trackability changes, which is insane. Because, like, at the time, people were saying they added homing moves to everybody. And this is what I'm talking about. Absolute, like, miscommunication. That's my opinion, at least. And we can, you can... Yeah, go ahead.
Sophie. Season 2, added in a bunch of homing and tracking stuff that was overwhelming. And that was one of the reasons why they apologized. That all of these stats and statistics, that all the statistics that you're talking about in this data, it doesn't change from the fact that people picked up the game and everyone went, "What the fuck is this?" And they said sorry for it. Like pulling out numbers of how many moves were changed doesn't really paint the whole picture, because you can have one move that is changed, a tracking move, for example, that is overwhelmingly powerful, but on the stats and the data that you pull up, there's like, okay, well they actually changed 8 things, but in that data, you're not pointing to the fact that this seventh thing that they changed is so bad, it's overwhelming everything else.
What is
And
wrong with
I'll
just
add to that. I want
providing
to say just
data?
one thing.
Like the graph or the ones I showed yesterday, or
'Cause
showing,
you're
yeah.
you keep
There's
on
more nuance.
saying,
There's more
I
nuance.
tell you keep on saying that you're intellectually honest, but just providing data on how many things they changed does not paint the whole picture. There's
It
loads of
does on the
fighting games where they
sidestepping.
change loads of things. No, the tracking and the homing on a lot of the attacks that were brought into season 2 and the problems they didn't address were massive. They were causing massive issues.
I mean, I am playing at a high level of play, and I didn't think that there was no options to sidestep, and I believe, you know, yeah. Fenty, thanks for the follow. Okay, intellectually honest is my new favorite. Well, I mean, I truly believe it. I do believe I'm being honest by just showing.
I don't know
You
if
know,
there's a I don't know if there's a point to the whole honesty thing. I think that honestly devalues the conversation. I think she genuinely likes the aggression shit. Now, I think she's a little bit of the flip side of what other people are in the community, where they just want, where if I ask them, like, the way they speak about the game is as if defense can just be this infinitely scaling thing, and they don't even have a thought in their head about what a game looks like if it's too defensive. On the flip side, I think you're going a little bit on the opposite direction where I don't know what you think the game would look like. I don't know where the game would be if it was too offensive for you. Right. So I think you're a little bit like I don't know how to describe this, but you're a little bit on the opposite end of the spectrum for them. So that's why they don't think that you're being
yeah.
truly intellectually honest. It's
Yeah, I mean,
also
like that's like
data on
telling me
its
what
own
kind
isn't
of.
just
I
like you have to
love.
be more
I do
nuanced than
like
just data.
offensive games. I like 2x KO. I like these sort of like, where you have these. That's a totally different system than what Tekken is. You know what I'm saying? Like I
But
like
if you
doing
understand, if the
really.
game gets too offensive or too
Yeah.
the player count was not up from season. If the game gets too offensive, then now new players are similarly to if the game was too defensive, the new players aren't going to want to fucking play the game because they hop in ranked and now there's 7 different new moves that are being fucking thrown out. They don't know what the fuck's going on, and they're strong good moves that you should use, right? It's not like they added just like fluff that isn't even that good. They added shit that was like character defining. Even on just like I play Azucena. They added the fucking high crushing slow mid that puts me at plus, right? That alone made the sessions that I have with my friends way more frustrating for them because I'm throwing another big ass move in their face that's putting them in a disadvantageous situation where they'll try and jab, I throw the fucking move and I crush it, boom, like whatever, right? Or maybe someone will try and so there's a limit to aggression as well, where you're no longer capturing a new audience. Where you're losing more people than you're gaining with that. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I
That's
think that
kind of just the
offense can
last
be
thing that
good
I'll
for
say.
Tekken. Like I enjoy defense. And I mean, if I didn't enjoy defense, I wouldn't know when to sidestep, when to backdash, to practice all this stuff. And, breaking grabs on reaction, I have a very good. I believe myself to be a defensive player. But I believe that people have more fun with offense than they do defense.
Yeah,
But
that's
the
true.
game got more
In
players
general,
when they
there's a lot
fixed
more
it.
scrubs.
Exactly.
Look,
And I don't think that's that.
there's a limit
Yeah.
to the offense though. If you just infinitely scale the offense of the game, that's not fun for even new players or casual players. It's not fun.
I think there's still enough defense in Tekken 8. Like so I feel like
But new players don't know
Mike
how
is
to
like
play.
seething. Like he's like, oh my god, this is the devil for Tekken. And I'm
I'm
like,
not
listen.
seething. I'm not seething.
Yeah.
It's just I'm not seething. It's just like you like Tekken 8. Like your mentality is that of a new Tekken player, and we're gonna have to agree to disagree because everything that I love about Tekken is things that you're not really interested in. You like Tekken 8, and that's cool. That's fine. There's loads of new Tekken 8 players, but Tekken 8 to me is a bastardization of what Tekken is. I'm a little perplexed at some of the things I heard, but it's okay. It's just a video game. Everyone's allowed to have their opinions. But I don't think we'll find any middle ground. I think you're on the other side of the wall to me when it comes to Tekken. I think that maybe the new Tekkens are made for people like you, but they're not for me. Now, all I'm going to be doing is, it's going to, like I said, it's a tug of war. I'm going to be doing my absolute best to make sure that we never see a Tekken game like this again. My voice isn't the loudest, but that's all I can do. I'm just very perplexed at some of the things that I've heard today, but it's fine. We're all allowed to have our opinions.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm not unsavable, I guess you would say. Is like if I had enough like I already have admitted that I was wrong on plenty of things, like even on stream. Like my mind is changeable. Like would you say that like I think that like do you think I'm intellectually honest or not really? So like I do think I'm trying to. Yeah, I mean
What do
I
you mean
believe
when
I
you're
am.
saying that? When you say you're intellectually honest, what is that? What does that
I
mean?
believe that if you say something to me and I'm wrong, that I'll with enough evidence I'll admit that I'm wrong. Like whenever you were telling me about like there's things earlier today where I was like I'll admit that basically, you know. Have I admitted fault? Like
Do I think you're intellectually honest? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like some of the things that you said, I'll be honest, it felt like I don't want to say that because people have their opinions. It's not fair to call it rage bait, but it's just very hard to believe. Like the whole Blackheart thing, I do think that you were being intellectually dishonest with that. I think that you were
okay, why?
nitpicking at him, and I think that Blackheart offered reasonable explanations, and also the fact that he doesn't have to cater his content to any regular Joe Schmo. Maybe he does cater it to the intermediate to high level, and that's completely fine. He doesn't need to explain the obvious. And I think that enough people understand that for you to be like, it doesn't need to be a talking point. But you went over it for like an hour, and then yesterday we went over it for like an hour, and I feel like you understand where we're coming from when we say that it doesn't need to be a talking point because Blackheart doesn't need to make his content like that, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But you harped on it, and I think that's where you kind of lost me.
Okay, I mean, if I disagree, should I not be sticking on a point? I guess if it's nitpicking, I should stick to the macroscopic argument. But whenever I think it's important to deconstruct a macroscopic argument, like Tekken 8 is bad, and I ask why, and then at some point, when can I not ask why? When does it become nitpicking? I think it's very important to get down to the details. Like so, when Blackheart was like saying that all the moves of King were like buffed, he was making blanket exaggerating statements. I think I think that's bad. Like I truly do. And he was being a little doomer in which a lot of people would agree. Like, on the stream.
You had the conversation yesterday, and we gave you our talking points yesterday, and then we had the conversation today, and you did get into the details. I listened to both of you speak, and it didn't matter what explanation Blackheart offered, which I actually agree with.
That
And
is
it's
not
not that I
true.
agree with Blackheart all the time. Me and Blackheart disagree on plenty of stuff, but I agree with him on this. And my community also was like, this is super nitpicky and it very obvious. It might not be obvious to new players, but minus 14 ain't going to be obvious to them either. They're not going to know what minus 14, minus 17 homing throw is. They're not going to know any of that. So all of that was kind of like we already kind of put that to bed yesterday, and then like Blackheart's name got brought up again, and it was like, why are we talking about this? Like he's already told you where he stands. There's nothing really left to talk about. It felt like you wanted to nitpick at him, and that's
Well,
what I
what
felt
is
like you were
nitpick?
being intellectually dishonest.
I believe that by saying that stuff, like yeah, Fenty, I do want to hear your example if you want. I believe that if he puts out, you know, content that's like this, it's gonna mislead people into thinking that Tekken 8 is one way when it's not. You know, that's my true belief. I'm
But we
being
explained to you that it
honest.
wasn't misleading.
Okay, but today,
Okay, no, I
like
understand
literally,
that.
like okay, you agreed earlier today. Like he did not mention the down 4-2 of King being nerfed, right? I think that is, you know, am I wrong, guys? Like, since like he said all of the moves, he said like King was buffed, there was no nerfs, no nerfs. That is just wrong. That is, and I don't understand why that's not a point of contention.
I'll give you an example, okay? I played a character called Algo in Soul Calibur 5, right? There was an update that came out for this game, and they nerfed one of Algo's attributes, but they buffed everything else. Everything else got buffed, and everyone was like, what the fuck? Now, you can say, yeah, they nerfed this forward 2, the poke or whatever it is, but no one gives a shit because they buffed 10 other things that made him so ridiculous. And that was Blackheart's point, that when he said that nothing changed, they only made him better. Yeah, okay, they might have changed down forward 2, or they might have changed back 4, whatever it might be, but the overwhelming majority of King has been getting buff after buff after buff. So in his video of what he's talking to like intermediate to high level players, they don't care. And when I was talking to the Soul Calibur players, if I even made them mention that forward 2 got nerfed and now you can duck the second hit, they're gonna look at me like, who gives it? No, we don't care. If you've not seen what they just did to this character, that is where he was coming from.
You're attacking the wrong argument. I understand what you're saying. You need to be arguing that King isn't actually that strong. That's what the conversation has to be. You can,
Okay, if I want to argue that, I would just get on
saying,
EWGF and look at the overall win rates of King, and it's like pretty close to 50%. So I don't think you guys.
Okay, but you have to,
I don't
but
think
that's
he's
the conversation though. The conversation isn't. He didn't mention the nerf when he. I mean, he's
the conversation at the time was, is he being disingenuous? Yeah.
But it's not disingenuous if he if he believes that King, like in his heart of hearts, he believes that King is fucking overpowered as fuck, and that nerf didn't really matter that much. Then it's within his rights to like say like, yo, they barely touched him or whatever the fuck, right?
Yep.
But you need to. Your counter to that has to be you saying that King isn't actually that strong, so we can at least be on the fucking same page.
You can say like one thing. You can say one thing is right, like 1 + 2, and then you can say a bazillion false things afterwards. Of course, I'm going to focus on the things that I think are false. I don't think I believe that King is actually a good character. I mained King to play in tournaments. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought it was the best character in the game at one point. It does not mean that everything else that Blackheart says after that is like I think that's, if you don't mention the positive and the negative, you're not being accurate.
He knows that King got nerfed. He's saying he knows that King got nerfed in those ways. He's saying that they don't. The point is that they don't matter. That's what the point is. So your argument against that needs to
Could you repeat that? I couldn't hear
King
you for a second.
That strong. Well, what I'm saying he doesn't think that King didn't get nerfed in the fucking patch, right? He thinks that the nerf doesn't matter relative to all of the other shit that King has in his kit. So
okay, I understand that.
The conversation has to be about that. It did, but now I understand what they mean when they say nitpick. The nitpick is that Blackheart, you, and he's saying that King got a nerf. He knows that, but he's saying that King is so overpowered that nerf doesn't matter. That's what the point is. So you have to engage with that point. You have to literally say King isn't that overpowered if you want to have a conversation about it.
I did
There's
engage
no other
with
way.
that point. Like, whenever he said, do you think King is a top 5 character? I disagreed, right? Is that not engaging? Like, what's disingenuous? I disagreed. I said, let's move on to the point that I care about. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
Like, I
but
don't know why I'm catching all this, like,
no, that's fine.
yeah.
You're not catching anything, Sophie. It's just that we're just telling you it's inconsequential and nobody cares. That's what we're saying basically. No one cares
Okay,
because
so,
King, that
yeah.
nerf that King got doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay. You know, that down 4-2 not tracking to that side, I think is actually pretty good, because people use it like down forward 2-1 as
But
a...
okay, so have that. You can have that argument. You can have that argument, but Blackheart is making the argument that doesn't matter that much. That's what he's saying. It's not. He's not fucking like trying to. I don't think he's trying to genuinely deceive everyone. I think that's the point. Like the point is when he looks at the page and it says that King got a buff, you laugh at that buff like it's a funny thing, and then you say, okay, well, my point is that buff doesn't fucking matter. It's like a quotation buff, right? Like it doesn't actually, or that nerf is it's a quotation buff, right? Or fuck, quotation nerf. But what I'm saying is like you're not engaging with his point. His point is that fucking the move doesn't fucking matter that got nerfed.
I already
He's
agreed
his
that
point
King
is
is top
King
5.
is so strong outside of
I don't
that.
know what... I don't know, like, Okay,
Because you're
you
missing
guys
his
can hear me,
point.
right?
His point isn't that King didn't get any nerfs. The point is that they didn't matter. That's what the point is.
I mean, whether nerfing down 4-2 matters, like, or not, like, is honestly, like, I think it does matter a little bit, you know? That's my true opinion. Now, just because I didn't
But
actually agree that he's
Okay.
like, or disagree that he's a top 5 character, I don't know. I just don't. I already agree that King is a top 5 character. I don't know what you guys
no, but
like.
Sophie, you're allowed to have that opinion. You can have that opinion. All we're saying is that he believes it's inconsequential. You don't. So let's just leave it there. He's not dooming because of that, or he's not being unfair, and you're not being
Well,
unfair either. It's just something that you want to focus
yeah.
on. But we're saying that
Okay, yeah.
we don't care about it. Like the algo example I gave you. The reason I gave you that example is because that's actually something that happened. They nerfed one thing on him, and no one cared. But it's fair to bring it up and say, well, they actually did nerf it. But when we're talking about the character and how they've been presented by the
Yeah.
developers, if you've buffed 10 things on the character but one thing got nerfed, as a competitive player, I might need to read, okay, I can duck the low. But in the video when I'm trying to explain why the design of this character is bad, I'm gonna hyper focus on the 10 things that actually made the character too powerful.
Okay, so you don't want me to focus on the positive things that are the minority.
You can 100% in your content, but Blackheart doesn't have to, and it doesn't make his content dishonest for doing so. He's just explaining it in a different way to a different audience.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree with that.
I think that, like I said from the very beginning, as long as you're being, like, intellectually honest, you know? I don't know, okay, maybe I don't use the word, I don't know why people are so, like, listen, that's a great thing to be, okay? So if you're saying that in the chat, you know, fuck you, whatever. I prefer to be intellectually honest. I strive to be intellectually honest, okay? So anyways, bring Finty in. I mean, okay. Wabazoom. Alright, is he in the Discord? But anyways, this is what I truly believe, basically. Alright, are we good with Fred, did you have anything else to say? I don't want to get like super crowded and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, look, I have something to do, so I'm about to leave after this. But I think that the whole intellectually honest thing from everyone saying it This is the end result where like shit is kind of just being slung around. That's my personal take on the whole like intellect, like trying to scout and see if someone's being intellectually honest or not. Um, the
Yeah.
reason they're saying that about you is because they don't feel like you are engaging with his point, and his point isn't that King literally got no nerfs. His point is that King is strong and that his kid is blah blah blah. So you have to engage with that specific point. He knows that the King got fucking nerfed. That's why they're saying it's obvious, it's obvious, it's obvious. We all know that he got nerfed. His fans might not know that he got, or like some of his fans might not know King got nerfed or whatever. But what they're trying to say, or what the argument is that King is stronger. So if you're going to attack the argument, attack the argument. You don't attack like parts that you know that Blackheart knows that King got nerfed, right?
It is
You-
not.
I'm
We
pretty
weren't
sure
talking
he
about King. We
says
were talking
that
about his
fucking
way of like giving information to people and whether that can mislead people. That's what we were talking about with Blackheart. We were not having a discussion about whether King is top
yeah.
5. I just agree that he's top 5.
Look, man. All I'm saying is just if we're going to engage with each other, it's probably more beneficial if we're engaging on the actual points of the discussion. If King is top
All right,
5 or
I
not
will
isn't the
listen.
discussion,
I will
right?
try.
That's not
Yeah,
what Blackheart is
I
saying.
thought the point of this discussion at that point was seeing if like he could possibly give people the wrong idea about what is going on in Tekken 8. Like that's what at the time of that discussion, we're not talking about whether King's top 5. We're talking about like is Blackheart's content going to make people see Tekken in a exaggerated light of negativity? Like, is that not what we were talking about?
Yeah.
Like, Mike, were we talking about like King being top 5, and then I was like running away from that point and not agreeing or whatever? Like, I wasn't doing that. I was talking about is his content, in my opinion, misleading people?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I don't think that I will try to stick onto the main point, and if you guys could remind me and say like, hey, this is what we're talking about here, like you're getting sidetracked or nitpicking, then I'll say, you know, I'm sorry. Like I'm gonna try to stay on the main points, okay? I do
I'm just explaining to
see
you
that.
why they're
Yeah,
the reason why they're saying you're nitpicking is for that. That's the reason.
yeah. So I'll
It's because they all know
try.
that King
Yeah,
got nerfed, and yeah, I don't.
I will try my best
All right, well,
to stick onto the main points. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. I mean, good luck. It's fun talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Cool that we're actually starting to have discussions in the Tekken community. I like that, and we should probably continue to do that. So yeah,
Thanks
no,
so much
thank
for
you
coming
for
on.
being a voice. Yeah, for sure.
Take care, man.
All right, Finty, one of the one of the good, like I think he's got good takes and he's a pretty strong voice for the other side. So I definitely want to welcome in. I'll be as respectful as possible. You don't have to be respectful to me if you don't want to.
What is that? My
But
brother from
Sophie,
another mother.
can I ask you something about that? Is that a tactic of you to like do a little bit of glazing here and there, or do you actually know my takes?
I know your take. I watched one of your videos about the heat system and Dragonov basically doing a heat smash and he was kind of running away. So I have watched like a little bit of your content. I don't know everything about you, kind of like you don't know a lot about me. But what I do think is that you're pretty intellectually honest. I do think that. Now I think you might have a problem with me because yeah, okay, yeah. You might have a problem with me because I just believe in Tekken. I believe in it right now.
Well, you know, one thing I don't know why you start using these words. To me, look, first of all, let me say that obviously you are a good player, right? Like I saw many people being like under a bit of a misconception when they say like, oh, she has to be like, I don't know, like show her profile, show her Tekken ID, she has to be a Fujin or something. Obviously that's not the case, right? Like I can say that. God 1 on any shit. I think you were like God 1, right? in like season 2?
So, if I want to be accurate, I'll
you
glaze myself a little bit. But I didn't play a long time ago, and I was God 1 when everybody else was God 1 or God 2. I'm in that level, you know, and then... So I think if I did play, I didn't play for 2 months, I'm in God 3 territory.
Yeah, I just wanted to... Sorry, I just wanted to highlight this because some people are like immediately, okay, this has to be a bad player or something. I don't... But that is not the case. Like, I just want to say that, but... You know, when you said, you always say intellectually honest, and it kind of seems to me, this is like, I don't want to, I mean, I have to be a bit of an asshole, but it kind of reads to me like you just watched like one Ben Shapiro video and now you think you're like a master debater, because when you use those terms, you need to be a bit careful. Well, it seems to me that way. I tell you exactly why. You remember, because I listen, right? I really listen. And when you had this little scuffle with Noma, you said he is being intellectually dishonest because, rightfully so, because when he said, "Oh, what game came after Tekken 7?" You said, "Well, you are now making yourself up to be the arbiter of like causation and effect, right? And you should always get this right. Like you need to be careful with that." But then, literally 3 minutes later, you do the same thing in which you say that the sales started to flatten, probably. And you said that is precisely because season 2. You did the same thing. And you literally did the same thing. You just made yourself the arbiter of causation and effect. And I think this is where you actually literally prove that you are not intellectually honest. You are literally intellectually dishonest. You are accusing people of something.
There's no reason, just because that doesn't prove I'm intellectually dishonest. Like, if I say, here's a prediction that I have, it doesn't. Like, if I say that I believe that this may have caused this, then that's accurate. What he said...
No, you didn't say that. You said... No, you didn't say that. You didn't
what did I
say
say?
You believe that caused that. You said that is the case. That is the thing. I rewatched it. I literally watched it like today.
Like in the same way that you guys... In the same way that you guys are saying that I don't need to add my opinion and everything, why on this can I not say that this is my opinion? It's my opinion that season 2... caused all of this, like, people to... I don't have to say it's my opinion.
Well, because
like, it just is.
Well, then we can agree that... Well, then we can agree that both of you are, like, wrong and are making yourself the arbiter of cause and effect, but then you don't have the right to call other people or, you know, make it out to be that you are intellectually dishonest and make it out to be that other people aren't. Then you both are...
No, what I was saying to him, like, I didn't say he's been intellectually dishonest. I said that there's a flaw in his thinking that Tekken 7 caused Tekken 8. In the same way that there could be a flaw in either of our ways thinking that Tekken Tag caused Tekken 7 or Tekken 7 caused Tekken 8. So I didn't say I was the arbiter of causation or anything like that.
No, but you made other people aware that they shall not do that, and then literally 3 minutes later you do the same thing. That is intellectually ultra mega dishonest. Like, you have to acknowledge this, right?
Okay, so what are you're saying I'm doing the same thing as Noma, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so...
You literally did it.
Okay, so I'm having problems, like, maybe... I'm not be dumb, okay? I really, like, I'm trying to understand this. Okay, you're saying, like, he says that Tekken 7 sales caused Tekken 8. Right? Yeah, and then and you're comparing this to me... Yeah, the Season 2 thing with me causing sales to drop, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how is it intellectually dishonest wherever I say, like, someone else does it, but I don't... Yeah, we both might have the fallacy of correlation being causation, right? That's still intellectually honest. Like, if I make a mistake...
What are you... Okay, look, I see, this is where you lose me. Like, this is where you, like, really lose me. Like, no,
I'm listening.
Like, you were both intellectually dishonest because at the end, we just don't know. Like, we don't know. Right? And you made him aware of that fact in that moment because you wanted to counter his narrative. But then you, while building your own narrative, did the same intellectually dishonest trick.
Noma himself doesn't know he's intellectually dishonest. Like, he doesn't know, right? In the same way that I wouldn't know. Like, both of us are just being intellectually honest.
Like, that doesn't prove anything. Noma thinks Tekken 7 caused Tekken 8, right? And I think Season 2 caused sales to drop. Neither of us is being intellectually dishonest. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't prove anything.
Because both of you are both of you are intellectually dishonest because again you cannot make that claim. To make that claim is being intellectually dishonest, and you called him out on it.
Okay.
And then you
If you
minutes later do
if
the
you can't
same
make that
thing.
claim, I just
Like,
gotta say,
you need to
my
understand
Colo,
this, like-
he doesn't know about the sales of Tekken 7 being. I mean, he knows about the Tekken 7 sales being 4 million, but there's no way that he knows that Tekken 8 sales what they would be in the future. Like, he doesn't know whether they're higher or lower. This is like, if you're gonna say that we're being intellectually honest with that, which I'm not saying Mike is intellectually dishonest, okay? But he is making a claim that he doesn't know, in the same way that you're accusing me of a claim that I don't know.
Look, I gave you the example. I can't be more clearer in it. I don't even know what you're now saying. I tell you my macro perspective on you, why you do what you do, okay? I think that you are, for some reason, you feel personally attacked when people trash this game, and this is why you try to push this counter narrative, which is perfectly understandable from like an emotional perspective, but you have to be fair in that. I don't have any problems with your opinion. I honestly would even say that with the bandwagoning stuff, you have a point. I'm honestly even conceding that, but I still think you need to be fair. Like, you can't go around and use words like intellectually honest and dishonest and then don't see that there's a very big difference if someone is lying, in the case of Blackheart, or someone doing something that your personal taste doesn't align with. You need to see that, because I want to take you seriously, but I can't if you use those words like intellectually honest, like a Ben Shapiro wannabe, and then you do that with Blackheart. That's not okay. Like, that's all I want to take you seriously, and I even think you have points, but that's not okay. Like, that's not okay.
Okay, let me just I'm trying to understand. I promise you, I really am.
Shit? Can I ask this straight up? Are you using like AI, or what is this?
Why does that always become the thing? Like, if we're talking about,
Well,
like,
because
yeah, I don't know. Like, listen, like, what I've said, I've already said, you know, like, I've already told people, and if people want to keep on, like, you can believe what you want to believe. I would like to be a VTuber, protect my personal identity and stuff like that. So, I mean, like I said, if you want to believe that I all of this stuff, then I'm totally fine, okay? You wanna believe I have 12 dicks? Then believe I have 12 dicks. You know what I'm saying?
No. That's no. I wasn't on about your I wasn't
I
on
know.
about your gender. I wasn't on about that. I was just okay. You heard what I said about Blackheart? I want to take you seriously. I think you got some. Do you have anything to say? Do you disagree, or am I right?
Okay, could you ask the question? Sorry.
Do you think it is a problem when someone has a favorite phrase that's called intellectual dishonesty, and then accuses someone of a lie, in that case Blackheart, and then it was only an exaggeration at best? Like, that is a bit of a problem. That was the second example, basically, because I want to take you seriously. I even
I don't think
that you have some points.
Okay, I don't think that I. Okay, if I said that it's a lie, then I'm sorry. You know, but if you guys are talking about nitpicking, you know that my overall point is that Blackheart is spreading this sort of like narrative that it's like a super bad game, like way more exaggerated than it is.
I know where you want to go with that. I know that. But you have to acknowledge, when someone is using those words like, oh, it's important that you are intellectually honest, and so on, that then it is a bit of a problem if that person doesn't abide by that, because to me it suggests that person puts high value on because it's a very precise word, right? You use very strong words, intellectually honest. So then I expect the person who uses those words to be very careful in what words they use. And there is a big difference between a lie and an exaggeration at best. So would you consider, if someone just willy-nilly uses the word lie there, that is intellectually dishonest, therefore you are intellectually dishonest? Would you agree?
Okay. I don't under.
What do
I
you
am
mean?
going
Okay.
to. Maybe it's because I'm sleepy because I didn't sleep since the time that we did this last thing.
I don't
You know.
think that is because you're sleepy.
Well, I'm
I
gonna
don't
try to
think that.
understand you. Okay, like okay. Let me try. Maybe I'm stupid. Okay, listen. I am sorry, but I am not
No,
understanding
you just don't want to
how.
admit it.
No, let me. I'm trying to understand again. So I want you to repeat it, and this time I'm going to like write it down or something because
I
I really
repeated it 2 times, Sophie. I'm not gonna.
like
Look,
you're
I
saying
repeated it
okay.
2 times,
What
Sophie.
I
Yours.
believe is you're comparing the Tekken 7 8 like he's saying Tekken 7 Tekken 8 sales is because of Tekken 7. And then you're saying that you're comparing my season to causing the sales and drop. You're saying that both of us are being intellectually dishonest, right?
Yes, because
Okay.
I would be inclined to. No, go on. Sorry.
Go ahead. No. I'm trying to listen.
Well, because obviously I would be inclined to say, that sounds about right, right? But intellectually honest is not about what sounds about right. It's about can you actually prove that? Can you prove a link here? And while I would agree on a feeling level with his narrative and also with yours, if you are the one who wants to bring intellectual honesty in here, you need to be really objective about shit. Like I'm
I
sorry,
was
but
trying
I
to be.
can't take you seriously if you use those words.
I was trying
Yeah,
to be.
well,
Okay, so I
okay.
believe I listened. All right, you said, all right. Okay, so he said it's not what sounds about right. It's what you can prove. I'm trying to actually use numbers. He's not using the numbers and stuff like that. Like I was trying to be objective, and it's really more about I think intellectually dishonest, like or honest or dishonest. What it's about to me, Fenty, is if you are like knowing, like willingly lying, like lying about. Like, so if I was lying, saying that season 2, like if I was being intellectually dishonest, like if you asked me, do you think that season 2 was caused? I mean, do you think that the sales in Tekken 8 was caused because of season 2? And like what's it called? Like basically, it's like me trying to hold information from you. You know what I'm saying? Or it's like me trying to say with the like lie essentially. Like you know what I'm saying? Like yeah,
Well,
nigga should have slept.
I think I know what you want to say, but honestly, if you want to have another thing that I have a bit of a problem with is your graph in general, because your graph suspiciously also cuts out at a very suspicious point, because I know what you want to say with that graph, right? Because I am not an idiot. I will give you the point here that Tekken 8 hit a certain milestone faster than Tekken 7. Fine, I will give you that. But you are intellectually actually dishonest if you then just look at that window until somewhat that timestamp and say it's all fine. Like, what do you mean? Like, we have no problem
No.
here.
I'm comparing apples to
We can
apples.
debate how.
Like I'm only gonna compare Tekken 8 for as long as we have data points for it. That's the last data point that we have.
No. You are not. No, wait. You are not. That's not what you do. You're not comparing apples to apples. You're comparing a specific side of an apple to that specific side, even though the apple has way more surface, and that is intellectually
No, I'm
dishonest.
not. I'm comparing the first 24 months of Tekken
apple,
8 to the first 24 months of Tekken 7. That is the apples to apples, in my opinion.
Well, but are you aware that Tekken? Well, then are you aware that Tekken 7 at the end of 2019 sold 5 million copies? Because I kind of think I know where you got the number. You got the number of of not 5 million because it was reported in like 2020 beginning. But Harada's tweet actually said, well, while I am reporting the number now, we actually reached those sales in 2019. Did you let that, like, I don't know, go into that graph?
I didn't.
I don't
I
think so,
only
right?
included the
Because that
data
mistake
for
is
what Tekken
easily
8
made.
currently has, you know? Like, I could include all of Tekken 7's sales, but it
Yeah,
would be like a bazillion dollars because it's been out longer than Tekken 8. That is data that you don't need to compare. Like,
no, the problem is you are focusing on the 12 months, which is, yeah, you got a point there. But after the 12 months, something happens there. You can't just pronounce the 12 months or basically reduce the window that we are looking at these 12 months and say, bro, everything is like totally sick here. Look, we are not even at the point. This is where I will make your point. What we also had to do is check when exactly did Tekken 7 go on what sale, because that impacts numbers, right? I'm even now making your point, because Tekken 7, I don't know if you know that, was part of multiple Humble bundles, aka that game specifically was sold for pennies on the dollar, for extremely cheap. So that is obviously going to inflate the numbers. I'm making your point now because I'm actually intellectually dishonest. But these are all factors you didn't even consider.
you mean intellectually honest,
so you
right?
cannot
Yeah.
be the one who.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I actually tried to be, but I don't think you are trying to be.
I am. Okay, so if you don't think
Guys,
I'm
not to cut off your
intellectually...
conversation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, just to not to cut off your conversation. I literally passed out on my chair. I ain't slept yet, so I'm gonna leave the rest of this. I'm gonna go and get something to eat, and I'll be back. Yeah, is
Like,
that alright, Sophie?
No, yeah, hey, thanks for stopping by and yeah.
I'll
appreciate
be
it.
back. I'll be back. Like I'm
Wait.
coming back. I'm coming back.
Okay.
I need to go.
Are you actually crazy? You are saying you will be back after you eat, you now will eat
I'm
something.
I'm literally just going downstairs. I'm just going
Oh, you're
downstairs.
mad.
I'm coming straight back because I can see C4 in the request. I want to be here when C4 gets here, so I'm coming back. Don't kick me from the call, yeah?
Okay,
Yeah.
no problem.
I won't. But Sophie,
Alright, cool.
Let me ask you. You know what? Fuck this intellectual honesty. Let's fuck this for a moment, right?
Hey,
I know you're a good player.
no, yes,
Okay?
give me 1 second. I'm sorry, I gotta fix something on my side too. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Shall I entertain the stream while you're doing this?
All right,
I will just do it.
yeah, no, I'm
What
back.
do
I'm
I
back.
have in chat here? Oh,
Oh
okay.
yeah, and yeah, Valendian, you can join us if you would like. Okay. All right, yeah. Go ahead, Finty, and welcome in, Valendian.
Let me ask you one question, Sophie. Like, I think honestly, I think you're very interesting and you're fun. This is why I'm even here. If I think you're not fun, I wouldn't even engage with you, right? And you're a good player, which is what makes you interesting, because I know you're a good player. But is it possible that you feel a little bit personally attacked whenever people call, and I also disagree with that, like Tekken 8 a stupid fucking casino and shit? Can it be that you feel a little bit personally attacked and that clouds your judgment a little bit?
Listen, I get the
possible?
implication, because but the thing is like, even like from the start of season 1, I've been saying the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I told people about, that I didn't like it was being offensive and stuff like that. And then I was like, you know what? I kind of like embraced it essentially at the beginning of Tekken 8. I was like, okay, this is the way that things are kind of going. No one seems to care about it. Season 2 came out, and then like to answer your question, like I'm going back to basically say, well, I'll just answer it right now. Like, I believe that I'm being very accurate whenever I'm talking about Tekken 8. But they obviously, and I don't know if he's trying to like make me look bad, but obviously before I did have like an incident in which like there's like a cancellation thing, and so being I don't like there is sort of a parallel with Tekken 8 kind of like being canceled. Now, do I let that like cloud my judgment?
Well,
I don't know. I try not to let it do it. I promise you. I absolutely promise you, but
this is why I'm very careful. I mean, I'm just saying, like, this, I don't want to bring this up, but like, I mean, I don't actually care about it, but this is why I'm also very careful with you, because when I remember that incident correctly, you wanted to try to basically tell people that you didn't at all know that what happened is even anything controversial. I mean, it's all archived on my phone, but there I was
I just want to be
tried
clear about that
Yeah.
I didn't know the full ramifications of what I was doing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that, and I don't know how that is even possible, because I think you're American and I'm European. I mean, I'm across the fucking Atlantic and I know the implications, but I mean, obviously,
I don't know
wanna
what to tell
bring
you.
this. I don't want to make this the topic, right? I know I don't want to make this the topic, but this is where I was like, if I ever interact with this person, I need to be a bit careful, because I think you're like a bullshit artist. But
Oh my god.
that's just my take. That's why
Okay, listen, I don't need the character
directly ask
assassination.
you.
I'm already like somebody that has went through a lot of this, like
I
Finn,
mean, I
just
think
be.
you did the best. I couldn't even do it better than yourself. So I don't know.
All that I'm saying is trying to
You don't
assassinate
need
my
for character
character, you know?
assassination.
By trying to, in my opinion, you're saying
I
like,
don't try to. No, I didn't even.
Okay, so Sophie, you need to chill out. He's not trying to
okay,
assassinate
alright,
character. He's genuinely like curious as to why you're like that. The words he's using aren't meant to be aggressive towards you.
fair enough.
And I feel like a lot of the times when people do make their points and say things or point out observations, I feel like you get offended by it. And I think you need to like just
Yeah, maybe.
separate whatever it is causing you to feel offended by that. And I think you'll be able to actually have a conversation directly about things instead of derailing into talking about parts of how they're interacting with you or how they're saying things as opposed to what they're actually saying.
I mean, okay, sure. I'll try to stay on topic, but he was the one that brought up the cancellation. I was just, making a comment on that. But let's have the conversation if that's what.
No, I think technically you brought it up, but I don't want to be an asshole about it now.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I think I did bring it up. I think what I said was, you said, is there any possibility, basically, that I have some emotional attachment, And I was then saying, yeah, maybe because of a controversy that I had.
But how would that affect? I mean, I actually just mean the game. Like, I think you really like the game, and there's no problem with it. I think you really like the game. I fully respect that, and I think that is why you are a bit sensitive about it, and that maybe can cloud your judgment a little bit.
That's possible.
But I don't. You are not in the wrong for liking a game.
Yeah, I mean, so the way
everything is possible.
Go ahead. Okay, you can make fun of that, sure. I'm still gonna say it's possible because it is possible, maybe. Maybe I'm clouded. So I'm giving you the most that I can, Finty. So the way that I feel about Tekken 8, I don't feel it's very clouded. I actually don't play a lot of Tekken. I mainly play, if you look at when the last time I'm streamed or even like played my main character, it was in August. I don't really like super love this game for no reason. I just think that it's getting too much flack. Like, I think that it's getting way too much negativity. And I don't think that the design... Yeah, go ahead.
Now, that's a bit of my problem. Like, obviously this game got trashed. This game will be a kind of negative point from the. Do you remember when they lied about they didn't lie. They purposefully left out completely that this game is going to have a shop. And then 2 or 3 weeks later after launch, they literally just said, "Hey guys, we're going to have an update." It's like with that alone, people's judgment about this whole game is already fucking clouded. All right, and it's already like negatively biased for good reason. But the problem I have with this is, while I want to hear you out on that, every time I then ask you about, like, give me like something specific here, like I don't get any examples. Like, I ask you, okay, Black Hat is negative, okay, but Black Hat might even be overly negative, okay, but is he wrong in anything? And then you kind of say like, yeah, no, not really. So I just have a problem with how he speaks. And I don't really, you know what I mean? I don't really, so are people wrong or right? That's just all I really care about.
Yeah, I don't...
You know what I mean?
I don't think that he... Okay, I'll have to like look at his video, see if he's wrong on anything. I don't know anything off the top of my head. My main thing is that he does spin it in a negative light, and that makes like newer players believe the game is like really like worse than it is, essentially. Yeah.
I give you my best example for this. I give you my best counter example. Obviously, there's anecdotal evidence. I will fully concede that, but I play a lot with a certain player who's called Defi, and he started with Tekken 8. And he put a lot of time into it. Like he visited every character. He's really good. And he learned to play Tekken by basically playing every character, right? And he, at a certain point with season 2, came to the realization that he doesn't think this is good. He thinks this is shit. So this guy basically is a new player, and on his own, the better he got at the game, right? The better he got with every day, he got better and better and better, the more negative his opinion about the game became. And this is something that I can tell you. I did this in season 1. Season 1, where the game wasn't yet, we didn't have season 2. And I went around and asked players, on Twitch. I went around and asked a shit ton of players what their take on the game is right now in season 1. I asked Zephy Black, like pro players, but then I also asked like random blue ranks that were streaming, right? Like random people who just play the game, who just enjoy it, right? And these random players, were kind of
they can feel pretty bad about it.
It's kind of whatever. Like I don't really. Yeah, it's like it's all fine, right? But the higher I went in skill level, already in season 1, the higher I went. I was then at your
the higher skill, the worse they like
so
it.
on. The higher I went, the more. Yeah, the more negative the opinion becomes, and now. So Defi then plays old Tekken with me and suddenly says, bro, that shit is way better. I like this shit way more. Did I influence him? No, he came to that conclusion.
Yeah, there's going to be people that don't like
it. So I think you are not... Yeah, but you're giving... But my point is, you are kind of saying the people are fucking stupid and they can't think for themselves and they can't identify something that's shit on their own. They need to be told to like or hate something, and I think you're underestimating.
No, what I'm saying is there's equally, like, there's people like Shinblade, me, plenty of people that are in my chat that have come on here that disagree. They don't think the Tekken's shit, and you can't, by the same token, tell them that their opinion doesn't matter either, right?
Okay, Sophie, I think there's a problem here, and it's that you're looking at people who are on your side as if they came to that conclusion themselves instead of being convinced by someone else. But then you look at other people who have other opinions on the other side of the argument, and you assume that
Sinblade didn't get,
I understand
but
the reason
Sinblade.
why you think that's the case. For like, yeah, there are some examples, but what I'm saying is like, I think that you are over exaggerating the impact that other people saying something is shit has, because if other people say something shit and people don't agree with that, they're not going to agree with the person saying it's shit. They're going to be like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? If there's enough people who don't like a thing and someone says, hey, this thing sucks for these reasons, or that they don't like it for these reasons, people are going to latch onto that and be like, well, yeah, I agree with that already. I'm going to be more forward about my opinions. And in some cases, there's misinterpretations that lead to problems. But I think that a lot of the time it is people just giving their opinion. And as long as people are educated on how things actually are, it's fine. And in a lot of cases with like KC, Mike Hollow, BDX, Blackheart, etc., they do explain enough things that I think the average intermediate player can understand it. Even I can fucking understand it, and I'm a new guy.
I mean, I give you one more, like, I give you an example how people usually are when they like things, right? When you like something, you don't really care if others find this as shit. Like, for example, did you probably watched this movie, as some of you will have, M. Night Shyamalan's The Happening, right? That's an objectively probably bad movie, but I like it. And I don't give a shit if other people don't. I have never watched an essay or anything to tell me if I shall like this movie or not. I simply don't give a shit. And that's how many people are about this, about things in general. And that's also why I think the player numbers are the way they are, because there you have a point. The player numbers on average in Tekken 8 right now are higher than kind of the peaks of Tekken 7. So that means, what do sales even matter if less sales result in a bigger, more stable player base? That's a point in your court. That's actually being honest here. Like, what do the sales even matter if the player base is healthy? That goes into your direction. So I'm just saying, like, why people stay, why they not stay, I have my own conclusions about that. But I don't know, like, you underestimate people is all I'm saying. I think you underestimate how you influence people about, like, in the way they should or not.
All right, fair enough.
Should
like
things or not like things.
Yeah, Mike, if you want me to get C4 in here, then we can do that. Yeah, I don't. Is he on the Discord? Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Alright, now to go on C4.
Also, Finn
Wait.
is. Oh, also, I just wanted to say this as well. Your alert volume is like 3 times as high as it should be, and Finn is like half the volume he should be
He's like
on
half
your
the
end,
volume.
Sophie.
Okay, because it's really
Yeah, he should be
loud
like
for
twice as
me.
loud.
Alright, there we go. I put it at 150. Can you guys hear Finn okay?
I mean, I don't know. I hope my words were listened to, or at least they were able
Yeah,
to be
yeah, we
listened
can
to.
hear you. It was just quiet.
Okay,
I hope I just didn't talk into a void the whole time.
Oh, hello? Hello?
how's it
Yo.
going, C4?
Oh, there you go. I'm fucking so disappointed in Finn and Mike. So disappointed.
Yeah, I wanted to hear this. Go on.
I can't even remember how many bad points there were. I can go retroactively. Finn's point about you shouldn't care about people playing. It's a PvP game, dude. You have to care about people playing your game. You have to care about people liking and playing your game. Otherwise, you can't play people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. You guys can keep talking, but the fact that people were getting at Sophie for being a nitpick against Blackheart when he said there was no changes, then said there was, and then we had 20 minutes of Finn talking about intellectually dishonest, and that wasn't a nitpick, and no one said anything. It's crazy. I know Finn
Wait,
didn't
did I
say
talk?
anything
Did
about
I
a
was
nitpick.
thinking the
did I
same
talk
thing.
shit, or was I good?
No, that's what I just said. I just
Yeah.
said it. I said Finn didn't mention the nitpicking, but other people did. When
Yeah,
hold
hey,
on.
Sophie,
Finn, let me just ask Finn super quick, because I did want to say that. If I was being intellectually dishonest, I actually took off on the CCP, Tekken 8's, like, I excluded where it would make Tekken 8 look really good in the same way that I did, like, you're saying I sliced off, the right side of the graph for Tekken 7, because it compared, like, that's being intellectually
I
dishonest.
think that, yeah.
But I
think that
also took
think that
off the 34,000 CCP for Tekken 8 because that was an outlier, and that's me being intellectually honest, in my opinion.
Why is C4
no, I
disappointed in
think-
me? I'm confused.
you never said anything.
Look,
I was sleeping.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I literally woke up on stream. I said I'm going downstairs to get a bagel.
Okay, fair. Okay, I'm not disappointed in you then. Just Blackheart.
Yeah, let's have it.
C4, what do you think
You
about Blackheart's content? Like, I mean, I'm not gonna say it's doomer. Every time I say these words, people just like make fun of me. Like, do you think
Nice
that
streamer.
his?
He's streamer. I'll say streamer. I'll say it in the chest.
You think so?
Yep, I think he's streamer. Yep. I watched his video. I don't even play Tekken. I watched his video, and Mike knows this because I messaged him saying it was a funny video when the season 3 patch came out. His type of video is why I wouldn't want to play the game. But I think everyone's okay with that. I don't think I think a lot of people hear the word doom and go, that's a bad trait. You can have justified dooming. He just denied it. And in chat, when I was talking to him about it, he was like, I'm not talking to you about it. It's irrelevant. And then he was asking people about their rank and their rank in Tekken before he would talk to them.
Yeah. That's
weird energy. I mean, it's Tekken energy. It's weird energy.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
Very weird.
Blackheart.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, Finn, that's what I said. It's Tekken. Finn does it as well. It's weird. It doesn't happen in other games. Nowhere near as much.
Okay, look. Why I do that? Why I sometimes ask for rank is because at a certain point I'm just a little bit baffled. Last time, what's it called? Break Kids, cool guy. I like him, but he was like calling forward 4-2 and down 1+2 from Kazuya like pokes, and that is poking got enhanced. Like down 1+2 in no world can you classify this as a poke. So at a certain point, I have to do the shortcut and ask about rank to see if it is worth engaging with someone, because I make this super short. But Sophie, you would agree. If someone tells you snake edges are not reactable and he wants to have a discussion about that, you would ask for rank. And then and if he replies, I'm a brawler, you would say, good sir, I would advise you to spend a little bit more time in this game, and then we can talk.
I agree with Fenty there.
I know it's
Okay.
shitty. I know it's shitty, but
you can.
Sorry.
It's all right. You can justify it. It's a cringe Tekken thing. It doesn't happen in other games.
No, it's
maybe
not
a little bit in Street Fighter.
You can think it's cringe C4, but it has a purpose, because I can't talk with with anyone. Like, I can't have a Tekken discussion, a proper
Just gathering
Tekken
data.
discussion that's even interesting.
I agree with that.
Yeah, with someone who is a
You can
green
have
rank,
a data
I
with-
can't do that.
If someone's saying something, I remember when you were talking about someone was saying something was reactable or not. And you had what was it? How come, was it 17 frames they said was reactable?
16 frames,
No
health
way.
reactable. Yeah, he said.
No, because okay, that's
It doesn't matter what rank
Yeah.
they are. It doesn't matter what rank they are to say that's stupid and wrong and incorrect. Unless
Well,
you're
yes,
a
but-
supercomputer,
okay.
you cannot react to 16 frames. You don't
You
need to
are-
know their rank.
it matters
You
the
are
frame buffer on
obviously
the
correct
game.
about that. Wait, it's yeah. C4, you are obviously correct about it, but what you have to keep in mind is it makes shit really funny. It makes shit way funnier if I can point at this guy's gameplay and say, look at this, bro, you don't even react to a 27 frame law Dragon Tail, but you call 16 frames reactable in a desperate attempt to downplay your own character. That's hella funny, C4. You have to admit.
Okay, if you're doing it for entertainment, that's fine. But just remember, earlier on in this call, you were saying all you care about is the truth. And the truth is, if someone says something 16 frames, it doesn't matter about their rank. They're just wrong. But like you
That
said,
is
if you're doing it for
true.
entertainment, that's fine.
That is true, but the rank and his gameplay then gives more context and entertainment, and that's kind of funny, no?
Yeah, you're funny though.
Yeah,
That's
for
you being funny.
entertainment, I don't
But
know, but I
top
see what
rank in
C4 is
Tekken,
saying.
It doesn't matter. It could have been if Arslan Ash said this 16 frame move is reactable, everyone would look at him and go, "You're lying. You're talking
Which he
shit."
did at some point, which
I mean,
even
he was on
Spag.
steroids.
Well, I
It
hope you
doesn't-
mocked him because that's ridiculous.
well,
I don't care
at
who
some-
says that.
Now, at some point, he said certain things, but the funny part is even Spag, when he was in Pakistan, said like, "Hey, did you know that Arslan can react to health strips if he is on enough karak chai, which is like a tea they drink down there?" And he was even
Right.
Spag was making fun of it, right? Spag was making fun of it. So yeah, we in
There's
the Tekken
no
scene,
way.
we make fun of this shit. Yeah, we do.
Good.
Look,
Yeah,
health
it's
is
just funny.
reactable if you're on Adderall. That's just true. That's objective fact.
Oh my god, okay.
But sorry,
Yeah.
Sorry.
But yeah, I'm
Sophie,
just
what
I'm
was
just
the
EDX on that one.
topic? Sophie, I'm sorry, I didn't want to derail this. I'm terribly sorry.
No, you're good. I don't remember what the topic was. I guess we're talking. I mean, Mike said that C4 is not in the call,
Oh,
and
yeah,
I
Duma.
didn't.
Wait, you said dooming. Dooming
Yeah,
was
yeah,
the topic.
dooming. Yeah.
I think dooming was the topic.
Oh,
So
yeah.
is Blackheart doomer?
I
Like,
was
am
just
I being
saying, I think
crazy?
people can do. Oh, for me, 100%. 100%.
We already spoke about this earlier. I said that Blackheart.
Yeah.
I said him when he was on the call. I said, yeah, you're dooming. If you want the
Yeah,
game
but
to
not
die,
yesterday.
then you're dooming, 100%.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
not
yeah,
yesterday.
true.
Based on what was shown to me yesterday and what I had heard in his videos, I didn't class that as dooming. However, when me and C4 spoke in private, we kind of refined the definition of what a doomer is and kind of landed on it can be a range of things. So you could call Blackheart a doomer, but I think he's a well informed one. He's justified in his dooming.
Mhm.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Mike. Mike
Yeah.
showed me
I
a bit
totally
of the
agree with
dooming
that too.
aspect that was like really important.
Yeah.
I would say literally everyone in Tekken. I'd say Frame Whisperer was a doomer. Well, is a doomer. He's just correct. He's a correct doomer.
What did Frame Whisperer say
Frame
exactly?
called where he predicted what
Exactly.
was
I
going to
mean, a
happen
lot
to
of-
Tekken.
He said a lot of things.
A lot of beautiful analogies, beautiful. Like I can't. Doesn't matter.
You'll get demonetized. He basically called it. He called what Tekken 8 would become. And so people calling him a doomer back then, but it kind of seemed like he was dooming without purpose or dooming without knowledge, and turned out he kind of just had his finger on the pulse the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
And he was
I think
saying this
what
stuff back
you would
in
have to do,
Tekken
Sophie,
7 even,
is-
The
right?
Alex Jones of Tekken.
That's crazy.
Yep. Yep.
To a certain extent, when it comes to the product, yeah, to the certain extent of like they don't care about cheating. Look at this cheat portal here; they don't give a fuck. In that sense, he did. Yeah, already in Tekken 7, he called this out, which is
Yeah.
good.
I think the position that you've got, Sophie, is that you have to show everyone else why dooming is a bad thing to do.
Okay,
Why
so
is it bad?
I mean to be, what I'm saying to everybody is if you believe the game is good or bad, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that you should exaggerate it in a way that Like, I guess you can just exaggerate it however you want, if I'm being honest. Like, if you want to leave out all the information and then, you know, just show the negative information, sure. I guess. Or the positive. Like, you can spin you can spin the truth in whatever way that you want. But, like, you know, the way that I have done it with my content so far is to show both sides, I guess. Like, what I did with my trackability video is, like, you know, I know he's saying this, but, you know, the other side is also important to consider, you know? And I don't know how you should, do the content. As long as you're being what you believe is to be accurate, whether that's, like, super good or super bad, I'm totally fine with it. With Blackheart's thing, he's dooming, okay, and he's, like, excluding information, making it seem worse than it is. And maybe that's a good thing if you think that Tekken is in a bad spot and you wanna... I don't know. For me, I think that... Okay, I'm gonna go into my, like, real philosophies in real life. It's just be accurate about everything. Don't exaggerate. Even in your own mind, you shouldn't exaggerate. So, go ahead, Valendia.
So the
Okay, but
problem,
what?
the problem is you're misconstruing omission of irrelevant or seemingly irrelevant information as something that is intentionally disingenuous, which I believe is incorrect.
Wait, no,
Okay.
he lied by omission. He said it. He said he thought it was irrelevant. The buff that King got, he said was irrelevant.
Yep.
So that's lying by omission if he
Seemingly
doesn't say it.
irrelevant. Yeah, seemingly irrelevant information
Yeah.
that is being omitted is like what she's construing as the misrepresentation, and I
Yes.
believe that
Look,
the impact of that is exaggerated. I don't think it's
I'm a
wrong
bit.
entirely. I just think
that's
the
lying
impact
by
is
omission.
exaggerated.
Why are we using different words? That's lying by omission. If he doesn't say about the buff, if he doesn't say about it. How is that
Yeah,
not?
like
Guys,
C4 is saying, like,
just
yeah, go ahead. Okay, yeah.
So I'm not
I
talking
just
about.
sorry, I don't want to cut anyone up, but I need to go to bed. I haven't slept in over 24 hours now. I just wanted to stick around to make sure C4 wasn't disappointed in me, but turns out I was asleep anyway. So I'll love you all and leave you. I will see you tomorrow. Take care,
Love
everyone.
Zoom. Hey, Mike, you're
Good
great,
night, my
okay?
host.
Yeah, likewise, Sophie. Although that talk about chip damage and throws, I almost had an aneurysm,
I
but
know.
we'll
Hey, I'll
forgive and
talk about
forget.
it more. Listen, I'm about to get
Dangerous.
canceled again. I said that, and
Ignore
everybody,
them,
the whole
Sophie.
chat got on fire.
Nah,
But
Sophie,
listen,
I'm joking.
yeah.
Sophie, I'll play it. I'll play it.
We'll have fun soon, okay. Hey,
I'll play
have
it.
a good night.
Alright, I'll see you guys later. Take care, guys.
In a bit. Yeah, I
I
think
don't.
obviously everyone likes Blackheart. I like Blackheart, and being like everyone's friends with Blackheart. I think they're putting kitty gloves on for him. So they don't want to say. I think they don't want to say the truth. They're being biased, which is fine.
But wait a minute. What I don't understand is what relevant. You said this, Sophie. Like, what relevant information did he exclude to like dramatize things? I
Down
don't
forward
understand.
two.
Like, what did he exclude? The down forward 2 nerf. Okay, okay, I grant I have also complained about down forward 2 being completely unsteppable after forward 2. That is now no longer the case. You should highlight that. I agree with you, but at the same time, you yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, did the same thing in reverse, where you said, why is he now pronouncing that this frame, that it doesn't matter that this frame is like 14 frames, because you said basically it's bad, everyone will break it. But then you yourself forgot the pretty significant property that you can use it as a punish on power crushes. So you're again guilty the same.
Wait.
He
Before you
mentioned
answer,
that in
Sophie,
the video. Okay, go
so
ahead.
you understand? Wait, Sophie, you have to do this. No, you have to. Wait, Sophie, please. We have to establish. Finn, are you engaging in whataboutism?
To a certain extent, yes, because it is important to establish the credibility of a certain party here.
Are they both
And the motives.
Are they both doing a bad thing then? Are they both doing a bad thing?
I think that Sophie a little bit more than Blackheart wants to push his narrative. She wants to a little bit more push the narrative that people complain about things that are not worth complaining about, even though she then also admitted, okay, wait, yeah, you're actually true. The fact that it's 14 frames is still very much, or the fact that this is a throw that launches is still very much relevant, because it doesn't matter that it's not faster. I can still use it as a punish for Power Crush. That is actually a very strong quality. Because she was a little bit downplaying the throw. Let's be honest. She was a little bit downplaying the throw. I'm not gonna upplay this throw because
It was. I knew it was coming up in the video.
Okay.
Like we were critiquing the video, and I knew that he was gonna say that like right after that, because I had seen the vid actually like points up into the vid, so that's why I didn't.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm just
cool.
saying. I think
by the way.
I don't think Blackheart particularly upplayed this throw, but I think you a little bit downplayed it, because honestly, I grant you this, you didn't do it on purpose. You didn't. Yeah,
you talking about the video on stream, Finn? In the video or on the stream?
Blackheart definitely. I think he made it seem a lot worse than it was. You disagree with that? Like he wasn't saying like.
I disagree with that. Yes, I think he didn't over-exaggerate this, but I think you, a little bit more than him over-exaggerating, wanted to downplay this throw, and you didn't, and you didn't do this on purpose, but you forgot about the, oh yeah, true, I can punish Power Crushes with that, which is very relevant. You forgot about that. It's on stream yesterday, at the very end.
Are you talking about purely the stream though, Finn?
Yeah, I'm not saying I can't forget about
Are you
stuff,
talking just about the stream, Finn?
Yes, I talk about.
Okay, not the video. Okay, not the video. Okay, cool. The video was crazy exaggeration, but if you're only talking about the stream, that's fair.
The Blackheart's video.
Yeah.
Wait, what quality about the throw did he over-exaggerate?
Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, Blackheart, I will add you back in. Like, where is the?
You saved C4 here, but I will still underline that.
There's like a 30-second God of War intro about the.
Yeah, but that
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Then he
and
goes
he's
into the
screaming
front.
at the skies, basically. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, there's literally he does a total laugh for about 20 seconds.
Guys and girls, I'm sorry, but this has nothing to do with the throw. That is artistic freedom, and that is. I'm sorry, that is artistic.
You just hide behind fucking. Oh, he's like this. This is like low-key God saying, "Oh, I'm an arsehole. Don't be mad at me. I'm just an arsehole."
C4, do you know what kind of edits I sometimes did in my videos? Like that is like you would think I am mentally ill in real life.
I love your videos, Finn. I love them.
But you would, okay, but the thing is, you would think I am mentally ill and schizophrenic. But the important part is, am I lying about shit? Am I wrong? Do I give you wrong information? Do I say this move is plus 10, even though it's only plus 1?
But no one's arguing about that. We're not talking about. We all established and agreed that Blackheart didn't say anything incorrect. All the numbers, the stuff he said was correct. But
no.
What's happening is
sorry, but C4, this is where you missed what Sophie just said like 3 minutes ago. She said that Blackheart failed to that he like left things out. I don't have the correct. I now need to go 5 minutes back, but she said that, and I was like, wait, no, he didn't. He just made dumb fucking music, which is funny, and yeah, it sounds like the world is going under.
So, Finn, really, you know what? It's so cringe that someone is spending like almost 2 days now talking about one video of another creator. It is like the cringiest thing I've ever seen in my life. That
They're bringing it back
all
up.
of this energy.
Listen, we don't have to talk about it.
About someone else. Shut up. About someone else's work. About someone else's videos.
3 videos on someone cheating in Tekken, and you're talking about other people. You're terminally online, bro. Don't throw stones in glass houses.
So C4 laying it down, to be honest.
C4, you are a complete, I don't know, at this point, I'm so sorry for your intelligence, bro, really.
Okay.
Every time you gotta be this fucking contrarian without even knowing what is the
what's contrarian about what I'm saying?
He's just saying what he thinks.
Trust me, bro, trust me. C4, trust me, bro.
Just trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro.
You're not C4, you're not
work in the real world.
C4,
I'm just letting you know that.
C4, you're not an intellectual, bro. Really, drop the act, really, bro.
Oh my god, personal insults.
Stupid shit I've ever seen. You say the most stupid shit I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Okay.
Ever.
I
Every
know
single
you're
time you
making
talk,
sound bad, bro. I understand.
every single time you talk, you say a dumb shit. Every single time you
Okay.
talk. So
Cool.
I don't want to even listen to you. So okay. Having said this,
I don't know what
I
you
find
to the
it so
BC then.
cringe. I find it so cringe. So cringe. They're talking about another creator for so long over a fucking video just for the way I present things. For fuck's sake. Why are you so obsessed over a fucking video? Let it go. Let it go. For fuck's sake. Do something else. For fuck's sake. You're saying the same shit over and over again, completely missing the point of my video. I explained it to you 10,000 times, Sophie, and you're still
Blackheart, are
missing
you
the fucking
okay?
point. I don't know.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't.
Let
I
it
don't know
all
if
out.
you're doing this on purpose.
Let it
No,
all
no.
out.
I don't know if you're doing this on purpose. I don't know if you're doing this on purpose at this point because it's fucking unbelievable. How can someone miss the point after I explained 10,000 times what was the point of my video? It is fucking unbelievable that we're still here, still
I am
talking about
listening.
the same points. And now I also gotta listen. And now I also gotta listen to C4 saying random stuff
Bro, you don't have to listen.
without not
You can
knowing.
go offline. You can go
Shush,
offline and go.
shush.
Don't have to
Without
listen.
not knowing
Oh
anything
my
about
god.
Tekken, not knowing anything about Tekken, not knowing
No,
anything
see.
about me, not knowing anything about my content. Shut up.
What do you mean?
Without
I've
knowing
watched the
stuff.
videos. What do you mean? See
Blackheart,
your
to be
content.
fair. Okay,
Bro, you're
Blackheart.
cringe, bro. You're
Blackheart,
cringe.
to be fair,
You're
aren't you
cringe,
talking
bro.
shit about the creators of Tekken as
You're
well?
the fakest intellectual I've ever seen in my life, bro.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't do videos about main man and stuff like that.
Yeah, like,
It's
aren't you
just-
talking
yeah, it's
shit
an
about
illusion.
creators of Tekken? Even the Tekken devs are a creator of something. You're talking, like, if you're allowed to talk shit about other creators, like,
Yeah,
why
but being
can't
so
I?
obsessed,
stating why
being
their
so
design
obsessed,
is
being so obsessed by a single video after 2 days is so cringe to me. I'm
All right,
sorry.
you know
I'm
what,
sorry.
Blackheart?
I'm
Let's
so
just
sorry.
pull up another one of.
And
Okay, listen, we can pull up a random one, and then we can kind of just go over that on stream. Like, if you're confident that your content is not doomer content, then we can just pull up a different one.
talking. I'm so tired. I'm so tired, and I'm so tired of you talking about nothingness. Nothingness. Nothing. No point
Okay.
at all. No point at all in your discussion. Nothing.
Well,
None.
I mean,
Pure
I'm not
nothingness.
trying to.
Because you call me like you completely dismiss all my points. You say that I omitted information when it's not true. When it's I said everything in my video, and you want me to specify that a command grab should be watched and it's broken. Like it's like saying that when I speak about frames, every time I should explain what frames are every time. Like some things you just omit them because otherwise the video will last 3 hours if I have to explain every single thing I say. If I say that it's a command grab and I said it's breakable by pressing 1, over, stop. That's everything the people needed to know right now because that was not the point of my video in that moment. Is it so hard to understand, really? Is it so hard to understand? Or also the music at the beginning, it was just a joke. It was just a joke.
Well, so was mine. I
Why
was
is it-
joking
why-
too, but
why
that
is
has
it-
consequences. You know what I'm saying? Like,
What do you mean you were joking too?
I
What do you mean you were joking
I
too?
made jokes
Now you're
about, like my controversy, that is me making bad, insensitive jokes that I learned about.
No.
Okay, so
No,
Sophie,
no.
why are you bringing this up
What
here?
are you saying? Jay, you're comparing your fucking racist jokes to a fucking God of War music. Are you
No,
fucking for real now?
I mean,
You're
I'm
comparing
saying.
racist jokes to a fucking God of War video. Shame on you.
Oh my
Shame
God.
on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Blackheart, you are
Really?
exaggerated not only in
Really?
your videos, but as a person. You're honestly over the
No,
top.
you should be ashamed
You're
of
not
even comparing.
accurate.
You should be ashamed
You know?
of even comparing my stupid ass joke to a fucking racist joke. To
All
a
that I'm
fucking
saying,
N-word
all
said
that I'm
multiple
saying
times
is
during a stream.
racist.
Shut
All
up.
that I'm saying
Shut
is
up.
that
Shut
just
up.
because of it's a
Shut
joke
up.
doesn't mean it's not under scrutiny of people on the internet. That's all that I'm saying.
My joke doesn't offend anyone. My joke doesn't offend anyone.
It affects
it's just a
people
joke made to
that
amplify
it
my
affects
emotion.
people that are trying to get an idea about season 2 or season 3, and then
You are-
they see your
Sophie,
God of War
Mamma
exaggerations
mia,
and stuff like
Mamma
that, and then they might get the wrong
Mamma
idea.
mia,
That's all that I'm
Mamma mia,
saying. Some people might think that you're a
Sophie.
doomer.
So now racist jokes are as bad as making a God of War music joke at the beginning of a video.
I'm not saying them. I'm not saying that,
Mom,
okay?
see for defend this. Defend this as
I'm
a
not
black
defending
man.
that.
Defend
That's
this.
a reach. That's a reach.
I'm not saying they're the same,
No,
What?
okay?
I don't know why you think I'm here to defend Sophie.
Then why did you bring it up? If it's not okay, so you're fixating on the wrong aspect of something when you compare two values. When you make an analogy or make a comparison, you're comparing two things that have a similarity in one area that's irrelevant to what most people care about. That's the problem. And so they fixate on the thing they actually care about, which in this instance is the thing that is, you know, the comparing racism to God of War music joke bullshit.
Mamma
The
mia,
problem
mamma.
is that you're comparing those things, not realizing the actual thing that people are going to latch onto, and that causes problems. You shouldn't make the comparison to begin
Do you
with.
think?
It's
Do you, Chad,
ridiculous.
do you think a racist joke has the same
So
impact as me
no,
doing
no,
a
no.
joke?
I
No,
never
no,
said
no.
it had the same
I'm not.
impact.
She's not thinking.
Like, what are
She never
you're
said
putting
that.
words in my
never-
mouth.
You made the
You're making me
comparison.
seem
never-
worse than
look,
I
look,
am.
Blackheart.
Like, you're just disingenuous,
Yeah,
honestly.
she never said that. She never said that, but she's trying to make a comparison of a joke that people can misconstrue or use to change their perspective on something. That's
If you
the
get
point she's trying to
offended,
make.
Well,
But the
if you
problem
really
you
is
can't
that
misconstrue the N word. Let's not do this.
no. The problem is
Yeah,
if
okay.
that the
someone gets
point that she was
offended,
trying to make
if
was
someone gets
overshadowed by another aspect of the thing she was comparing. So she doesn't
Yeah, but,
actually intend to compare those things in how they actually impact.
she did.
yeah, but
No, 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 no,
said-
no, she didn't. No,
she
she
needs to use
didn't.
another example.
She was
Because
comparing a
N word
so
and
she was
chaos
comparing a
feeling
No,
is
business
no, no.
mechanic
different.
of
Guys,
that,
guys,
not the
really, no, no.
actual impact of like what she did compared to again, she's really fucking horrible at this. I don't fucking get why, but she brings up something that has some small connection to something else functionally, and then there's some other big thing that she doesn't realize makes her sound fucking worse than she actually is. It's horrible. I don't know why she does it, but she is not saying they are the same impact. I guarantee you that.
Honestly,
but
I
why
think it would be way
why-
funnier if you would stop. If you would stop explaining her
Mamma
actions.
mia,
I
Mamma
think it would
mia,
be
Mamma
way
mia, I
funnier
swear.
if you didn't do that.
Chad,
All
Well,
right.
just leave it ambiguous.
Sometimes when
it's
you see
absolutely unbelievable. How do you guys reason? How do you guys reason, really? How
I just want to stop.
who gets offended by a God of War music? Tell me
Can we
now.
just talk
I
about
didn't
Tekken?
say-
Like, can we just talk
Yeah.
about?
Nah,
Can we just talk
Valindia-
All
about
right,
Tekken?
it
please?
was a
Can we just
bad
talk about Tekken?
comparison. Okay, listen, I'll admit it. Like maybe
thank
okay,
you,
you know,
thank you.
I'll it's a bad comparison.
Easy.
So, Valindian, I thank you for unrightfully, deleting this fire that could have turned into something very beautiful, a very big forest fire. I wanted to see it burn, but thank you for.
I mean, Finn.
welcome,
After one
but
time, I
sorry.
debate. After two times, Finn. One time we debate. 2 times, okay. Now maybe it's 3 times. Okay, maybe it's becoming a little bit too heavy. At the 4th time, I say, okay, now you're pissing me off at this time because I'm getting annoyed again and again on the same points, even though I said it 3,000 times. I don't understand what is not clear. And also, I have to hear C4 saying I'm a liar or like something like this. Like I'm not giving the right information. Where did I not give the right information? Where?
See, the thing is, you're criticizing us not listening, which is fair enough. I only just got in here, but you're also not listening. No one said that you said anything wrong. No one has ever said that. So I don't understand why you keep asking, what did I say wrong? When no one said you said anything incorrectly. Why do you keep doing that?
I think it's so just mind-numbing that sometimes
You never answer a question. You never answer a question, bro.
you obsess on defending the undefendable.
Answer, and then you never. I'm not defending. Who am I defending?
You're
I was
defending
literally
the undefendable, bro.
I was telling you should do more content because you're so great and you're so comical. You don't have to do Tekken. I was trying to help you, and you seem pretty like welcoming to me trying to big you up. I said I would watch you do content on anything because I think you're funny. But you just don't want to take
I heard what you said.
Answer any questions.
I heard what you said. Now you said that basically I left some information out, so I did misinformation and so on or something like this. Because I
You
didn't mention one.
listen. You didn't listen. I didn't say that. I said
Mm,
lying by
when you
omission is a thing, and if you didn't talk about the buff on King, then that would be lying by omission. Go check the tapes. I'll get a receipt again for someone. That's what I said. You are such
Yeah.
an you're listening in Twitter text. You're seeing everything as an angry all caps message. That is not what's happening.
Brother, I didn't lie on anything. Is that clear or not? Now, is that clear or not? I hope. I hope. Because
Yes,
Sophie
you never
didn't make
lied. You
any
never
actual
said anything
point.
incorrect.
Huh?
I'm saying you didn't say anything incorrectly. Sophie's only been talking about your exaggeration. That's what she's been talking about. No one said that you've lied by saying wrong numbers.
No, she also said no. Yeah, that's why you didn't understand. That's why I got so mad, because you're not understanding. She says that I did misinformation as well, and she's mentioning the
Listen.
stupidest shit ever. That's why I'm
Yeah,
getting so
listen,
mad.
whether you do it
She
intentionally
walked
or
that back.
not.
She walked that back yesterday.
Yeah,
She said she was wrong.
I walked it back yesterday.
Yesterday,
Like,
she said she
if
was
you
wrong.
want me to focus, I'm saying I'm
You will
focusing
prove
on
it
your
today?
What do you mean?
negativity about Tekken 8,
She
not
doubled.
your. Yeah.
She doubled. No. You're not fooling me. She doubled down on this until some minutes ago.
I
She
did
doubled down on
not.
saying, "Yeah, but I should have mentioned about the nerfs, about the nerf." No, you didn't. You didn't double down on saying that I should have mentioned the nerfs. You didn't.
I'm
By the way,
talking.
by the way,
You
I
say he
did.
should
By
have
the way,
mentioned that.
Listen,
Yeah,
I'm talking
you
about your
said he
overall
should have mentioned
doers.
everything, and then you had the conversation. You are now. No, Blackheart is right. I wouldn't call it double down, but he is right. You said you should have mentioned everything because you don't know about the people that are going to see his content. And Mike
yeah.
and Blackheart were saying, well, the people that see
Thank you.
Blackheart's
Thank
content would know better. I don't know if there's a double down, but he is right
Yeah,
that you did
yeah. Okay, I
make
can see
another
what
critique of his video.
like what you're saying is
you.
basically,
And that's stupid. And that's stupid to say.
you are mentioning the crazy part, the negative stuff about the grab, and then I'm just saying that it can be broken. I wish that was inserted there for people. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like your videos are very exaggerated, and people that don't know about it are gonna think that that's a actually
Oh,
good move.
But see, this is
Okay,
where this
okay,
is.
okay.
here we go. Here we go again. Here
Okay,
we go
so-
again.
so-
It is a good move. It is a good move. Here we go again.
All right, it's a
I'm
good
being
it's a good
real,
move. Yeah,
Sophie,
at lower
like,
levels, like
I think
yeah.
Oh.
I think
No,
people are
it's a good
smarter
move,
than that.
period.
People are smarter than that. They will if what Blackheart is saying is bullshit, eventually they'll figure out that it's bullshit. If what he's saying isn't bullshit, they'll eventually figure out that hey, it's actually true. So at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter if they actually do shit.
But that's not
real-
always.
real-
That's
All
not
right,
always
let me
true.
ask: can you actually make
Outlier,
a
real quick.
disingenuous video? Like, is it even possible for someone to make a video that's disingenuous? Then
Can I? Yeah, it is possible.
What do you
I could give
mean?
you examples of
but
that.
like Blackheart doesn't do it. From what I've seen, at
I
least.
have to. First of all,
Yeah.
people still say I'm like super quiet, Sophie. I don't know. You have to sort this shit out. If I watch your VOD and I'm fucking quiet as fuck, I will be really mad at you, princess. Second of all,
you just said you want me to
Sophie,
burn,
but
okay?
why
So
are
like,
you-
I'm turning you up out of
Well,
you know.
I don't want you to burn. I don't want you to burn. I think you're funny as fuck.
You
But-
said, yeah, but you
okay,
were
look,
saying
princess,
like,
look.
oh, this like controversy thing could have been a nice fire or something like that. Like, I have nothing against you, but saying something like that
Okay, yeah,
seems
that's-
Sophie, that was a joke.
vindictive to
Yeah,
me.
yes, I
You're
want-
joking.
I-
You're
Sophie,
joking.
Sophie,
I
that was a
wait.
that was,
I didn't
that was a
say
joke.
I didn't say you shall burn in that forest fire. I just wanted to see the fire. The
Yeah,
the
he's a
fire's
paramedic.
lighting. But
Communication at all
That
time low, bro. We have to
actually-
listen to each other.
That might offend
He
me,
didn't-
actually.
he didn't say you
Him
didn't
saying he
say
wants my
One
wants
thing,
the stuff to burn. I don't know
He
if
never
I
said
like
you
that.
So-
was gonna-
Well,
Bro,
Sophie, it wasn't
Look.
really, it wasn't, he was saying it was a beautiful fire. He wasn't saying that he wanted you to burn in the fire. He was just saying it was a beautiful fire. And he simultaneously thanked me and cursed me for putting it out. That's all he said. It was a joke. Chill out.
Yeah, no, but
but
yeah, I don't know if I want my community to be up in a fire in my
Sophie,
Twitch chat and
English
stuff.
is
I'm
your
just
first
saying.
language, bro. Like you've got a German and Italian talking bare English. We've got to listen to each other. We
Listen,
have to listen
I'm just
and
saying,
listen for
okay? I
sarcasm.
don't. I'm just saying, okay? I don't
This is why I
personally
Okay,
have
let's
like
to
start
that.
ask
again.
Sophie.
Let's start again. Finn, go.
Can-
Finn, go.
I wanted to ask Sophie, but this move, I want to really I want to get your opinion on this now. when you said it's like on low level, right, mate? Sophie, you watch as many tournaments probably as I do.
I don't.
Pro players,
I don't
even
watch tournaments.
sometimes get hit. Okay, you don't. Okay, fuck it then. But you know that people even get hit sometimes by generic throws.
Yeah, that's true.
Counter hit property. Like even pro players sometimes don't break generic. We have
Like,
counter hit properties.
Yeah, we live our lives based on probability, not possibility.
Wait. Can I? Let me get this straight.
Blackheart, you can't.
I'll-
Possibly objectively, in my
Okay,
opinion.
Fenty, go ahead.
Finn, can I? Sorry, Finn. Sorry. Okay, I thought
Let me
you were
just
done.
finish this, Blackheart. You keep in mind. I just want to finish this. Like we
No,
have
no, sorry.
the throw. I assume the throw is homing in heat. The throw has a counter hit state that is usable. The throw can be used to punish power crushes. Also, the throw acts as an easier one break that has dire consequences from wave dash because it's an easier input than giant swing. You can't
It's not
say
it's not homing in it, by the way. It's not homing in it, by the way. But yeah.
Yeah,
In heat,
It's
isn't
not
it?
homing in it.
Exactly.
What did you say, Blackheart?
It's not homing. It's not homing. It's not homing in it, bro. I'm just testing it now.
Okay, it's not okay. It's
Awesome,
not homing
thank
heat,
you.
But nonetheless,
No, just because we need.
can't
Just,
say.
just because we need. Just because we need to give the right information. Like it's not.
I
homing.
not
appreciate
homing
that.
heat, fine, but Sophie, still you can't say like you. Why are you like you accuse Blackheart of basically indirectly upplaying the move while you downplay it? Like Blackheart says, it's it's a good fucking move. It's a good move.
If you can't break grabs on reactions, it's a good move. If your argument is that it can punish like Funness armor, then you can do the exact same thing with other grabs, right? Why don't I just use a more powerful grab? What are you talking
exactly,
about?
But this grab has this grab
That's kinda
is
cap.
launching. It doesn't matter if the combo is not insane. It is a launching throw nonetheless, which gives you wall,
It matters. You can do giant swing. You can do tombstone. You can do lots of things.
Okay.
You can. But you understand?
No, so Sophie, there's certain positions where the tombstone or the giant swing won't, or whatever the fuck grab you use to punish, won't give you an optimal position, whereas that grab could potentially give you an optimal position.
Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not an option. I'm saying there's
that gives
like.
them a bit more power in that area.
Okay, yeah, but yeah,
It makes them
okay.
slightly more powerful in specific situations. That's the argument. as
For
to why it's,
example,
like, a bad inclusion.
just to give a quick example, okay. Maybe giant swing you use it when you are against the wall to put an opponent.
Yeah,
back to
it
the
has
wall,
options,
by
because it
flipping
does
the opponent.
launch. Yeah.
Instead maybe use these other throws sometimes to make when the opponent is close to the wall. So you make then you do the wall combo.
I admit that it
and
has
then
options
here we go, the cycle
because I
again.
didn't realize that you get a lot of damage off of it.
Oh, finally,
And-
ladies and.
Okay, so while you're making a big deal out of that, I want to mention that I have no problem admitting
Well, okay, I tell
when
you, wait,
something.
I tell you.
I told you multiple times why. Why don't you understand, Sophie?
Let me tell you why.
What do you mean?
Big deal. I make a big deal. Chill. I tell you why. For me, it's a big deal. For me, it's a big deal because Blackheart obviously made a show out of that. But you go and you say intellectual honesty is very important to you. Then I expect from you that you are very, very detailed here. And in my opinion,
I was just intellectually honest just now.
Not, even you. No, you were not.
I just admitted that I was wrong after looking at the other opportunities of the grab. So I'm intellectually honest in the way that. I mean, can you admit that I was intellectually honest there at the very least?
Look.
After 2 days, after 2 days, finally, after 2 days.
Not after 2 days. After any time I actually get enough evidence to think that I'm wrong. Stop saying I'm just assassinating my character.
By definition, you can be unintentionally intellectually dishonest. It can be conscious or unconscious.
Yes, I think
you can be dishonest by mistake.
And that makes you
so that's what he's going to say.
That makes you a little bit of a potato head. Okay, if you
what
are
the
one
fuck?
who comes in and says intellectually, okay, look, Ben Shapiro, yeah, if you come in and say intellectually dishonest is very important to you, and you run with that
Hold on,
shit,
I'm listening.
and then you say Blackheart, you went, no, listen to me, You went from he is lying to then like he is omitting facts to upplay shit or downplay shit to then maybe his artistic choice is not what I like. Like we went through all of this, but
It's been the same shit the entire time.
Intellectual honesty. That's not okay.
It's been the same shit the
Yeah.
entire
You
time.
can't
I'm
say
saying
that.
he's exaggerating and he's
Mate.
like whether he intends
You
to be
started out with
misinformation or
saying he
not.
lied.
That's what he's doing.
Sophie, there's two claims you made. You made the claim that he's exaggerating, but you also claimed that the throw was useless. Now, the useless thing is your claim, and you can't defend that. Like, you can't say a move is useless when
Okay,
it's clearly got uses. That Finn said about, yeah. So,
All right, so I take that back. I'm
you
wrong
say
about
both
it
of those
being
things,
absolutely useless. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, but
Is that better, Finn?
Finally. After 2 days, finally.
I will just look. I need to remind you, mate. You can't come in and act like Ben Shapiro when you then didn't even know or forgot. You clearly did know, but you forgot. Oh yeah, true. I can punish power crushes with that. Like you didn't even had that into consideration.
It was coming up in the video, okay? It was coming up in the video. That's not a fair comparison. It was just coming up. And I knew that it was going to be mentioned.
I asked you yesterday on stream.
I don't understand one thing. I don't understand one thing. But Sophie, aren't you a GOD1? Like, isn't all of these assumptions like obvious? I don't understand.
It should be.
Like,
it should be
like,
Blackheart.
What do you mean?
Aren't like, for example, the power crush thing, or like for example, the power crush thing, or like using the
Blackheart, I do want to specify in this instance, her concern isn't with people that would be aware of the specifics. Her concern is with people that don't know shit, which I think is a little bit unwarranted.
I mean,
but,
the GOD1, though, a little
no,
bit
but I'm
of
saying she didn't
awareness.
misinterpret, but she's saying that other people could, and that was the problem. I don't
No,
think it's
she
that big
did
of a problem
because
in
she
that
didn't know
context.
about the power crush stuff. Or
No,
I didn't say that.
no,
I know about the power crush
video.
stuff.
That's a different
thing. In the video.
That's a different thing. I'm referring to like the reason why she didn't like the fact that certain information was omitted.
She's talking about someone like me seeing the video who doesn't really play that much but knows a tiny bit of information. But I'm such a small minority. I would say it doesn't. If I was Blackheart, I'd say it doesn't matter. My videos aren't for C4.
C4, honestly, now be honest though. Watching my video, did I tell you everything that happened to King patch apart from the exaggeration? Did I gather you the information you needed about King in season 3 with that video or not? That's what I really want to know.
Yes, minus the exaggeration, you was probably spot on. I can't fact check you, but I'm assuming that you're right. Yes.
Then
I watched it
the
because of the exaggeration. That's why I watch your videos.
Then the video had all of its purpose done because with these videos I want to inform in an interactive way, let's say in an entertainment way. I want to inform people about what changed about the characters in season 3. That's all.
Yes, but then I agree with that. Wait, can I say you one thing? So when people do content creating, obviously your bias is going to come across. So if you think you said, I think King is probably top 5 now, right? And I heard that and I was like, okay, I know King's not actually top 5, but that's Blackheart's opinion, and Blackheart's opinion means a lot to me because he's so good at the game, right? So I am taking your opinion into consideration when I like theory craft what's strong and what's bad in the game. Now, if you over exaggerate, I can't tell. I can't tell personally because I don't play the game enough. I have to listen to you, Chad, Finn, Sophie, Mike, and then I put it all together. So what Sophie's saying, if a new player watches your video, they might get the wrong impression, but your videos aren't for me. I know I'm in the wrong place when I watch your videos. I understand. I'm there for the entertainment and knowledge.
Bro, sorry, I'm gonna ask you something. Don't you think that a guy that fucking opens his video with a God of War music screaming his lungs out for like 2 minutes isn't like over exaggerate? Like it should be obvious. Like I don't know how is it not obvious that I exaggerate a little bit in the things I say? Like I fucking start a video with God of War 3 music screaming like a fucking idiot, and then I start talking seriously. How is it not obvious? Like I don't know.
There's a fine line. I understand what you're saying. I think you're saying, well, from the get-go, you know this is going to be a bombastic video.
I make it exaggerated on purpose, bro. Like on purpose.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
I look at you as an intellectual in Tekken. When I listen to you talk, I'm like, Blackheart doesn't say dumb shit when he's talking about the game. So there's a thin line between your opinion being over the top and your numbers, which you can't like change, right? The numbers are always going to be the numbers. But when you say something like, "Oh, this 14 frame grab is really strong," I have to take your word for it. I have to take because I don't know enough, right?
I think, yeah, because I think it's wrong. But honestly,
Okay.
every player thinks it's wrong. It's not like only me. And also, by the way, I gotta
player.
say another critical thing, guys. Probably no one noticed. Sophie just admitted some minutes ago that she doesn't watch tournaments. So how
I
can
don't.
she tell that players don't get hit by throws?
Oh.
Oh
So
my!
how can you
I
tell
don't
players
have
get
to
hit by
watch
throws?
tournaments to know that top players can. What
Mamma
are you
che
talking
cava-
about?
mamma
They
mia,
can break
mamma
grabs on
mia,
reaction. I don't know
mamma
why
mia,
you're trying to
mamma
gotcha me
mia,
with that. That's
mamma
insane.
mia. Vabbè, okay. Oh,
I
okay, okay,
think
Sophie,
something.
okay,
I
Sophie.
think yesterday.
Okay,
I think yesterday you said top players break that, as in you've seen top players do this in tournament. If you're just saying mathematically we can react as humans, that's different. But I'm pretty sure you said you've seen top players break it.
completely
No,
assuming
okay.
things
I'm
without
saying
even
that I
watching
can break it.
tournament.
I'm just looking at the move myself, and I'm like, that's not a good throw because I know I can break it on reaction. That's all that I'm saying. I don't even consider myself a top player or
Which is
anything.
dumb. Which is dumb, by the way. Very.
Pro
Yeah, but
players sometimes get it by snake edges. Sometimes pro players.
I don't have to
Sometimes
watch
it happens
tournaments
barely,
to know
but
that
they get
pros
it.
can break grabs. That's just not true, right?
Yeah, of
Kind of
course they
But
right.
they
can
don't break it all the
grabs.
time. They
First
don't
of
break it
all,
all the time. They don't.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
First of all, pros also don't break every throw, but that's not the discussion. I agree.
I
with you
didn't
that
say
in
they break
general,
every
top players
throw.
are
I
able
said,
to-
listen, the function of it
yes,
is, yeah, the function of it is the better you get at breaking
You said it
grabs,
was
the less
useless.
useful
You
that move
basically said
that
they
is.
always break it.
Yeah, okay.
All right, fine.
You
Like that,
purposefully
I am
just focus-
clarifying
you
what I'm
pur-
saying
bro.
in case I'm saying that that's how it works. This is what I truly believe. Like, do you really think that I believe
And
that
while you
that pros cannot get thrown? Like, is that what you believe that?
You made it seem. You
No,
made it
I
seem.
didn't
You made it
say
seem
that.
malicious.
No,
In that
You
listen.
have to admit that you did the same thing that
Look,
Steve and
oh
Black
my
up.
god.
You did the
Okay, if
same
I
thing you
can't.
did.
Okay, look, I'm gonna just
Sorry,
quit
Finn.
if I
Sorry,
can't.
Finn. Sorry,
Look,
Finn.
Y'all are doing the same thing that happened before, where like you
No.
argue about something and then you come to a point where you could reach the conclusion, and then someone brings up something else that's like tangentially related, and then you have another argument that's stupid and about something
No,
no
this
one
is not
cares about.
tangent. No, it's not. It's like she only when she yesterday even talked about it, and then again she focused on that fact. Yeah, but you can break it, and she also
Yeah,
ignores.
she's focusing
this
on
is-
the
this is
tangent
also-
and
wait,
derailing.
wait. This is also obfuscating shit because this shit obviously acts as a counter hit tool and a power crush punish. So what about that then? Huh? Is that not good? Is that not good? Huh?
But even generic throws,
We already
even generic
solved that
throws,
it's good.
sometimes
Like we already
I-
finished that part of the conversation.
Yeah, I already
So
told
if
you.
we just went on a different tangent about something else.
Bro,
But we
bro,
already
you don't
solved that part of the
understand,
conversation.
Sophie. Sophie yesterday made it seem like this throw was completely useless. Like it was never used. It would have never
Alright,
been used. That I
then
and
I
I
wanna
said no, you're wrong.
listen.
And now
Okay.
she's confirming what I said basically.
All right, so
Basically.
listen. If you feel that I was misrepresenting the move, I want to clarify it and so that I understand that people can possibly get hit by it. I just don't think that if somebody is good at breaking grabs, that it like the better they are at breaking grabs, the less useful that throw becomes. That's all that I was saying. I still believe that's
wrong.
true.
That's still wrong. That's still wrong.
How is that wrong? The better
wrong.
somebody gets
That's
at
wrong.
breaking grabs, then the more they can break that grab.
Because
break
it
grabs
can
because you have
still
the power
happen.
crush
It can.
situation and the counter hit situation, which changes who can break grabs because that changes how reactable it is.
No,
matter-
like
no
you
matter if you can
always
break them or
okay.
not,
If
they
you're doing an armor, it doesn't matter. You don't have any inputs to break the grab or not. You know, but it still doesn't
Yeah, exactly.
take
That's where it's
away
relevant.
the whole point that the better you get at breaking grabs, the less effective the move that is. You have to prove that statement wrong, and it's right.
Mamma mia. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm sorry.
Well, that's
I'm sorry.
because the statement is
I'm
right.
just burned out. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, it's just fucking
No,
dumb. I swear. I swear.
How is
I'm
it not?
sorry.
It's actually dumb. I agree with no, it's dumb. I tell you why it's dumb. Because no, you have a problem with Blackheart's video. At what point did Blackheart ever say the throw is good because it's hard to break? He never said that. Your point is
That's kind of true.
Okay, yes, he didn't say it's good because it's hard to break, but the way that he was framing it is like, why,
they gave like all of the theatrics and stuff like that is still it's like a negative exaggeration. I'm not saying that he's saying that the throw
theatrics and frame rate for
in
entertainment are not
in the podcast yesterday he was
Points
saying that
made
it's
and then
good.
the theatrics were done after.
In the podcast he
Yeah,
was
it is. It is.
it
It
is
is.
you know following that line.
It's good. You agreed it's good.
It's
No,
it's
no,
good
If
for
you
certain
think because
players.
of punish,
Listen,
you
it's
get
not binary.
combo and
I
punish
agree
or
it's
something
good for
like that.
certain
bro.
people.
I swear, bro.
It's good against certain like
I think
criteria of
Sophie, what you
people.
should have said is it's not good as a mix-up.
It's not good as a what?
It's not good as a mix-up. That probably would have been a bit as a mix-up. That's probably what you meant, right?
You can listen. What I'm saying is the way that it functions. Like it's less good whenever you can break
I'm
grabs.
depressed.
Like that's you don't look
I'm
at
depressed.
it by
I'm
by
depressed.
case by case. You look at the entire
Okay.
functional relationship.
Sophie, what are throws? Are all throws 14 frames in Tekken? Or are some
No.
faster
No.
and some slow?
No, some faster,
faster,
some
some slow.
slower.
Okay, so I'm guessing they're only slower by what, like 2 frames?
No,
Oh, sorry,
And
faster.
a lot
Faster
of
than 2
frames.
frames.
It can be like
There are-
yeah, very, very varying.
Yeah,
So-
from 10 to 14, usually even more. Some throws even.
Well, actually, technically from 10 to like 20 or 23.
That's what I was thinking too.
yeah.
Yeah. You got really slow throws.
23.
14
23.
14's on the
that's where
really fast end, right? If 10's the fastest, 14 is pretty, like 4 frames isn't much.
no, but you
It
know,
isn't that
you know
much,
the-
but
No.
the
Like
thing is, she's
C4.
right. She is right about the point. I don't know.
No, go ahead.
Look, you are right about the shit with it's 14 frames. So a 14 frame throw, especially in Tekken 8 or Tekken 7 with the enhanced break window, is like just like that easy to break, especially for a professional player. You are right. Blackheart never said the opposite though, and you also have to admit, even when we just ignore this, or we can also take it into consideration, the other properties in specifically Tekken 8, that it has a counter hit state and can be used as a punish. That is upside, which makes it in total a good move.
But there's also another problem, of course.
Okay,
that we are not.
Okay,
considering at
I'm
all.
talking about out of like.
Can I say only this?
Go ahead.
We are considering King, fucking King. I don't know if you're. If this is a point that maybe you're not missing right now, though. Like probably the character with the best throw mix-ups in the game, with all the throws he can do. Like it can happen and someone messes up. We are not fucking, I don't know, aliens.
I'm not
Everybody
saying
can
that
mess
they
up, even at
can't.
high
I look. I'm just gonna pin what I say on the fucking
so
chat. Like
even-
I am saying the relationship. There's one certain part.
No,
you know.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but even when players are very good at breaking throws, I'm not denying
they
that.
can fuck
but
up. I
they're very good at
agree.
breaking throws.
You don't have to make this point because I already
Would
agree
it be
with
fair
it.
to say that he's got a lot of mental stack on his throws? Would that be? Because I said that in the chat to Blackheart. Would it be fair to say that King has so much mental stack with how many different throws he has? It makes it harder to take any of his throws because you have to like second guess.
It's also a factor. It's also a factor you gotta consider, bro, because he has so many command grabs. So many.
Yeah,
so
Shining Wizard,
maybe
Giant Swing. Yeah. I said maybe it's a mental stack thing. Like that can still work, even if it's really slow. You've got 10 slow options to look out for. It's still hard to tech. But yeah.
Okay,
I get that.
Great. Yeah, the move. The move can.
Character identity.
Yeah, I never said the move cannot ever land on a pro player or anything like that. Like I'm just saying the relationship between throw breaking, the utilization of the move goes down as throw breaking goes up. That's all that I'm saying, and that I believe is just objectively true.
You didn't. You yesterday. You were yesterday. Yesterday you weren't a little bit disobjective. Yesterday you were saying the move was useless. Basically.
All right, and I walked that back. I said, I'm sorry,
same
I'll
question-
clarify.
Like, why are you not nitpicking? Like, are you not nitpicking me now? Well, why are we still focusing on this? Like, why are we still focusing?
There's
like,
no,
okay.
Sophie, there's no reason. Okay, so you're feeling the fire more by responding in an emotional way when you don't have to, when you could easily.
He does the same thing.
This off and completed it and disengaged.
I don't see you hopping in here either.
Look, we all fucking know that. You don't have to point it out. We all fucking know that. You're gonna drag on this argument about some other bullshit.
He's the one dragging it. Okay.
Stop replying to. Stop. No. Both. All y'all. Both of you are fucking doing that shit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the only. If someone wants to be disingenuous, I'll be disingenuous back. Okay.
Don't stop fucking. When you finish, when you close out an argument, when you finish a fucking conversation, if there's like any kind of like animosity, you don't suddenly just fucking like punch someone in the back and be like, haha, here's an insult on the way out. Just end the fucking conversation.
Yeah, she's clearly baiting.
I'm not baiting. I'm not baiting anyone.
Stop. Just stop. No, she's okay. You did it. You did just your Blackheart. I know you probably honestly think that, so I'm not gonna hold that against you. But Sophie, you're not baiting. Don't take offense to that. There's no just don't fucking take offense to backhanded shit people say. Just ignore it. Just be like, hey, this person said this dumb shit. I don't care. That's irrelevant. Let's talk about something productive.
In Sophie's defense, I'm also a petty individual. I would have done the same thing. But
that's why I got mad. That's why sometimes I get mad at you, bro. That's why, really. But okay, I understand your point better. It's okay. I'm not.
Bro, I understand. I'm not likable. So when she said like, "Is that not nitpicking?" I was like, "It's petty," and you're restarting the whole conversation. But she did get criticized for doing that.
For me, it's fun. For me, it's fun because I love debating. I could debate for hours, but at a certain point, I said, okay, then maybe you're doing this on purpose, bro. Yeah, I do. But maybe at a certain point, I say, okay, maybe you're doing this point. Maybe I don't know, because really, I'm repeating the same stuff 10,000 times.
Yeah, because we've already talked about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have anything in this?
Sophie, I'm gonna leave. Please drive this conversation into a direction that's actually productive. Don't get emotional about things. I will not be able to do much. I'm busy. I have work I need to do. So don't fucking get canceled again. Don't end up saying some dumb shit and getting in bad faith with people. Just be chill. All right. Okay, bye.
No, I will try not to.
Just one thing. So. Okay. Is the conversation about my content done, or Finn? Because I want to go to sleep. But if you like, of course, if you mention this thing again, I gotta answer again because of course
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be here for as long as this is fun, and I'm gonna probably bring it up again to Creative Fire. Yeah.
I'm gonna talk about something else because otherwise I'm gonna stay a little bit longer. If you want, of course. If you want, I don't know.
I could ask you a question, and I think then we won't need to talk to you about it anymore.
Okay.
Oh no, you actually explained this about the dooming thing, because I was saying I think people are doomers and it's not necessarily a bad thing. You always think of a doomer as a bad person or bad content if they're dooming.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so when I said you're a doomer, I don't think when I say doomer, all I'm saying is you're saying something is doomed, like something is cooked, it's not going to work anymore. I said that Frame Whisperer was a doomer. He was just correct. I think you're a doomer, but you're also probably correct. I don't think it's bad that you're a doomer. So just in case you think when I say you're a doomer, I'm saying you're like shit, like a shit person, or saying really negative things. I just think you're being right, and you're seeing the writing on the wall, and the writing's not good, and we should all abandon shit.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna tell you why. Let's say sometimes I get a little this term because people in this community use this to completely discredit what someone is saying. Say, no, you're just a doomer. You don't even listen to my point, like someone else does. Like I say some stuff and he just says, yeah, but you're just dooming, and he doesn't even listen to my points. You know what I mean? That's why, let's say, I don't like this term too much because it discredits, what you're saying basically. Like I prefer going on the matter instead of, giving, let's say. I don't know how to say in English. Sorry. Like it's way better to discuss about the matters of what we are talking about instead of giving a brand to something. I don't know, not brand. I don't remember the label. Yeah, exactly, to something.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to be called doomer. I wanna be called out on the say, like instead of say you're doomer, you're this, you're that, you're that, you're that. Just go on the matter what I say. You know what I mean? Like
I think you're right. I wish people did do that. I guess when I use it, I would say Tom Brady was a doomer about MK1, but it doesn't discredit that he was correct. He saw that the
okay.
game was going to fail
No, but again,
early on. But
yeah,
yeah,
no, but again, I'm saying this because some people use this, especially to discredit people that are criticizing the game in this situation, and I think
yeah.
that's what. By the way, I think that's what Sophie tried to do. That's why I got mad at the term because if you say
Okay.
that for you it's a positive thing, I'm gonna say yeah. But Sophie uses this term to I think I don't know if maliciously or not, trying to discredit my points without even getting to my points. Sometimes she doesn't even get to my points. She does say she's a doomer and so on. But go to the points of my
What
video.
point?
Say why I'm dooming. Like what?
Yeah, I can go over your
All
video
the
right
things I said on
now.
King.
Okay, do you want me to pull up your video right now and tell you, like, why I believe it's a doomer thing? I honestly, I thought that. Listen, I don't think that looks good on you,
Like
in my
what things?
opinion.
Like, do you want some firewood?
You think being a doomer is negative? You think it's like a bad thing to have being a doomer?
To do,
You
man.
think that?
That's
Okay,
You're Sophie.
so
You're
you know,
Sophie.
I think, yeah, it is like it's like, yeah, I don't think that you should be inaccurate about the game. You know, now he's not inaccurate; he is
We're changing
exaggerating.
the words. We're changing the words.
Stick to my video. Stick to my video.
Changing
Stick
what?
to my video, please. Stick to my video for now.
Okay.
Yeah, you said about misinformation. I'm saying doomer. Like, so it was only today that I've heard Blackheart say the game's cooked. I've not heard. Well, actually, no. I think he might have said it when he saw the patch notes first
Yeah.
time. He might have said, "I think
Okay.
this game is cooked."
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
In the
Okay.
King video, I don't think he said the game was cooked. He just said that King is broken. Now, I don't think someone saying a character is broken. I'm ad-libbing. I don't know if he actually said the word broken or a character is really strong. I don't think that is someone dooming about the game. He's just saying this character's top 5. Every game
You know,
has
all
a
right,
top tier.
fine. If you want me to bring up
What's
your,
bad
your
about it?
content, all right.
I basically
All
just
right. Hold
I
on.
basically just expressed my rage on King. Basically, I just expressed my rage on King on that video. I didn't do anything else. I didn't. I like honestly. I didn't even say the game is dead in that video. Like I don't know. I just talked about King.
Like, listen, I don't want to like
Yeah.
put you. I don't want to put you under fire and let you know. If that's what you're concerned about, you know,
No,
I now
I know that.
like
I know that everyone is with me. There's no fire here because I know everybody is,
Okay,
is
okay,
on my
so-
side. But okay, let's go.
Okay, good. Because you know, I don't, as a content creator, you know, I don't want to make you look bad for no reason. Trust me, okay? I am, you know, defending Tekken, you know, in the same sort of way. I don't want you to just get dogpiled, okay? But I'm just going to look. Okay, I'm just gonna look at one of your random videos.
Like I
Like-
think, like honestly, honestly,
Sophie,
honestly,
Sophie. Blackheart and so. Do you want some firewood? I can provide some firewood if you want, because I watched basically every single Blackheart video. Do you not want to? So I can give you the. If you want to, I could point you to the one that is like the most doomer. If you
no,
want
come
that.
on, Finn.
Yeah, if you want to.
Dang.
But
That's going to be your friend. That's going to be the homie. What's he doing?
I think it's, look, I think it's funny because I think
all right, Finn, which one is
Honestly,
it?
Sophie, I don't. Honestly, Sophie, I think about speaking of the fire thing. I think you're putting yourself in the fire in the first place. Again.
I am,
Like,
and
I don't
I'm
know.
starting like. Okay, with my whole.
Because you understand that basically you understand that all the community dislikes this patch, and you're saying like here, no, I like the patch. You know that you're putting yourself in the like you are aware that
I
most of the community
realize
doesn't
that.
agree with you, right?
You know, I realize that sometimes I
so
might
you're putting
say
yourself in the fire
unconventional like things because I believe in an unconventional
on
way.
purpose, or do you actually believe it? Yeah, but on purpose, or do you actually believe all of this? Really?
No, do I actually believe the season 2, season 3 stuff? Yes, like I actually do. I know you might find that hard to believe, but like I think that
especially season 2 really. I think for especially season 2.
do you think I
find
made
impossible to believe? Not hard, sorry.
Alright, so whenever I made that video about trackability information and trying to be like on season 2, like literally, hold on, like this video right here, where I'm just showing the stats, right? Like this video right here that I was showing earlier. Like this is season 2. Look. Season 2 is the best patch Tekken has ever had. I'm joking. I'm joking. Hear me out. Hear me out. Listen, I know it's not the best, okay? But it's actually not the worst too.
Season 2 the best patch.
Sì.
It's troll. Well, the intro to troll. He doesn't actually believe that. It's clickbait.
But this has to be this has to be rage bait. This has to be rage bait, really. Mamma mia.
I'm after school, Sophie. I haven't seen any positive feedback about season 2, and I actually think the patch is not that bad. People have asked me on Twitch to make a detail.
Season 2 has been universally thought as the worst patch in fighting game history. Not only Tekken, fighting game history, by the way, By the way, okay.
Really good in Tekken. Listen. Look, this is, like, literally... I'm just talking about, like, why do people hate Season 2? And going through it, I think I'm trying to be fairly objective. Like, I'm just talking about, like, what... I mean, this is my opinion on the tracking. Because, like, look, what FDX...
I'll watch the video.
Look, what FDX said was, like, he had said, like, this statement right here is the statement that I didn't like right here.
Nearly every character has had moves added or properties changed to improve tracking or improve their offense.
I do agree with some parts of this statement, but the entire thing might be unclear as to what relates to what. How true are all of the branches? Just because some parts are true doesn't mean the entire tree is true.
Is that not a
Take it
true
at face
statement?
value.
That almost every character got improved tracking in some way. That is a true statement.
Blast on block homings everywhere.
That's not. Look, if you just watch the video, like I'm saying, yeah, it's like I counted out of the 1,500 patch notes, like nearly every character having tracking, it was only 46%. Now, I don't know if that characterizes as you guys as nearly every character.
I'm sorry.
Wait.
Some parts here, all this doesn't mean the entire tree is true. Take it at face value. This could lead to some misconceptions for the community. Like, if I were to say nearly every person saves money or spends money to give it to charity or buy something they want, someone might think nearly every person saves money or spends money to give it to charity, which isn't true. Combining all of it together can be confusing. The takeaway for many people might be that I'm watching video improve tracking and improve offense.
No, I don't.
The trackability part.
Give me now your take. Wait, guys. Let me have this.
Hold on. Okay, I was just talking about. Okay, hold on. Like I'm just talking about the trackability. Like to find out this video has to do with the liberty of scouring 1,500 changes of the patch notes for season 2.
Currently, we have over 1,500.
About season 2. Okay.
I ain't fun. I'm trying to watch the. Okay. I'm trying to watch the video, but yeah. Giving my takes on season 2, I think a lot of people like there is. I believe that people over exaggerated how bad it was. I do. I don't think it was like insanely doomer.
No.
That's what I think.
Answer a question challenge always.
Like I'm sorry. I know it's not a.
You, Sophie, your opinion. Okay, no. To be fair, I know Sophie gives a lot of her information based on other people. Yeah, no, but Finn's asking about you. I know what you're doing. You're saying, well, what the general consensus from the information I've got says this. But Finn's is saying, in your brain, what do you think about the season 2 patch? I
just said it. Like, I think that I don't know how else to put it. I think it's exaggerated. I think it's fine. It's just a normal patch, you know? To me, I think it's fine. I don't think it's a big. I don't think it's a big deal.
What do you think about the patch if you never saw anyone else's opinion on it?
What are you talking about? I actually did pretty much just play on my stream in isolation. I don't really interact with all of the content creators in Tekken. I just do my own thing.
Okay, yeah, but wait, let me...
You like the patch.
Blackout.
Why are you saying Listen, why are you saying that I like the patch, okay? Like, I'm saying that I just don't think it's that bad.
that is my question. So you
It's even
say
worse, it's even
season
worse, it's
2?
even worse.
Wait, guys. Okay, wait. I can't do this. So you say season 2 was not a big deal. Do I get this?
Yeah, I mean, you know, in my opinion, like, it's a big deal to the community. Now, do I think it's a big deal as a player?
To
my
you,
God.
princess.
She
To
can't
you.
do it.
What are you
Finn,
talking
will you
about?
make Finn, will you make a video out of this?
I can't. Sophie is really enigmatic to me. I want to crack the enigma code here. Okay. So Sophie, to you, was season 2 a big deal or not?
I believe it was. I don't think that it's a game-breaking patch. I thought we could have played season 2, and excluding all of the bugs and stuff like that, where Anna could, like, you know, turn into other characters, could turn
Yeah,
into
the bugs, I don't
Anna's
care.
stuff. Listen, I thought that the patch, if we played it out, could have been actually a decently fun game. I think we overreacted, we
There
over-exaggerated.
we go.
I'm sorry, okay? I am sorry that you got everybody in this chat, everybody in the Discord call, you guys think season 2 sucks. Listen, I don't think it sucked. I don't think it was that big of a deal. Okay?
Okay.
I'm sorry for you. I say,
You can be
I'm
sorry
sorry.
for me, but I'm telling you the truth,
I'm
okay?
sorry.
You know, I'm not just like making up shit.
I'm sorry.
Season 2 and season 3 are about
No,
the exact same,
I-
like 2 and 2.1 in my opinion.
I-
Big deal. Like,
I
you guys
respect your courage. I
yeah.
respect your courage.
Yeah, you need to take, like, basically
I respect your
for
courage,
the vast majority of people, they just that if you're losing in Tekken, the first place you should go is personal responsibility, and then blaming other things outside of your control,
The
like
season
the devs.
that has
and
okay.
Yeah,
See, and this
Is
is
that
wait. This is something
Imagine
that is
losing to
really,
season 1, Anna. This is season 2,
this
Anna.
is
Sorry,
something-
imagine losing.
Sophie, this is something that is really important to me. The
Okay.
fact that you immediately make it about competitive viability and like making excuses and pointing that to like season 2 bullshit. This is where you are wrong. The vast majority of credible players who have a problem with season 2, that's not because they can't win. Arslan Ash is our double Evo champion. He despises season 2. Ulsan is our double EWC champion. Back
Okay,
to back.
Everyone,
I get it.
everyone,
Despises
this
season 2.
It doesn't. I don't care if an
despises
opinion is
everyone.
popular. It doesn't mean the opinion is true. Okay? That's like some witch hunting bullshit.
Sophie,
bro,
I didn't say. Sorry, Becca. I don't want to interrupt you, but I need to get this.
No,
off my chest.
it's fine. It's fine.
I didn't say it's about popularity. I said that you are wrong in attributing this immediately to like, oh, I make excuses with the patch for my own incompetencies. That is
Okay.
not the actual
All right,
problem.
I
or why
am
people
okay.
complain
I am
about it.
going
People
to
did it
stick to
because
the
it
point.
worked.
Like, you're saying that this is a derailing, right? And so I'm going to go back from the derailing. I just wanted to add on extra that there is other viewers watching. If you're watching, and I'm sorry for derailing the conversation, and I am pointing that out, okay? I am doing it for those of you watching. If you don't know where your opinions come from, if you don't like I'm just trying to clear it up for people. Try to take personal responsibility first, and then move it towards things that you can't control. Okay, now we can talk about your main point.
Okay, but well, so you acknowledge that people did criticize this patch, not out of the
Yes.
perspective of harder to win, but this is really bad for the gameplay of Tekken.
Yes, but you're saying it's because they're credible
Tekken is
players, we
always
should
meant.
believe them.
No, that is not.
No,
What are you
always
saying?
that.
Like, why are you bringing up
I
Arslan
didn't-
Ash?
I didn't. I did. Are you okay? Look, you are getting me really close to a point here where I literally have to
Finn,
assume
calm down.
that you are.
Finn, calm down, bro. Calm down. Finn,
Look.
calm down.
Assume that I'm doing
saying to
what?
calm down to Finn.
Well, look, you
Look.
brought it. You brought the topic of making excuses with the patch into the discussion. So you made it about like basically people point to the patch as an excuse for their own skill issue.
Some people
I
do,
just
yeah.
presented to you multiple examples of the best. Some people do it, yes, but I explained to you that this is not a point here, because literally our best players who won Evo back to back first place
Okay.
in EWC will tell you this
It
is
doesn't
terrible.
mean It doesn't mean that those players cannot also blame the game.
Mamma mia. A total disrespect
I don't
towards
know
the
if-
whole fucking community.
Can I try? Can I
Like,
try?
why?
Can I try?
Why?
I'll get your point.
Yeah.
The
Like,
reason
I'm just saying
I can tell you why
logically.
he's bringing up. Yeah, he's bringing up those top players. He's bringing up the top players because that shows that it's not a skill issue. Because they have the skill and they still say that the game's not good. So it's not about them not being able to win because they did win and they still said it was bad. That's why he brought up those players. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Not trying to be
Yeah.
practical.
Okay. Yeah. I actually.
absolutely.
That's more clear to me than what Fenty
Hey,
was saying.
actually, my dick. Actually, first you say things and then actually.
Okay. Well,
Look,
C4 changed my mind. Okay. Like, you don't have to insult me just because.
Yeah.
Listen, when Fenty was saying Arslan Ash and stuff like that, I interpret that way in a different way. I thought that he's saying Arslan Ash like can't blame the game or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, but it's a flaw. You talk without thinking. It's a flaw. I'm sorry. You talk without thinking straight about the things you say. I'm sorry.
All right, like you can
The
think
knee-jerk
that.
reaction was, "Oh, he's doing the ad populum." I get it. You thought Finn was going, but these people agree with me first. But obviously, yeah, in the heat of like a debate, you just didn't realize he was trying to disprove your point about the skill issue part. That's all he was doing. So
Okay.
yeah, but Finn
I
has a fuse.
so I think that
Sometimes it's short.
top players and stuff like that. Like I think that like they're great and I think they're good at the game and stuff like that. But even top players, I think like they get like this sort of like there's this sort of like thing to just like make fun of Tekken. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, and now I'm not saying whether that's accurate or not, but like Nee, like I'll bring Nee up.
It's not what
Like
happened.
yeah, well Nee was saying that the game sucks, and then he basically when he won that tournament, when he won one of those I forgot which tournament it was. But you guys can fact check me on this, whoever wants to or whatever. But he had said that you just have to like be. I trying to watch my words to make sure that I say the right thing, basically. But Nee had said that it's just a different sort of game. Like it's like and don't.
I would be careful with this, Sophie. I really
Yeah.
would be careful with this because
I
really
mean, like
would-
this is the sentiment, okay? I don't know if you guys are gonna quote me or not or whatever. Go ahead, but like
you know what
what
you should
Nee.
have done, Sophie? I will
you
now
know-
make your argument better.
Okay,
than
sure, but Nee had said
you know what
that
you should have
when you after you won that whatever it
Don't-
was Evo or something, one of the Evos, then
Don't bring up Nee.
yeah.
Don't bring up Nee. Nee fucking dislikes this game a lot. He was on King J. He was on King J for a whole interview at season 2, and he said the game is not competitively
Trash.
viable.
Okay,
me
but
trash.
to
So
my
don't call me
knowledge,
trash
after
or
he
something,
won that,
yeah.
he was like trying
Look.
to take credit for the win, so it didn't
Look,
make him
I
seem
make
like he was
your
winning in
point.
a
Mama.
shit
Now-
game, basically.
Sophie, no, she didn't do that. I will now make your point better than you could. You know
Okay,
who
go
you should have
ahead.
brought up? Shadow. Why didn't you bring up Shadow?
I don't know what
Why didn't
Shadow
you-
said.
Shadow
So
actually,
make my
Shadow
point
actually
for me
defended
better.
me too.
Why don't you know? Why do I know better than you?
Because I don't watch the tournaments. Like, yeah, you know better about me. You know better
It's not the
than
tournaments,
me
it's
on that.
Twitter. He was on Twitter.
I
It's not
don't
the
get on
tournaments.
Twitter.
Wait, Sophie, Princess. Okay, Prince. I think you do, but Princess, look.
I don't.
Prince Shadow
I
Pro.
really
Don't
don't.
do that,
It's
bro.
been like the recent, like, I don't know, past week or two that I've been on Twitter. I don't get on Twitter, I
How do you
promise
know
you.
about how do you know about Arslan then? How do you
I
know
don't
about Arslan
fucking.
then?
I
For example.
rarely ever get on Twitter. Like this is why, like, yeah, people think I'm like on
You know
Twitter
about
all
me,
day
huh?
or whatever. This is. You guys are. I'm not on Twitter. I don't know how the fuck to say it.
Obviously
how
not.
do you
You
know
are in
about,
school.
How do you know about me saying that thing then about me?
Bazoon.
Where did you get it from?
How about you
Where
saying
did you
what?
get that neat thing from?
Look,
Where do I get what from?
sorry,
I'm
Blacker,
sorry.
did you want to go on? I just wanted to highlight. I just wanted to highlight Shadow because you, or Sophie, to counter my point, right? Where I pointed individual players, you could have just brought up Shadow and said, "See, Shadow is an extremely good player," and he says, I think he even said like, "This is more fun than season 1." So you could have brought that up.
Yeah.
But
Great. I didn't know about it.
what I
So
will tell
thank you
though,
for
Sophie,
helping me
okay,
prove
now
my
you know
point.
about it. No problem.
The only
no
player
problem,
in the scene that
because-
defended season 2, by the way. I think.
At the end of all this, Sophie, what you have to see is we have a vast envision this as a scale, right? So Shadow is on one side of the scale saying, no, I kind of like it. I think it's fun, right? But the scale is tipped so unbelievably motherfucked hard into this is trash. Please even revert the patch. Like, you have to acknowledge this, right? It's not that we have a 50-50 here. No, we don't. We don't. We don't.
Like it takes a great mind to say that all of us are wrong, basically. Like it takes a great.
I don't
great
agree
balls
with
to say that basically
popularity
the whole ass
necessarily.
community is wrong about the patch.
That's fine,
Okay.
but
Fine,
okay.
but-
That's a fallacy. Ad populum. Fallacy
Do you
ad
agree
populum.
with the developers then? Do you agree with the developers themselves then, with their words? Maybe, Sophie.
They admitted themselves that the patch was shit, basically.
Blackheart, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Oh.
You need to build traps. Otherwise,
I'm sorry. Sorry.
So, Sophie, do you agree with the developers then, with their opinion about the game themselves? Do you agree with them?
I don't know what they think about the game. I just feel like whenever I play the game, I don't think it's that bad. It's that impactful.
You see? And that's why yesterday I said I think that you are literally not even listening to me, or you are fumbling around with like some AI answer program in the background, because
I have my hands on my head
already.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
this is
I
straight
believe
off
that-
my mind. Like
Well,
I have my hands on my head, leaning back,
Well,
enjoying this conversation.
That is even more worrying, honestly. That is even more worrying. Would have been better if, but okay.
I mean, I'm just relaxed. Like I'm just I was about to get some water.
Yeah. No, honestly,
water,
my brain is about to go to come out of my ears right now. But yeah, I'm sorry.
Can I give you my theory? I don't know if you finished, Finn. I've got a theory of what's happening.
Yeah, go.
I think I don't want to believe in the AI. I don't want to believe in the ChatGPT responses. I think Sophie is a product of the doomery. So she's kind of like a rescuer. She's the rescuer, because you need a counterbalance to people dooming on the game. You have to have that. And Shinblade's another. He's trying to rescue the game. I think it's just a counterbalance.
There cannot be light without this kind of shit. Basically, you're saying like there cannot be one thing without the other existing. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I think both sides have pushed themselves to an extreme. So Sophie seems extreme with how much she likes season 3, in response to how much people hate season 3.
Hey, I'm listening. But like I can hear everything, but I'm just getting some water. Okay, I'll just be super right back. I have my headphones on though.
Yeah. That's my response, because I was someone who said, "Oh, chip damage on throws is whatever," because I'm used to it in other games. Now, for a Tekken player to say that, that's kind of wild. It's crazier coming from a Tekken player. I think Sophie's pushed into that position because of so much hate that's on the other side. So you don't really get people in the middle in Tekken. There's no middle ground people in Tekken.
Yeah, no, I understand, but you can make like trash on objectively. Like I know that this word now doesn't mean anything anymore, but you can make infinite arguments on why objectively it was a fucking shit patch season 2. Right? Honestly, like it's so blatantly bad. Like it's like defending the undefendable. I don't know. Like really, at this point, it's defending the undefendable. Like every character got basically Super Saiyan season 2 1. It was an absolute abomination, total abomination. Like
if you like Legacy Tekken, though, right? Blackheart. That's if you like Legacy Tekken. Sophie says she likes aggression, so to her, it makes sense why she likes it.
But at this point, it doesn't even become a fighting game anymore. If every card count,
all right, I'm back.
Basically becomes like a fighting game in which Sophie doesn't even want to play a fight.
That's your opinion of a fighting game.
Respectfully, Blackheart, you don't know fighting games. Yeah, respectfully, Blackheart, you don't know fighting games because you only play Tekken.
So other fighting games have zero counterplay.
I mean, I played Street Fighter and 2XKO.
To be a bit careful.
You know, team games, the tag games are literally you pick a character and you pick a character to fill that flaw in the first character. Pokemon has 4 characters. There's no flaws. You can pick a perfect team.
Counterplay, no counterplay to characters. Counterplay to moves. Counterplay to everything.
You have to be
counterplay.
you have to be a
I'll
bit
let Finn, because
careful.
Finn knows both sides.
Yeah,
Finn can kind of explain it a bit better than me.
Blackguard, you have to be a little bit careful with, because I know what you mean. I really know what you mean when you say no counterplay, right? But you have to be a bit careful. Let's say the counterplay is in the world of many not sufficient enough. There's
Exactly.
not enough counterplay.
Exactly,
Because,
yeah.
and this is what I will tell you now, Blackguard. In a lot of fighting games, that form of like 50-50 and that little counterplay to it, that is normal. In the probably vast majority of fighting games, that is normal.
Okay.
That is fair.
I mean, I didn't play like I didn't play all the fighting games in the world. For example, I played the 3D fighting games. I played Soul Calibur, Dead or Alive, and I've always some sort of counterplay to things. You know, that's why I'm saying I didn't play the 2Ds. Maybe I should have expressed 3D fighting games. Maybe I don't know.
Well,
for
Yeah,
example,
that's
Soul
yeah.
Calibur.
2D is absurd. Like in 2D games, a lot of winning neutral is forcing a block.
Okay, no,
Back in
okay,
the
then
day,
I'm
it was
gonna no.
Very true.
Okay, maybe I said it wrong then. Can we agree that at least 3D fighting games are a lot about this kind of always trying to apply a counterplay to something? At least I don't know if we can get to that conclusion.
I
Probably,
would be inclined, but I would add a little bit onto this. I think the reduction in effective counterplay, and now my major problem comes in, plus the unbelievably insane risk reward in Tekken 8.
Yeah, exactly,
That is
as
insane.
well. Yeah, absolutely. So season 2 was basically all reward, no risk. Not only no risk,
Yes.
but also advantage most of the
Go
time.
ahead, Bud Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. I get what you're saying, but I don't like the phrasing sometimes, but that's not your main point, so I won't derail.
Phrase it of what?
You said all of something. Like,
was
what was
phrase
your
that?
statement about all of something?
Oh no, but
All of
that's what we was
something.
talking about when Blackheart was talking about. Oh, you're talking about the all risk, all reward. Sorry,
It
no
is
risk.
all reward and
Yeah.
no
Is
risk.
that what you had?
Yeah, listen, let's just pass over it.
Yeah.
But
You don't agree that season 2 was all reward and no risk for most of the things that got
Can we
introduced in
agree?
season 2?
Can we agree when we say all, we mean 95%? How about that?
Absolutely. I
Okay,
can
cool.
cite.
There we go.
I can cite for every
I
card in
am
season
just
2, I can
going
cite
to
something that
ignore
was
the
completely
inaccuracy
broken with no
because
counterplay.
you guys don't want me to derail, and I'm gonna do that.
I see. The inaccuracy.
Wait,
Tell me the counter.
Let me build a bridge, guys.
Mamma mia.
Let me build a bridge, Blackheart. Let me build a bridge. But Sophie, you would also agree with me and Blackheart that a move like Zafina Season 2
Back
launch,
1+2.
launch back 1+2 is a move that in that iteration is literally all reward, no risk. You would agree, right?
What is
Now she's gonna say,
Zafina?
yeah, but it's slow. You can.
What is it?
So
Back
back
1+2
from Zafina was a back one.
The
back
mid.
1+2. It's like a range. I don't want to exaggerate, but like I don't even know if I'm exaggerating here. It was a range-free,
Nick.
completely homing claw attack.
Yeah,
And
I
the
actually.
only weakness it has. You know what the?
Yeah, but I showed that on my video.
Sorry,
Like
I just wanna,
I literally said that it
okay,
didn't have one of
I
the
just want to
weaknesses.
tell you. I just wait. I'm not.
Yeah.
I need.
Go ahead.
I need to ask you a question here because you said launch season 2 was like kind of fine. This move was addressed. I'm not making this now. It's just to build a bridge with you here. Would you agree that a move like that in season 2 that points to a bad philosophy in design? If you think that a move that is range, basically, I think it is actually range free, plus on block, homing, wall splat, and the only weakness it has is if you manage to somehow make it whip, it has some whip recovery. That is not okay philosophy, right? That is not okay design. That was not okay design. You would agree with us there, right?
For Tekken.
For Tekken.
Okay, like
for anything, bro.
like I listen, like I have it on the screen now. I showed the. It's like, yeah, I did recognize that 8%.
Okay, Sophie, I can't do this.
I get what you're saying.
No,
with the back
Sophie,
1+2, you know what I'm
Sophie,
gonna say?
stop,
Listen.
Princess.
I'm gonna say,
Holy
listen.
shit.
I'm gonna give you
You
my
are making-
opinion, okay? That's what you want on the Zafina back 1+2. I actually don't think that
Yeah.
that's necessarily bad game design. I don't. Okay? That's what I actually believe.
No, vabbè, no, vabbè.
Like, yes, I don't think that it.
No,
I
vabbè.
said it doesn't have a top 4 weakness on this,
No.
but
not play
I
Tekken.
don't think that these moves are
Let her
actually
explain, let her
broken.
explain, let her
These
explain.
this
She's
Ana
not
1
Tekken
plus 2,
coded.
this
Sophie is
Zafina's
not
back
Tekken
1
coded.
plus 2. Look. Like I put it on my video. I said
Let her explain,
8% didn't have the top 4 weaknesses.
This is simply,
It's
this
all
is simply
like
stupid.
it's
No,
all
this is simply
Wait,
stupid. This
yeah,
is simply
yeah,
stupid.
whatever.
I want to
You
hear
can
her
think
out.
whatever
I
you
want
want.
to hear what she has to say.
This is simply. This is zero IQ. This is zero IQ.
Blackheart,
Really.
stop.
Wait,
Ana's
wait,
1
wait.
plus 2 is
Stop.
not that crazy.
You need to stop.
I'm an Ana main. I think I know
Stop.
Wait,
about
we
the
need to
move
chill.
a
We need
little
to
bit.
chill.
No.
Wait,
No,
can we let Finn take
especially
control
since you're
again?
an
Let Finn take control.
especially since you're
Finn's
an
going
player
somewhere.
and I'm debating it.
Finn's going
Blackheart,
somewhere. Go,
please,
Finn.
let her, Sophie, again, please explain why back 1 plus 2 is like not. Please explain.
Okay, so why if you look at this, I explain why these moves have possible weaknesses. You know, I defined them in the video.
Back
And
1 plus 2.
these two,
Let's see
Ana,
the weakness.
are you gonna
Let's see the
let me
weakness.
finish?
Honestly, you shouldn't speak at all after this, but okay, let's go.
Bit
All right,
harsh.
go.
you know what, Blackheart, I don't,
No,
you
no,
know, like, come on. Like,
democracy is an issue sometimes in Tekken, sometimes, but okay, let's go.
why? Listen,
Okay,
I
we're
want to
both
get
taking jabs
something.
at each other.
Why?
It's
Why
alright.
the
We're both taking
personal
jabs. Sophie,
insults?
ignore him and go.
I am
Just
not
ignore him. Just ignore him.
personally
It's okay.
insulting
It's free.
Blackheart.
Because you're insulting my intelligence over and over again.
I'm not
Let's go on.
intentionally. Like, yeah, you just
He's doing the YouTube
exactly
thing. He's
like the
over-exaggerating. Ignore
yeah,
him.
exactly
Just come
like
over.
Chad is saying that, you know, he's just being a dick, okay? All right, listen.
You're
These two
insulting
moves
our
that
time and our intelligence and our time and everything.
well, I mean, just because like, okay.
Ignore him. Go.
Fucking dumb.
Listen,
Fucking dumb, man. Fucking dumb, man. Fucking dumb, man.
Blackheart, please. Just let her explain it.
Fucking
I know
shit.
she's not going to
Fucking
convince
shit.
you. She's not going to convince
Fucking
you,
dumb,
but
man.
just hear it out. You can only get more information by listening. By saying she's dumb and she doesn't know what she's talking about, you're not going to learn anything.
Democracy in Tekken is an issue, but okay, let's go.
Okay, are you gonna
Go, Sophie.
all right, so you're talking specifically about like, cause there's the Ana one is also on this list. I don't know if you guys want to talk about that, but the Zafina one, I mean, I think it's full range. It is kind of it's a pretty good move. You know, it's very, very, very good. You know, but I don't think very, very, very good things don't necessarily need to like there can be broken things in fighting games. And sometimes I think that can actually be like quite fun. Like I think that the things that people believe is broken, that is not. Why are you laughing and interrupting me?
Ma vaffanculo, ma vai a fare in culo, ma vai a fare in culo, ma sta stro...
Okay, all right. I didn't kick him, by the way. He just left. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I think
I didn't think
I think that, you know, things that are really overpowered. Like I think that when as you start to nerf everything and take it into this, you can take the fun. You can take the fun. It's like the cool stuff. Like basically what you want to do in fighting games, or just games in general. Maybe you want players to feel like it's broken, with it actually not being broken. And so we have to make a clear distinction on, like, is this move really going to be groundbreaking? And, like, I don't think that Zafina's back 1 plus 2 was able to have, like, this significant amount of... Oh, damn, I don't know what you guys are doing, but, yeah, appreciate the prime. I don't think that that's a game-breaking move. I know that's not going to be a popular opinion, but I don't see it. And also, Ana's 1 plus 2 is on there as well. It's a, you know, 16.
Wait. So,
yeah, go ahead.
So you think they, because I mean obviously we talk about Tekken 8 design, so you think they didn't have to adjust that move and add Zafina back 1 plus 2? You would have been fine with them not adjusting that move?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I would be fine. Like, did they adjust the move later?
No, I thought you said that move is not really that game breaking and it could just exist. I thought that was what you just told me.
Yeah.
Like, to my knowledge, I don't know if they changed that move in particular or not. But even if they didn't, I don't think
They
it's a
did.
big problem.
Okay. So okay, Anna 1+2, right? It's funny. Okay, you know what? Why not? You play Anna a lot, right?
Yeah,
So
that's my
that
main.
move in Tekken 7. Okay, so then you know that. Can you describe that move to me in Tekken 7?
1+2. Honestly, it was actually pretty cool. There was like some secret tech, basically, that you could actually enter the stance and make something guaranteed. This is the first time I'm actually talking about this. Blackheart, he said at this point to
No, wait.
just being
Describe that move to me in Tekken 7 right now. Describe that move to me in Tekken 7 right now. What's the weakness in Tekken 7? Describe it to me right now. Right now. Don't look it up.
the weakness. I'm not looking up anything. Like what are you talking about? You think I'm looking stuff up? Okay.
Describe
so
it. Describe
I don't think
Describe
that
it.
it's homing. You know, I think that it's like a mid.
Correct.
And then it's like you get counter it. There's also like I thought that the move was like
Correct.
that. Like there's parts.
That's already.
There's parts to that move.
I didn't want to make a trap. I just wanted to see.
Okay, go ahead. Go
You
ahead.
did want to make a
It's
trap.
not homing. It's not homing. You can step that towards the left.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
Tekken 7. So, do you see a problem with? Because I will now tell you why this move to me. Okay, you know what? You think I already know your opinion. You don't think this move is that big of a deal, right?
Absolutely, it's not that crazy.
Okay, I explain now to you why I think it is a big deal. Anna is already extremely good at close range. Always was down. Like she had Magic 4 in Tekken 7, not anymore. But she had the 2-jab. She has down forward 1-2. She has the most powerful things like close range. If this game already gave her insane quality of life pokes that give her something that she didn't have before, which is extremely low risk, accessible poking into advantage. In Tekken 7, she had to do sidestep 2, for example, right? You saw a lot. People used a lot of sidestep 2.
Not the way I played Anna.
Sidestep 1+2.
Like, but go ahead, yeah.
Okay, not the way you played it, but the way the best Anna players in Europe played, like Fran and Oracle played Anna. But if you now also give her this move on top of it, you know that in Tekken 8, the promise is what people tell me is I should go into the third dimension, right? Yeah, this game is really ham when it comes to frame advantage and stuff, but you are supposed to step out of that. You are supposed to go into the third dimension. Well, what impression do I then have if we suddenly put more homing moves on characters that are also advantageous on block? This move in particular, obviously right now, it lost a little bit of its quality because in Season 2, Anna had jab counter hit into heat engage. Now, what I will still tell you, I don't think it is okay and extremely perverse to give a character like Anna a homing mid with also that is, by the way, plus. I don't think I'm wrong. It's +9 on.
Listen, I know everything about the 1+2.
Right? Not +8.
Okay, yeah,
so,
okay.
Okay.
All right, let's actually.
Then you know. Okay, I'm just explaining to you, and the properties
Go
are
ahead.
important. It's +9 on hit. It has counter hit. It has counter hit properties on normal hit, or if she goes into stance from that shit.
Yeah.
And it is completely homing at advantageous on block. The
16
only
frames.
thing you could, the only way in which you could, yes, the only way in which you could downplay this move is to say, but it doesn't do any damage, and that is correct. It doesn't do any damage, but you have to see this move as an unbelievable control tool on a character that was already good at close range.
How many frames do you need?
Already gave her shit she never had.
You need 7 frames to get that to frame trap. And so you're gonna give up 7 frames to do a 1+2? Like whenever, if I'm looking at my, hold on, I would pull it up, but
you don't need to.
do
frame
you
trap
guys
with that. I'm talking. You don't. No.
Yeah, sure. Do you guys know how to take off the Tekken ID thing so I can just have my name? I don't know how to take that off. How do you guys? I'm gonna go into Tekken and show the tab.
I don't really talk about. I talk the move in itself. The concept of that move on that character is a design that I have a problem with. She didn't need this move at all. They just thought, hey, it's funny. Give her.
It's the rest of
plus on block as a play.
Okay, it's the rest of the kit, is what I was gonna say. Like, you know, listen, what are the situations that you can do 1+2 in? Like, Finn. What are the situations that you would...
Neutral. All.
Why would you do it in neutral? It's slow. Like, if you're
Neutral.
talking... listen, if you're thinking that,
It's-
what's it called? Pros are... Like, how come pros are not just spamming 1+2? You know what I'm saying? They're not using it in neutral. Like, they're trying to... They're using 4-4-2. They're using 4-4-3-2.
Did you ever? They do.
Alright.
They do use this move in neutral. I hope you're not. Look.
Alright,
You
hold
play
on.
the character, but I also played Anna in Tekken 8 and Tekken 7. Okay. So I mean.
Okay,
You know,
sure. Alright, well,
you know-
this
you
is the
know
move. Like,
at all.
do I know what?
Bro, Spin, stop it.
Do I know what?
I mean, look. I'm just asking. Like, Sophie, you know that I know this shit, right? Like, I know these characters.
I don't... Okay, I don't know. Like, you know, Anna's... Yeah, I mean, you know... Yeah, I don't want to bring the whole, like, you know, what? So... Yeah, I mean, I am
know what
knowledgeable
you-
about Anna. You know what I'm saying? The situations that you can do the 1+2... Like, I like to use it as a frame trap up close. I'm not using it in neutral out here. Like, this is a good move, yes,
Yeah, that's
but...
a bonus.
Yeah, but if you watch like top
Yeah, that's
player
a bonus.
Annis and stuff like that, like it's very like where it's good is yes controlling sidestep and stuff like that. But I personally use it whenever I'm +7. You know, like if I get a jab or something, if I get a 1-2, this is when I'm using like if I get down 2 on hit, this is when I'm using 1+2. Like those are the times to use it.
And you are
like,
perfect. Yes. And you can use it as... Look, I Sophie, you have to really understand the situation here. I don't tell you, we don't talk about like how to properly abuse this broken piece of a move. I am telling you that design on a character like Anna is a problem, and I try to explain to you why.
Okay,
Like,
you
I
believe it's a
don't-
problem because
why do
mids
you
that
not
are
see
tracking
that?
shouldn't be plus. Right?
Mids that are homing. No,
Yeah,
that's not what I
tracking.
said. I said on a character like that, okay, look, my fuse is so low right now. You don't even believe it.
Okay,
Look,
I'm listening.
On that character specifically, a move like this is already a perverse idea. Why would I? Yes, and you're correct.
I don't.
I dislike.
Yeah.
Yeah. I dislike. Look, I dislike the concept of like fast homing moves as a control tool that are also advantageous on block. I dislike that already as a concept. Yes. What I dislike even more is if they shove counter hit properties on that shit, and especially if they put it on a character like that. That is a problem. That is especially a problem.
I
if we
don't.
talk about a
That's
game
your
that
opinion.
tells you sideways, that tells you to the sides you need to go. That is a problem.
Why? Like, I think that, like, this is your own version of Tekken in your own mind, that there can't be homing moves that, like, yes, it seems very broken. I thought the same thing.
Say that.
Look at my very first stream, like, where, okay, you think that you don't agree with the design of this move. You don't think that this should be in the game,
Yes.
right? Like, I understand that this is
Yes.
an egregious move to you, and I thought it was too. At the very start, I thought if you look at that stream, I was like, guys, I think this move is kind of busted. And as I'm using it, I'm like, I actually start to see the limitations. I actually start seeing,
Okay.
like there actually isn't a lot of things in Anna's kit besides hitting down 2, 1-2, and to make this like actually be something that not only frame traps, but it's homing and to take advantage of all these properties. It is a slow move at 16 frames, pretty much, if you're going to be having to
You think
use it
that's slow
close
for
frames.
mid homing? No. You don't get away with
The
that.
range,
That is
the
not
range
slow
is
for
short.
mid
The range
homing.
is short.
That is not. The range is not even that short. And secondly, it is exactly where she wants to be. So look, I don't know why I'm even trying this, because you already told me that you think back 1+2 from Zafina in launch version was fine. So I'm wasting my time. I'm sorry, Sophie. I'm sorry, Princess, but I'm wasting my time, and I don't have a problem. If you think that game is good and design like this is fine, from the bottom of my heart, I hope you never get the game that you actually desire or that you envision. I from the bottom of my heart, I hope you don't get it. But it is a democratic process, right? If there are enough people that say we want Tekken to go into a direction like that, then it will happen, and there's nothing I can do about it. That's democracy, right? But from the bottom of my heart, I hope that will never happen. Or well, it already did kind of happen. So I don't know. I hope they revert it, or I hope Tekken 9 looks different. But I can't help you, Sophie. Like I can't help you. Like if you think
No.
that is fine design, I can't help you really.
Yeah,
Sophie, I don't understand why you play Tekken. The things you like are just not what Tekken players want. You should play anime
that's a
games.
fair. Yeah, well, I play
I
them
don't
all.
know.
You know, I play all of the fighting games. I like Tekken because, you know, I grew up with Tekken. Like, you know, my brothers played Tekken and stuff like that, and so this is how I connected with them. And yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's like a big problem or anything. I don't think.
I just feel sorry for you. You've got a fine game brain in the Tekken body, and there's a lot of things that other fine games will be pretty nonchalant about. They'll be like, oh yeah, that move. Who cares that it makes you block from half screen and it's plus? It's got like
It's not
20 frame
plus.
startup, so it's beatable. It's parryable. Yeah,
What's not
but
plus?
that's how fighting game players will look at it.
Yeah.
In Tekken, from what I've come to understand, it's unacceptable because of how Tekken was in the past and where it's got to now. So yeah, I just feel sorry for you.
Okay, I
To me,
mean,
it didn't
you
sound that
know,
bad, but obviously
everybody
the Tekken
can
players, it's
everybody
horrendous.
can like say that you know, your idea of the game and stuff like that. Like whoever is watching this and stuff, like yeah, I get that you want it to be a certain way and that you know, you feel betrayed and that Tekken is a certain way. For me, I can still have fun with Tekken as it is right now. I think that's not a very popular thing to
Sophie.
say, you know, but I think Tekken is fun
No,
still.
it's not. That's not the problem. Look, I even think there is even a little bit of fun, but not in the right way. But you know, what I will tell you though is, first of all, the developers agree with me, not with you. The developers themselves agree with
They
me.
say-
That is at least
they
what
say
they
that.
tell me in their small little patch note. Yeah, they say that. First of all, they agree.
They
with
also
me,
said
and with
back
the
to
April
basics, right?
patch notes of
Did you
the
believe him
emergency-
there? Because I
yeah,
didn't.
that is where I'm coming. I'm getting to that point. Point is, the developers tell me they agree with me, and they have done some things that make me believe there are still some good, maybe very few people in that team, but they took the homing away from Zafina's move. They took the homing away from Lee's down forward 3+4. They took the homing away from up forward 1 from Kazuya in season 1. They did that. So I hope that these few good men will prevail and will save that shit. And but I will also tell you that I don't have a problem with power. C4 knows I play a shit ton of other fighting games and have also
True.
dipped my feet into very weird shit. And I don't have a problem with power level in MKX. I enjoy that. But my point is, Sophie, I don't play Tekken for that. I don't play Tekken for shit like that. You know?
Tell her
And
about
I
the
think not
spaghetti.
many people did.
Fair enough. Like
Tell her
you
about the
don't want.
spaghetti.
Yeah, you don't want Tekken to turn into a game that it's not, essentially, right?
Well, I would dislike to see that. Yes. It's not that I would hate it or I lose sleep over it, but it very much annoys me. Yes.
I can see that. Like okay, I'll say another hot take, which is like Tekken Tag Tournament 2. I love that Tekken, even though that everybody says it's like sucks, and I think it's super complex, and you know, like I think that when you're innovative, then you know you can try to like have fun things. I don't know, like I think that Tekken 8 is fun actually, and that's what I'm sticking with. Like I don't see a big problem with it.
Tekken is, I think the only game that was like Tekken was Guilty Gear, where the majority of the players didn't want change. They just wanted the same game but prettier. And Drive obviously said, fuck that, and it worked. I think Tekken were like, oh yeah, we can do the same thing. Surely people won't care that we change the foundation of the game. And yeah, like everyone says, they're not the same. Tekken players just don't want it. They want their old game
Yeah,
prettier, in
I
my
get that.
opinion.
So,
I have no
okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Sophie, you watched my, you know I'm not a fucking unreasonable just Tekken 8 hater. You said you watched my video on the Back to
Yeah.
Basics Heat edition.
I
you
thought
know
that was good.
I'm not against the. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's not. I am not against a aggressively designed game, but there has to be some form of like and everyone has to define this line for themselves, right? Because there is no right recipe for like the perfect Tekken. There is no right recipe. I know you are also annoyed by people in comments that are fucking dumb idiots that will tell you, oh, just do this, just do that, just do Tech Tournament 1, which was a shit game, by the way. Don't let in shit game. I will stand by that opinion. But my point is, there is no right recipe, right? But I think Tekken 8 has reached a line where we have so many people saying the same things about the game that we have reached a consensus here that this is not the right way.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that a lot of people don't like it, I'm like, when you say this is not the right way, I mean, I am not in the majority of people. I understand that. I think that
You,
yeah, I mean, I don't have
you
to
know,
agree
the
with the
one thing
majority.
I think might have been a problem. The one thing that you said yesterday that I was like, might kind of contradict this point is that you didn't want, well, from what I remember, you didn't want like a collection version because you was like, oh no, sorry, you said you wouldn't want the Tekken 8 to have a mode where you didn't have heat because you said it would split the community.
Yeah, I
Is
think
that right?
so. Yeah.
Doesn't that kind of go against the we should just play what we like? Because clearly a lot of people want to play without heat. And I think,
You're
yes, it
welcome
would
to play it,
take
but
away from the people
you
that will
know,
play with you.
yeah, no. I think that
Mhm.
you can, if you don't want to play it with heat, then don't play it with heat. But like, I don't like as a developer, I don't think that the developer should necessarily like put heat in the game, because like the lower the player base is, then the more like it's gonna hurt the player base, because people are gonna like, if you look at like if you look at very like open based games, where they can like all make their own rules and stuff like that, then they diverge and everybody wants to play version A, version B of that and stuff like that. And they don't really have a uniting sort of version to actually play the game. And so I don't want that to happen with Tekken, because I love Tekken, like if they have like heat only mode, then that means that some of the tournament will be heat only tournaments. That means some of your friends will only play heat only. It's only going to diverge the community not only on the game but everywhere. Like, I don't want that to happen. Like, Tekken's player base isn't like high enough to actually sustain that, in my opinion, especially if we're going down this like Doomer season 2, season 3 route.
Well, it is high enough. It is high
Yeah,
enough.
I was about to say it. Can I give you a little walk with me? I want to tell you a little story, a little real quick story.
I'm rocking with
I
you.
played MVCI. I play MVCI. I love that game. It's one of my top 3 games, maybe my top 1. And Max did a called Beyond. So he done the redesigns of the characters, he changed moves, blah blah blah. And everyone's like, well, all the console players can't play the patch. They're fucked. A lot of NA only played on console. They had to do a GoFundMe so the top players in NA could play on PC because they wanted to play the new patch, because they were going to get left behind. They weren't going to do tournaments for the old version anymore. We're at the point where there's only like 40 players for like the whole community across the world, probably. And there is a divide because Asia don't play on the patch. They don't like it. They said, we're playing the base game, we're playing on console. And everywhere else in the West is playing on the patch. There's 40 people there and we're still okay. I think Tekken could survive if they had a non-heat mode Tekken 8. The walk's over now. We can go home.
Yeah,
Go to our separate homes.
yeah, C4, what I was saying is like,
And thanks for the walk, by the way. There is a mod that actually does this. You know, it takes away heat. It takes away all the things that people are saying. Now, if everybody, if
Yeah,
there's so
totally,
much
that's common.
demand, if there's so much demand for this, you guys can go play that mod. You know. But the thing is like,
No, people can't
Yeah.
because you can't do that on console. And
yeah.
secondly,
But PC
some
players,
people
it's
don't, like
also
I know
dead
people
on
who
that.
don't even know. Yeah, but some people don't look. Sophie, you're unrealistic here. Some people still to this day they don't even know how to install mods. They don't want look.
All right, that's
look,
true.
Sophie,
Yeah.
you know what? I will give you this. I will give you a point here. I will give you a point here. Yes, people are lazy. I did so much, Sophie, believe me, I did so much to get people to play Tech 2 or Tekken 6 or maybe Tekken 6
Okay.
or Tekken 5 with me, right? Because I was like, hey, apparently everyone tells me they want real Tekken, right? You hear this a lot. They want real Tekken. And I made so much effort. I even casted tournaments for Tech 2 with Blackheart, where Koenji did a fantastic show in Tech 2. We did all of that,
Awesome.
right? But at the end of the day, people are fucked up lazy and they don't want to fuck around with emulators. They don't want to fuck around
Yeah.
with today. Do you know how did you ever
I get
did
it.
you ever
You
go
want it
back
in the
or
main
even
game.
on emulator? Did you try to play Tekken 6 online today? Did you try to do that? This is
To
you
date,
wouldn't
no.
even under best possible circumstances, you would not even consider that delay even playable by modern standards. So I don't know. Look, I agree with you. People are lazy. I agree with you. But at a certain point, either the developer could do it. I don't even want heatless mode. I want heat to be properly adjusted to a risk reward that is more reasonable. But again, that's my personal opinion. But on the other side, hey, how about the people who always say real Tekken? To be quite fair with you, Sophie, I also agree with you in Sofa that a lot of people are saying this. They want real Tekken, and then they can't even KBD, right? They can't even
Yeah.
execute the most famous Tekken technique ever made, but they want to try to tell me something about real Tekken. I also dislike that quite a lot. But I would be happy. I would already be happy if they say, you know what, guys? Here's your collection. We have adjusted the netcode. It's modern netcode. We have reword rank to not be a first to one, and we have given you a little bit of a better practice mode. I would already be fine. I would say, okay, it's fine. I can, because trust me, Sophie, I tried. I really tried. You don't know. You don't know if you want to play any other Tekken besides Tekken 8 specifically, or 7, which is already a bastardized version of 7. And I didn't ask to make this a live service game, Sophie. I didn't ask to make this a live service game where I can't go back to what I consider the best versions of Tekken 7. I have to play a bastardized version that still crashes to this day and desyncs. I can't even go back and play what I consider real Tekken. I can't even do that. And all I want for them is to give me that at least. You know, that's what I want now. I want to at least they shall give me that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that would be good. You know, I have nothing against that. And I think that, I think a lot of people are unhappy about Tekken. And if you are, then, I'm not saying to like, I kind of feel like maybe there's some sort of middle ground we can come to, We're on, like, let's say we're on opposite sides of the bridge, and it's like, I'm just like, I feel like people like Tekken elitists and stuff like that are driving away people from just opening their minds to this game a little bit. And I get that that's like please don't play this game sort of thing. But I don't know, there's a lot of people that that are out there that are too scared to say that they like the game. Like, I've seen it multiple times.
I mean, this could be true. I can't confirm this, but you know what the funny part is? When I do involuntarily, sometimes someone pisses me off, and then I'm forced to basically analyze their gameplay because they make outrageous claims sometimes, right? Outrageous claims. So then this results basically in a involuntary coaching session, even though these are complete clown shows of videos where I just want to roast someone. And you know what comments I get? I get comments from new Tekken players in Tekken 8 that tell me, hey bro, even though you like basically shed sometimes on the game here, and you shed on this player. I learned quite a lot what not to do in Tekken 8. Thank you. So these people don't even care about that. They don't even care if I personally like or dislike the game. They just take what they can from, you know. I just don't see the magical influence here. You know, I really don't see that. I really don't see that.
Okay, well, I
You
mean,
know?
there's definitely a disparity with what I see with, like, you know, what's going on in this Twitter bombing and stuff like that. Like, all of the social media about how, you know, all like season 2 and beyond sucked, like season 2 and season 3, when the numbers like seem to say otherwise. You know, people are playing the game. It's healthy. They're just not talking about it on social media. They're like, all right, people hate the game, but I'm okay with the game. You know,
Did you say it's you mean healthy in terms of population, right?
healthy in terms of population, yes, in CCP.
Okay, but this is where, you know, this is where I don't see why you would even have a problem, because, you know, I tell you the reality here. You know what the reality is? You and me and everyone in chat right now, I said this multiple times now, but you and me and everyone in chat, we are like the 5 to 10%. We are the 5 to 10% of like Tekken player base that kind of really cares about this shit, right? Like, as soon as you know, like, even rudimentary frame data, you're no longer casual. And the people who are listening right now are like the 5 to 10%. They are pretty serious about the game. We are a bubble. And you are right, the silent majority, the people you will never see, you will never hear, they don't even know you exist, they don't even know I exist. They might even not even, like, they maybe not even watching like main man shit or something. But that at best, maybe. But there's a silent majority who just continues playing the game, completely happy. And this is also why you are correct. The player numbers look like they do. They are completely fine. We are still the second most popular traditional fighting game on the planet. And that happened after season 2. So yeah, but this is where I don't see why you would have a problem, because like everything's going fine, not like from your perspective, kind of. No?
No, like I think the game, like, you know, I think it could just be doing better even. Like the sales could be like overwhelmingly better than Tekken 7. Like, this could be the best Tekken that we've ever had. But because of the season 2, like,
Okay,
Doomer is sort of like now it's like kind of nerfed. We could be the number 1 game.
But this is where you lose me. This is where you lose me in the analysis, because what you are telling me now is that not season 2 in itself produced the negativity, but people created it. That to me is where this is a fundamental. If you really feel that, I respect it, I guess, but I have to vehemently disagree. Like, because you're saying that, right? You're saying that the patch in itself isn't really the problem. The problem is what people made out of it and the narrative people tried to construct about this patch, right? That's what you're telling me. Yeah, but how do you? But this is where you lose me, Princess. I don't know. This is where you lose me.
People, I don't know if Princess is derogatory or not, you know, but people keep saying I like how Fenty's.
You're royalty in my book. You're royalty.
Okay, all right. If
He's
you're
not saying
using
it that
it
way.
like that,
I just find it funny.
all right, then don't use it if it's derogatory, you know. But all right, so yeah, like pretty much, you're asking like, yeah. Could you repeat what you're asking?
I just try to what you are telling me is that the patch itself, the like direct contents in game were not really that much of an issue, but people just created a narrative of doomery around it, and that is what
yeah, so it's not like like I said, it came from accuracy. I think that I think there are justified things that people don't like about season 2. You know, all of the added homing and the, you know, all of the increased trackability and, you know, improved offense. Like I understand that, but the way that I see it is like, honestly, I'm gonna be like honest. Like some of the stuff I thought was actually kind of cool in season 2, but they took it out. But okay, so
So here's what I think. Like, for example, okay, I think they had all the characters. They put on like a bunch of cool moves and stuff. Season 2, and everybody was like, I don't know, like let's say like a 5 rating, and they just gave everybody like boosted them like three points, you know. So they made everybody that's 5 like a 5 and 8. And everybody saw those in isolation, and they thought that, oh my god, like this person got a +3, this person, it's all the same thing. Like if we were to look at the tournament results and stuff like that, then it's all, I think it's like bullshit. Like I get what you're saying. Like you find it very hard to believe and even possibly disingenuous, which I, somewhat I find that a little bit insulting. But that I could even believe in what I'm saying, that I believe that what happened is like there was a handful of content creators that actually pushed this like this narrative. Like I listen, I don't have like
Yeah,
I don't have proof for
But
this, okay?
do-
This is like a conspiracy theory
but
or
do
something
you-
like that, you know? But go ahead, go
But
ahead.
do you know why I find that hard to believe is I was there at obviously everyone was there at like patch day, right? The patch dropped. I didn't stream. I started streaming after that because I was like, fuck that shit, I want to play Tekken 6, I need to stream. But I was there when the patch dropped, and I watched everyone's reactions, and everyone, no, I think I even was live, fuck it, but point is, everyone simultaneously, without any outer influence, was reading the patch notes and was losing their mind. Every single one, in isolation. They didn't watch other streams. They didn't coordinate. They didn't
That
know
I don't
what to,
think so.
what they were not.
There are
influenced to-
people that came into my chat that were like, number one, we were all just talking about what we thought was broken and stuff like that. I was trying to get Anna to rank 1 global, which, I did that, and then after I did that, oh, okay, so before the servers went live, we were going over the patch notes, and multiple people were actually happy about like these crazy changes. Like at the very start of it, they were happy about it. They were saying like, hey,
Who?
they have all of these
Who?
crazy. Like I thought that Anna was like looking crazy. You know what I'm saying? I was like, this is right up my alley.
Wait, who
Like-
thought that is sick? I can tell you, I watched Ty, Jay. I watched so many people like uncut live reaction to not only their character, but everyone was losing their mind.
So you don't think
I-
there's
I
a
d- I-
possibility that anyone on this planet received those notes in positivity?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the core of this player base, right? The
Like,
10%.
I thought that you
basically
just say
don't matter
everyone.
anyways in the grand.
Like, did you say everyone?
I said everyone I looked at that is in the 10% of player base that's like competitively pretty interested about this. Everyone I looked at and heard was losing their mind about this. I like, who didn't? Like who? Okay, wait, Sophie, who besides, let's say, Shadow, who made like videos, established players, part of the 10% or whatever, the established player base, right? I don't know anyone who made videos like, oh, season 2 is actually like super great. Besides like Jason Montoya, I don't know. Like, who did I miss something?
I'm right here. Who have thy some? You just didn't see me.
Well, I guess that is true. Yes, I guess that is true. I mean, yeah. I mean, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying you're wrong for like. Look, I'm not saying you're wrong or a retard for liking this. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that in the grand scheme of things, we have a democratic process at some point, because the developers say they want our feedback, right? This is why no one can understand this, because they said, we want your feedback. Specifically after season 2, they said that, and they got that feedback almost as one voice.
Hey, is
all
what
countless
Emmy7560 saying?
manifests.
He said, I think Low High said season 2 was better than season 1. Is that true? No.
I don't know. I don't know if he said that. I don't know when he said that. But he is free to provide a tweet for that. Kokoma, good. Look, I'm not arguing that there was literally no one. I'm saying I have not seen someone, or I have not seen a significant amount of people
Emmy,
say
could
that
you
they
try
like
and
season
find
2.
that?
Kokoma said the game is so bad that they should utilize the Tekken player base as a last resort. But my point is that let us say there are people. I'm not denying it. You are right here, right? You are right in front of me. I'm saying that as if you view this as a democratic election or something, I think that a vast majority of the player base, the 10%, have casted their vote and gave their feedback, the feedback they wanted, and they didn't do shit. And that is why people are so not even mad. This is why people are so. What's the right word? It's not even disappointment. It's like I don't even know what to call season 3. It's not even like utter disappointment. It's not mad. It's like, wow, I can't maybe it is disappointment where they can't really believe how after all that feedback, this is the result. Some characters outright getting buffed, for example, or Heat Smashers getting the wall splat property nerfed, but then as a compensation buff, they enhance the wall splat range on heat engagers universally. That's a joke. That you are literally scamming me. You are giving me money in one pocket, and out of the other pocket you straight up stealing it. What am I supposed to make of that? I just wish they were honest, Sophie. I'm honest. I just wish they.
Yeah,
were
me
honest
too.
and say,
Me too.
Fuck it. That's the game we want to see. That's all. Just be honest about it. Just say that's the game we want to see. Your feedback doesn't matter. We don't care about it. The player base is healthy enough. We are happy enough with the game and how it's doing. You're all buying that stupid shit, even though there are ways on how not to do that, but I'm not going to go further into that. And they should just be honest, because this is what I can't deal with, being fooled. Even if I know I'm being fooled, I'm mad at the audaciousness of them even trying this. Of this whole back to basics bullshit, this whole we want your feedback bullshit, this whole Michael Murray putting his googly eye emojis under Go Saints feedback. That is a joke. Why are you doing this? You're almost taunting me.
Okay. I'm sorry if I'm not following what your question is.
My question is still, do you believe in the narrative that this was all a narrative?
I don't think it was all a
the narrative
narrative.
here is the problem.
I think that I don't know. I would say that I don't know. I guess if I had to put percentages on it, which I would take back, don't quote me on this, but about 50-50, I think that 50% is literal valid claims, and that
Wait.
yeah,
How?
you guys, and
Sophie,
then 50% might be rage bait, or not rage bait. I'm reading the chat.
But
50% might be from exaggeration, essentially.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna go to sleep. I've got work in the morning.
Hey, C4, thanks for joining
talking to you.
and giving us your opinions and stuff.
No problem. Sorry I came in hot, Finn. You're still the GOAT.
No problem.
Have a good one.
But Sophie, what you just did, right? Someone in chat wrote it, I think, earlier. He said he or she, I don't fucking know, said you're kind of baiting, just engagement, just I don't know what, because you're changing your opinion constantly. You're constantly changing your opinions here. And your
I might be wrong, and then I'll admit that I'm wrong, but I'm not changing it.
Let me prove it. Well, but these are some pretty, let me prove it. Not even, I think, 10 minutes earlier, you said that season 2, all in all, was kind of fine and could have just stayed there. It wasn't that big of a deal. That is what you
Yeah.
said. And now you said,
I still
well,
think
maybe
that.
50% were. Yeah, but no. Literally a minute now, a minute from this point, a minute, you said, well, maybe 50% was justified claims of critique against season 2. Like that.
I mean, that doesn't.
Like, what are you
Yeah,
doing?
that
Come on.
doesn't violate.
Like, come
Those
on.
are like I can still think that 50% is good and bad and say that it's still fine. What's the problem with that? That doesn't contradict
If you
it somehow.
think that
That's
50%.
yeah.
that-
Like how does it?
If you
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
come on, man. If you look, Princess, if you think 50% of that patch is like justified, critiqued in a justified way, you can't, like, how can you then hold the belief at the same time that, well, actually it's kind of fine and we could have run with it? Like, come on, that doesn't make sense.
I mean, because like most of it, like if I have like a pie, right, and then half of the pie got fucked up, the other half of the pie, I'm still like, that's still good pie.
Okay, but you wouldn't. Yeah, true, but you wouldn't eat the whole pie, and neither would you. Would you just take the whole pie with you to a birthday party, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying that half of the pie is good, and if people are saying that the entire pie is bad, I'm just trying to be accurate and say, this pie is still fucking good. Like this other 50% is like not ruined at all.
Well, okay, but that's what I'm saying. Even in your own narrative here, you jumped. You jumped from, hey, we could have just run with it, and that means the pie as a whole. But now you're admitting, well, maybe 50% of the pie was fucked up. You're jumping a little bit here, and that makes me a bit worried.
I mean, all that I'm saying is like just because that's why I didn't want to necessarily put down numbers or anything like that, but I did voluntarily because I'm not afraid to. I don't like, let's say that I change it from 50 to 49 or 50 to 51 or whatever. Like the truth is like I can't really pinpoint exactly, like in the same way that people can't pinpoint what they think is the perfect Tekken. It's like I just thought, like, if I take the numbers off of it, like I'm still telling the truth about what I think about season 2 and season 3 or whatever, is that I think that the game is okay. Like I think it's fine. Like and that's what I originally said. I never flip-flopped on that. I still think it's fine. Like, what is the problem? I don't get it. Like
I don't know with you with that statement. With you saying, okay, in my perspective, the game is fine. I don't have a problem with that. It's a video game. There is no receipt to like the perfect Tekken. I'm just saying in a democratic process, which they made out to be the case, even though it's obviously not. They wanted feedback, and the feedback was overwhelmingly, you need to touch this shit heavily into the other direction, and they didn't do that. And that's why people are very, very, well, some people are very disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, some people. And what I would say is that, like, I understand that I can play Tekken either way, For me, I'm not one of these legacy sort of, I don't know if you'd call it gatekeeping and stuff like that. I like the game. I like it. I think aggression is possibly okay. Now, there's a lot of people, including the haters in the chat, if you're one of them, like we can disagree and I can still be, I don't have a problem with anybody. I just think that the game is still fun and that we're exaggerating it, and I want to if there's other people out there that believe it's fun and that it's exaggerated, I want to kind of just say it's okay. It's okay to have fun with Tekken. Like if other people are saying do you think this is a shit game? Like, don't feel pressured. Just say like I don't think so. Like I don't really see the problems. But go ahead.
But would you have a big problem with them making this game significant? Well, let's just really make it compact, like taking a shit ton of plus frame situations out of it, reducing the power of a lot of the heat mechanics or heat, the heat package, per character, would you have an issue with them? Okay, let's make it very simple. Would you have an issue with them reducing the power level significantly in this game? Would that be a problem for you?
Would it be a problem? I mean, I think either way. Okay, well, here's the thing. I can see both ways of how this is going. And it's like, it can be good both ways. As a lower defensively, like more defensive or positive game, it can go either way. But the truth is the fundamental core of Tekken with the heat system, which is what I've been saying for a very long time. Like, that's what's causing the aggression, and I don't think that's going anywhere. At least in my opinion.
I mean, you think there's no shot in them like modifying the heat system in a drastic way, like more defensively?
Modifying possibly, but taking it away, they've done too much balance around the game with the heat. I don't think it's really gonna change that much.
Yeah, in my opinion, they shouldn't take it. In my opinion, they shouldn't take it away. And everyone who says like, they should just delete heat is obviously an idiot. I think still Namco should give them the option to play the game in a heatless version if they want to. But I think obviously heat.
Gonna split the player base
Everything
though.
in heat is aggression. Yeah, and we have enough players. We have enough players. That's not a problem.
We have 5,000
That's really
players.
not a problem.
Extremely small compared to a
No,
game
we
like
don't. We have-
Street Fighter.
No, we don't. We have 5,000 players at this very moment, at this very second of a day. If you check the EWGF statistic, who counts every player that logs in every week individually and plays a match on all 3 platforms, we have over 200,000 players every week, individual players. Because that's the problem with interpreting these numbers. The Steam number, if you look at the Steam number right now, this says concurrent.
That is fair. That is a good way to look at it.
That are right now playing the game.
Yeah, he's talking about like live
This is
playing, not overall. Yeah, so I'll concede that point, definitely.
Yeah, because the player, basically the Steam number is always at, I think, roughly 5,000 plus minus at every single point in the day. Yeah, but these are not the same 5,000 players that play for 24 hours every single day, are they? They obviously swap out like every. And this is what people don't want to hear, right? This is why I will always tell you, I will try to be honest, even if it stings, like even if I don't like the fact. But the fact is, the EWGF numbers are correct. All the guy does. I know the guy who made the website, by the way. I talked with this guy.
Awesome.
All he does is he basically reads out the replay API, and he counts the Tekken IDs. He just counts the individual Tekken IDs that play a match. You need to play a match to be in that library. And we all use WaveRank, right? I'm sure you have used WaveRank before.
I have.
It's the same database.
Yeah, same API.
Yeah, everyone here probably has used WaveRank. So these numbers are accurate, and there's no denying that fact. But I would wish they would modify this in a way, because I think you can have aggression, no problem, but it doesn't need to be brain dead. Like, it doesn't need to be brain dead. For example, I don't think everything.
I don't think it's brain dead.
Let's see if we agree on this. Let's see if we. Did you watch the Heat Dash segment in my Heat video?
The Heat Dash, was that having to do
where I
with
said
Jin's
that-
forward 2, and then you get a juggle or something?
No, but well, that's part of it, I guess. But what I was going on about is that doesn't it feel crazy to you that in a game that is a competitive fighting game and was a competitive fighting game, and Harada has previously said, well, that's a long time ago, but he said our game is good and people like our game because we put a lot of emphasis on the competitive balancing of it. And I think it is a contradiction, well, now that you have heat on the heat dash property, that every move that is heat dash is +5 on block. That doesn't make competitive sense. That only makes sense if you see this game not as a competitive game, but just easy to use. Because then every player, you and me,
Simplifying
even,
it
like,
so
after
that
1
it's
minute,
not
I
a
tell you, okay,
complex
when this
formula. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can play this game for 1 minute, and every time this animation happens, you just know it's +5. It doesn't matter what move, it's just +5. Easy to use. But it doesn't make competitive sense. And I think you could adjust this and at least do one more animation that shows that this is now neutral. For example, I don't think, let's go with Anna. It's just, I don't want to antagonize you, but I don't think 3+4 heat dash, the booty, that should be +5 on block. That's a 14 frame heat dash launcher. I think that it would be okay if that is at least only neutral, right? For example.
I mean,
so
in your like, yeah, you're saying, you know, these are just like, I think that is a way that you can balance it. You know, 3+4 normally is gonna be it's either -14 or -15. I don't remember, but it's very punishable. I think it's launchable.
It's -16.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
launchable.
it's
So
-16.
it's turning, like, his
Yep.
concern that he's talking about is turning a launchable move into a +5 move, and that, you know, with that I should
And
be
not,
able
not
to.
only that,
Yeah, go ahead.
a +5 on block launcher that is a booty and can't be parried. This move is very strong. I wouldn't even remove
But
the
you
launch
exhaust
property,
all of
but
your
could
heat.
we maybe have 2 brackets? Yes, you do. But again, even if the heat is a free resource, so to speak, anyways, in this framework, and it is available to you every round. So I think there should be at least 2 categories. Look, I also think Clive's 1+2 heat dash shouldn't be +5. Fang's shoulder shouldn't be +5s. Even fucking Jin's forward 3-1, is it? Heat dash shouldn't be +5. This shit should be at least neutral, and you could have another animation that tells the player, okay, we have 2 categories.
These
here,
are
+5
the
and
best
neutral. You would
suggestions
still
I've
have-
ever heard on this heat stuff. Finn is honestly great with, like, because usually I am used to people just randomly saying my string, and they have no examples. I actually really agree with a lot of these things that he's saying. Now I may not agree on the entire, like, you know, that it's unacceptable that 3+4 into 4 it can't be +5 and stuff like that. Like, I don't think that's necessarily, like, super broken or anything like that. Now, we have different ideas on what's, like, balanced and stuff, but I gotta say, he's well thought out. He really is. And these are good suggestions. Okay, go ahead. I'm loving it.
Well, the thing is about this is, obviously, me personally as a Tekken player, as a personal Tekken player, would I even do I even like this concept of a -60 move suddenly becoming a safe launcher? No, I don't. But I need to respect the product, right? Like, I need to. I can't just sit here and say delete heat. But I would make myself even a more, like, brain dead low IQ than Michael Murray is. It's unfair. I can't go to this game that wants to be a certain way and then just say, oh, delete everything I don't like about it. It doesn't make sense. I need to respect the aggressive vision to a certain degree. Otherwise, I'm just clowning on myself. So this is where I think a compromise can be achieved, right? A compromise can be achieved. And it would also obviously establish, oh, the animation even tells you that this is neutral. Like, one different heat dash animation. So that means you don't even need to learn frame data individually. The animation of the move would tell you that this
I
is
saw
neutral.
that.
Or
I saw that in
something
your
very
video, yeah.
simple, like if you, yeah, or I think you have also heard this, like something very simple. If you use this, might go already too far for some people, but if you use heat burst, I think to enter heat like this is already such a privilege that you shouldn't be allowed to heat to heat smash. I think you should only be allowed to heat smash if you heat engage, because heat burst is already such a privilege. Now, people might disagree with that, but I mean,
I
they
think
could
it's a
try
great
shit
take.
like this out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So when you have specific takes like this guy, I mean, not this guy, I'm sorry. This guy's meaning, like, you guys in the chat, if you have specific takes like this and how you can change it, this is actually extremely productive for the game. Like, what he's talking about is, yeah, so a way that you could adjust it. Obviously, like, all of these things about how you should enter it and be able to use it or not, I would welcome those changes 100%. Like, I'm not, like, oh, damn. Oh, I thought that's, okay, sorry, I thought something crazy was happening. Yeah, so far, I think these are great possibilities. You know, okay, what I disagree on is, you know, if we want to disagree on something, I don't disagree with any of that stuff. That stuff is great. 3+4 into heat dash, that's where we disagree. So yes, there's a lot of reward on that, and I don't see why that stuff is a big thing for Tekken, because like, I mean, why it's so unbalanced, because yes, as an Ana player, I love using that. You sidestep into 3+4, you press forward, and the situation is just great for you. You're either +5, or you get a juggle if they get hit, stuff like that. But you know, it's very, very expected in the same way that a rage art is, something like that, because you know, at the end of your heat is whenever it's actually starting to, like, when people are gonna expect that. They just know you're gonna use that. So yeah. So why is
I
it
agree, but
broken?
the thing is well, I didn't say it's broken. In the framework of Tekken 8, I don't like the design of this, because even what you said is true. They are already expecting that heat dash, and they have to restrict what they do now in anticipation of that. I already think this is a bit unhealthy if you have something that is so powerful that even if you know, oh yeah, she's probably now gonna. We are in a poking situation. She's probably now going to just heat dash 3+4. I think this is already extremely crazy that I have to pay that amount of respect to an option I already respect. But okay. But all I'm saying is you should be able to do that. It should launch if you want. It just shouldn't be +5. It just shouldn't be fucking +5. That's all I'm saying. That's all
I can see that.
I think that would be healthier.
Yeah, I mean, I could
But
agree
do
with
you know
that.
what the problem is when you just said that? But do you realize that you are then in my boat? Do you realize that you are in my boat now? Because you said these are good suggestions. They should at least think about, or even maybe, hey, make a test realm, maybe make a version that people can test, whatever it is, right? Whatever, how far you want to go with it. But when you hear me say this and you think, hey, that's actually quite good, do you realize that for 1 year, people have told them this? People have even told them how to nerf their characters, like go sane. They acknowledged all this feedback. You know what I mean? Like that would mean you are in my camp, because the developers
Yeah.
don't give a shit about these suggestions at all.
Yeah, so for that, like
And this
some
is
of
why
these
people are mad.
suggestions, they could. I would be in the same camp. Yeah, absolutely. Like some of these changes, I think what it really boils down to is whether you're viewing the game and you think you could do a better job developing rather than not. Like it's either we don't trust the developers, which I think most people don't. But the thing is like I actually don't trust the developers usually as well. Tekken 7, you know, I just thought that I knew better than the developers in a lot of this stuff. You know, I just, you know, they didn't have a lot of good practice mode options, and in Tekken 8 I started realizing some things where I actually agree, that I realized that the developers, they like for example, and this is kind of a little, oh man, okay, I don't want to, like, I think the developers, okay, this is gonna go crazy. I don't want to go into that realm, but because that's actually might go into some territory of like canceling the game or something. Yeah, I'm not gonna go down that route, but I believe I started seeing things about the game that I was like, okay, they should have XYZ. And why don't they have XYZ? It's so easy to kind of say, like, for example, one of them is rollback netcode, right? It's just like, just put it on. Every other game has it, right? So, like, Finn, why would you say that they don't have rollback netcode? They kind of
we
do.
we have.
Yeah. So why didn't they have it in
well,
Tekken 7? They like kind of were experimenting with it, but in Tekken 8
they did.
Yeah.
We did in Tekken 7. So wait, first thing, don't get me wrong. I'm not that arrogant to say that I could make a better job at developing Tekken as a whole. I'm not that arrogant. What I could do, though, I'm pretty confident, I could make a version of that game that the 10% of player base that I am a part of, the bubble, they would probably appreciate that more. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I couldn't
think
do a
you,
better
yeah.
job at developing Tekken 8 as a whole, because well, some people, as you said, there are people who just don't give a shit and they like all of that stuff and they don't really think about it. And maybe they would be mad if I take that power away from them. So no one can say, right? You need to make a game, and at a certain point you need to fucking decide. But with the rollback stuff, they got that. But the problem with rollback in 3D fighting games is how rollback works. There's a fantastic video from Adam Keats on this, who is the director of Iron Galaxy and who made Killer Instinct, who had still a fantastic netcode to this day. That game is, I don't know, 30 years old. And the problem is just with in Tekken, you do this with Anna, we all do this. You can cancel movement with movement. You can cancel your movement, like in this next frame, you can sidestep, right? I can backdash, I can cancel the sidestep in movement immediately, right? That is a problem for rollback. That is a big problem for rollback, which means they kind of need to limit the amount of rollback frames they allow. Because if that shit goes too high, you couldn't even. You all know this as well, Sophie. How many
I don't think that's the problem.
A player who wave dashed. That is because how many times have you played against a Mishima player who wave dashes and the animation doesn't. The animation is like not bugging, but it jumps like in the wave dash. He's like almost teleporting. You saw this also, right? This happened. Everyone knows that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, what happens is, like, the game is trying to predict you going forward or back, but from my understanding, I am surrounded by people that are game devs and stuff like that. My brothers are game devs, and I'll parrot back why, I think the reason why there's not rollback netcode, in my opinion, is in Tekken 7, it has to do... Well, no, you don't have full rollback because it has to do with the physics engine being deterministic or not. And they had problems with the previous Unreal Engine being deterministic, with the physics being deterministic. So if you would roll back something, it would cause desync issues, and that's why in Tekken 7, you see things that actually have physics, like vases and stuff like that. Like, if it produces errors with those, you can't roll back. You know what I'm saying? Now, they did experiment with that, a weird kind of rollback in Tekken 7, but they needed to actually change that in Tekken 8 and make it full rollback. But having a
it wasn't just some weird kind of rollback. You had actual real rollback, but it only allowed up to 3 frames. And in Street Fighter, that number can go to like 8 frames. 10 frames of
but
rollback.
why do they have a buffer? They're trying to hide in the latency. Like, you don't have in Street Fighter like a buffer where there's 2 things, an input buffer and the rollback, right? They're trying to hide it in Tekken because it's not perfect. Everybody, like, in the chat, you guys are saying Tekken has rollback, but they're saying it's not the good kind of rollback. And you guys are absolutely right in that feeling.
Both games.
Go ahead.
Every game uses the combination. Every game has a combination. Even Street Fighter 6 has delay. You have delay and rollback. They work in combination with each other. But all I'm telling you is, all I'm telling you is, if they were to up the rollback frames significantly, you couldn't play this game. I am convinced. Someone can test this out. You can up the rollback frames significantly in Tekken, and it would just, you couldn't even look at this anymore if you play against someone who's like KBDing and shit.
So I don't know, like...
Look, I'm not a network engineer.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not a network engineer. I don't know. All I know is how Adam Keats explained rollback perfectly in Killer Instinct. And he said that committed actions are very important. You need to do... Yep.
So yes, but you're talking about apples and oranges here because, like, Killer Instinct, Street Fighter, and all that, like I was saying, those are 2D games, and it's easier to roll back 2D games. Like, what I don't think, like, you're comparing a 2D versus a 3D. Yeah. 2D is extremely easy to roll back because it's very deterministic. 3D is not because the physics engine makes it non-deterministic. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, look, first of all, I don't know, this is already a bit weird again, Sophie. I don't know why this happens. We started out with why Tekken doesn't have rollback. It has rollback. The question of how it works better in 2D games is a different one. It's a different one. Obviously, it works better because you have more committed states. Like, because usually you can't crazy cancel movement with movement in 2D games. If you jump in 2D games, if you press up forward in Street Fighter, I will jump for this amount of time now. I can't change that. I'm in a committed action. But yeah, obviously, yeah. But we have rollback. We do.
Yeah. Well, it's I'm not, I don't have the source code or anything like that, but Tekken's rollback, yes, it does have limited functionality to my knowledge, but yeah, I don't know if Tekken has, perfect rollback. I think that they're, I don't I think there's limitations, and those limitations have to do with Unreal Engine and the what's it called? The physics engine not being deterministic. Well,
No. Well, it could be, but no game has perfect rollback. If Street Fighter the rollback works, but if you put the rollback frames to 11 in Street Fighter, I played on those connections in Street Fighter. It is insane because there you sometimes have it where people start jumping and the animation is already full in effect of them jumping, and then they get teleported to the ground. So the higher the rollback frames are, it's a problem. Rollback.
Yeah, I'm
can't
not saying
combat
that.
latency completely. They can't.
I'm saying 2D has
Okay,
easier rollback. And the whole point of me bringing up the rollback is basically saying that people just don't have, they think that the developers don't have these limitations because they're just ignorant. Like, people don't realize, like, you can't just slap on rollback on a 3D, a 3D game. You just can't. It's not easy, guys. They had to do a lot for Tekken 8.
Yeah, but okay, Sophie, but you're making a bit like, I don't know why you glaze these developers so hard, because they are ignorant to a heavy degree. Every fighting game developer was ignorant towards rollback. Rollback is a thing, is perfectly realized since I think 2008.
And how
they
many
all
games
ignored
are
this shit.
3D that had rollback? That was the limitation. That's what I'm saying.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
How many
well,
games
you
how
may
many
not.
games are 3D and are right now still around? Only
Yeah, so
Tekken.
when you guys talk about
Because
FPS and stuff like
VF
that,
is coming back, but-
like that, so there's a different thing with client-side prediction, which is what Zen Nobody is talking about. That is not rollback, guys. Like that is not. We're talking about rolling back an entire 3D environment. Like, and that's what. Okay, I don't want to talk about netcode and stuff like that because. Oh, stop. Okay, but even in my offhanded knowledge from my family, basically, I know Okay, sorry. You guys are bonking me and distracting me. Okay, but yeah, all that I'm saying is there's limitations. And that's all that I'm saying. And
Yeah, there
Yeah.
are limitations, but we are not anymore, I think. Look, I'm not a fucking network engineer, nor am I a fucking programmer, but when I look at fighting games nowadays, it always seems to me that all we are rolling back are like two player states, because the stage is right. The stage for a long time is completely, well, at least now, is isolated from the two players, right? This is why in Street Fighter you can pause and the stage still continues with its animations and water
Exactly,
physics and stuff
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
But I grant you that that was not the case always. I grant you this. This was not the case always. In the past, you're right. Things like that were also like connected to the whatever clock of the game or whatever it is. I agree with you, but still, developers could have. I don't even know why why we are now here, but developers could have implemented this shit way fucking earlier, like almost 20 years earlier at this point, and they were all ignorant. They were all ignorant towards that
it's
technology,
extremely hard.
Unfortunately, sometimes they still are.
It is extremely hard, guys. It is. And yeah, it is pretty hard. I know that I know what you're saying. Like they've done it for, but like you saying that they should just be able to do this without any
Yes,
expert
because-
knowledge,
Do you know why?
is concerning.
You know why? Wait, okay, Sophie. Obviously, look, you know what? I like you because even though sometimes you're just yapping, I like that you keep me entertained. But I tell you this. Okay, look. You know Princess. You know Rush, right? The game from Alcrest, the new that everyone go like blue and red. Rush.
Yeah.
He developed that on his own. and that game has more potent netcode. Funny enough, I know it's not comparable. It's not a fully
No, I get it.
fleshed out fighting
And he
game
made that
product
in what
yet,
year?
but it's a completely. He made that in what year? He made it last year.
Well, there you go.
In Unity, and he made this alone, like as a single person.
Yeah.
And he had to research that shit on his own.
Yeah, so do you know
Yeah, so
whenever
why is-
rollback in 3D environments became easy?
That is not what I care about. I care
No,
about
but
that
you're not answering the question.
he
Do
did
you
this
know
alone?
when it became easy or not?
when rollback became easy.
Yeah, to implement.
So wait a minute.
Why are you
but
not
now
answering the question,
I
though?
don't want to answer.
Do you
I
know
tell
or
you
not?
why, because you are now contradicting yourself. Yeah, because
Okay, you're not answering the question. Like, just give me a year whenever it came out.
Wait, no. Okay, look, now I'm really concerned about you. I'm really concerned.
Oh my god.
Didn't you just 3 minutes earlier? Tell me it's hard, and now you ask me when did it became easy? What are you
Because
talking about, Sophie?
okay, you're obviously
What
not
are you
gonna
doing?
answer that, I guess. But if you don't know whenever that became easier and things like that,
No,
then you don't know whether Rush was created after that point or not. So I don't know why you didn't want to answer that.
Look, Sophie, I will give you the answer. The answer is obviously I don't know. But the problem I see here is 3 minutes earlier you told me it's fucking hard. So how is it now that it became at some point easy? Okay.
Because the
point when it
development
became
of Tekken
easy?
7 and Tekken 8 might have been before whenever Rush was created, making it hard for Tekken devs but
Tell me
easy for
when it
Rush
became
devs.
easy. Tell me now. Okay, but you know. So when did that thing become easy?
So actually there is
Tell me.
So okay. So this is actually kind of a
You know what? We should review restaurants together and shit. I would probably enjoy that.
yeah, okay. So here's the thing is
Yeah.
I don't want to get too much into, like, obviously.
Are you doing AI shit again? Is something weird here, Sophie?
No.
Something is weird.
No, it's not that.
No.
It's like
I just asked you when did it became easy? Because
no,
you
it's not
said
that.
There's a
It's
point when it became easy.
no, I'm not looking at that stuff. I'm not looking at I could look at AI, but I am it's just that this is a bit
What's going on here?
So my family is in game dev, and they are closely related to netcode. Exactly like, and I don't know if I should say like a certain, thing of like
No,
whenever.
just tell me when it became easy. That's all I want to know.
I don't think that I don't think that I should say, honestly, actually. Well, honestly, it's the reason is because
Wait, what are you doing?
yeah,
Can someone bonk her?
no, I
Bonk
get it. It's just that
Someone bonk her. Huh?
I don't know. What I'm gonna say is I don't know if that's like doxable information or anything like that. So I'm just gonna stay away from it. I'm just gonna say I don't know.
Just tell me if just. Wait, but you know what? How do I? You know what? I don't know. I don't know as well, Sophie. That's why I asked you. I don't know.
Okay, well, what I'll say is like
I want to know more about you. You know what? Can I ask you some questions?
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I don't know if this is
let's just keep it on. Like, I don't mind getting to know you or whatever, but I don't know
I
if
don't
we
know,
should
you're
do this
interesting.
on stream or anything like that. Listen, like, the thing is
Why not?
like, it is because of, like, I don't, like, when people start, yeah, why am I stop bonking me. Okay. Alright, let's just go back to
you are
Tekken.
finally, you are someone interesting. Like, finally I meet someone who is in, because you are interesting. Because sometimes I just meet like Jason Montoya and I'm like, huh, yeah, there's not really much to, it's just an idiot. But you're interesting, you're funny, you're interesting.
I appreciate it. I think you're interesting too.
What's your favorite TV series? Just tell me. I want to know something.
Okay.
Every time we meet,
Alright, here comes the doxable information. What's your favorite Listen, I'm not dumb. And that's why I don't, I don't want to give away, like, all of this stuff about that. I do not, like, want all this information to build up and you have some sort of, like, like, I want to talk about Tekken.
No, I just every time, if we meet again, every time I will ask you a question like this. Today we start with, what's your favorite TV series?
I think these are.
What do you watch?
I think these are I think he's trying. He's trying, you guys. And I commend you. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. So Finn, I don't know how much, like, I feel like since we've, like, known each other, like, I don't really know you enough to, like, say random, like, I don't know his, like, I don't know if he's like an enemy or an ally at this point. Like, I think, like, he could be someone that would make a roast vid about me, or he could, like, be like, I think he's more of someone that's against me, to be honest. Right? Like, am I wrong, chat? Like, I don't know.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not. No, I'm not. We can be. You know what, Sophia? We can be thankful that in this community, at least, we have entertainment like this. In other communities, or I don't even know if there is a community, like, some games are just dead, like, really the worst, right? And there are still people who love the game, but there's not even a community to have fun in.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's have some fun. Tell me your favorite TV series.
Well,
And then,
but
just do it.
no, like, he's trying, guys. Okay. All right. So.
Okay, let me make one guess. Let me make a guess. And if I'm right,
Okay,
you say yes.
Listen, I'm not. You can say whatever you want, okay? I'm not gonna confirm or deny, because I believe that all of this, like, I think that you're trying to. Yeah, like, why do you want to know my favorite TV series? Just because you want to get to know me, Finn? Are you in love? Labazom, is that what this is?
Yeah, you're my princess. You're my princess. I need to know
All
what
right,
my
well,
princess likes.
I have a process, Finn. I have a process. I gotta see if we get along, you know? Labazom.
Yeah, but that's why I know. I need to know.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Labazom. So let's talk about. We can talk about Tekken and stuff like that. If you want to know more about me, I have plenty of content. You know? You want to watch with me? You want to go on an e-date on stream? Let's do it. So. All right, so let me.
Honestly, I wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Sophie's Michael Murray. I'm Parada. Dumbass. So I'm joking. Okay, go ahead.
I will watch. I will watch your, in retro perspective. I will definitely do that. I will definitely do that because you're interesting. You're actually interesting.
Thank you. And I'm like, I honestly think that you're interesting too. If we can, like, get along, like, even at the very start, I really did think that you had some good takes about Tekken. Like, I just did. But
I respect that you actually opened with that because I didn't expect that. I have to say, I didn't expect that you actually watched that. I was like, I don't even matter, right? I'm like no one, and I didn't know that you actually watched that. Like, I didn't expect it. Sorry, I didn't expect it. So yeah, props to you, honestly.
Wow, but Zoom. Oh my god. Give me 1 second. I may have lost track of time. Basically, it's already 10 o'clock. Let me see if I actually have an appointment. If I don't have an appointment, then we can keep on talking. I love talking with you, Labazoom. I had a lot of fun talking with everybody. Like you guys are great, and you guys on YouTube, Labazoom. Like I don't, on YouTube especially. I don't really, I haven't really like built that out and stuff. But all you guys watching on YouTube, like, very much appreciated. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean, so, I mean, do we have anything? I guess we're like used to looking for disagreements, but all of a sudden, like, Finn went dating mode on me. So, yeah. What's your favorite flower? I'm just joking. All right. Let me see if I have that appointment. Do you have anything, you can disagree with me and turn it back into the I hate you, you hate me sort of dynamic?
I mean, I think I don't know if you. I think you're like the Fields kind of princess. Like you're like a lot of. I don't know. I think you feel a certain way about all this Tekken stuff. Because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you even have a problem. I don't know if you should even have a problem. I don't know with what's going on. I don't know, because it seems to me you would be happy either way with the game.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. Yeah, even if it went back to basics and stuff like that, like, I would love it too. I'm very accepting of Tekken, basically.
But what was your problem with VDX? I always interrupted you when you brought VDX up because I'm like, I mean, obviously I like VDX, but like, what was your problem with him?
I'll go ahead and bring it up and stuff like that. I'm very like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm very scared of talking about other content creators usually, and I'm kind of pivoting a little more into just saying what I think. Ever since, like, I did get canceled and stuff like that, and I never gave up on streaming for a year. And, like, during that time, I was just like, the whole cancellation just really, it really got me. Like, so talking with other content creators, especially like Finn, and I don't want to like exile myself from the community, but at the same time, I just want to like, I think I'm trying to say I want to speak more. Like I would like, I'm trying to, I'm valuing putting out what I think more than just getting along with everybody. Like, yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, because...
You know what I would advise?
Yeah.
I would advise if you don't make a counter program, right? If you want to make a counter program, how about you go through the season 3 patch notes or for his character, and you tell people why that's like good or enough or
that's what I was
like,
thinking.
You know what I mean? Like make a counter.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to do that.
Because then we would have like...
Yeah.
Because then we would have like actually something game related where, we don't need to talk about stupid words anymore with like exaggerating or you dislike the music or like whatever, but then we can talk about like actually, okay, why do you think that's fine? Why do you think that property is okay? Why do you think this nerf or whatever is enough? Or why do you think it wasn't a problem in the first place?
Yeah, I mean,
whenever you say it's like okay or not, I mean, I guess we can start having a more specific sort of argument, which is the way that I would like to talk about it, honestly. But when people say it's like okay or good, like it's like us saying like what's our favorite food and stuff like that. It's kind of like we can like objectively get better at cooking, but whenever we say what's a good dish, I think that's a little different, you know? Like I think it's a little more subjective. Yeah.
Well, the dish analogy is funny. You know what? I give you my final energy, then I need to also fuck off because like 4 a.m. here. You know, I always said this about Tekken 8. Tekken 8 for me is like, you know, I don't know if you ever played it, but MKX, right? MKX has like a lot of crazy mix-up. A Tekken player would think this shit is completely unreasonable. Like if a Tekken player looks at Tekken at MKX properties and frames, a Tekken player would think, "Are you out of your mind?" But MKX is a really, really fun game and also very technical and super competitive in its own right. The problem is Tekken is as well, but Tekken is in a different realm. So basically, envision Tekken is ice cream and Mortal Kombat is spaghetti. I like both things. I think both things are good dishes, but I don't want ice cream in my spaghetti, and I also don't want ice cream. And I also don't want vice versa, right? I didn't know with what I started, but I don't want ice cream in my spaghetti. I don't want spaghetti in my ice cream. And Mortal Kombat players think the
So my
same. You know, it's
question,
funny. Mortal
like,
Kombat
yeah, I get
11,
it. And this is gonna
yeah.
sound really fucking weird, but like, whenever I say like, maybe it might taste good, is that crazy? Like, maybe there's some combinations out there that are innovative.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that assumption, in my opinion. But I think Tekken 8 has cooked something up that is
Not tasty.
a bit too spicy. It's a bit too spicy for
Yeah.
a lot of people, I would say.
Exactly. And it's not everybody's Tekken. And I do get that. Like for me, coming from, you know, Tekken Tag and Tekken 7, I welcome these changes, and I know that not everybody does, but I'm like, I think it's actually pretty cool that we have heat. You know? Now if I say that out loud, of course everybody's gonna fucking burn me. Like literally today, and even on the podcast, I felt like I was being interrupted quite a bit and I couldn't talk one-on-one. That's why I really wanted a format like this, so I could actually, you know, kind of pick the mind and have a back and forth, you know? But saying this stuff out loud is not acceptable to a lot of people in Tekken. It's like it's just way easy to make fun of Tekken.
I think, but I think that's because you're missing the bit of the reasoning where, you know, okay, wait, let me trash Tekken 7 for a moment, right? So to show you that I'm also not like I'm not like in the crazy Tekken 7 believer or something. For example, I think Tekken 7 indeed had a bit of a problem with, in the wrong way, overly defensive design, in the sense that, for example, we all played Tekken 7. Low parry in that game, to me, is actually fucking overpowered. Like low parry in Tekken 7, the fact that you could tail spin after a low parry is insane. That made opening people up with classic like low poking so fucking risky, because you would do a low that does like 16 damage and is minus on hit. And if someone just, Kaiser Kulas does this all the time, he always buffers in fuzzy low parries. If someone catches that, which is a very low committal action, you eat sometimes 70 to 80 damage because your measly low poke got low parried. And counter hit reward, in my opinion, was also
How much
too
is that
strong,
damage in
and
percent?
they should have done what they did in Tekken 8. In percent, you are bordering at like 40 to 45. Some characters could clear that with a low parry. They could clear that. That is not even outrageous in a outrageous assumption. 40% at least, it's not outrageous assumption. So if you eat 40%, especially if there's a wall, you can eat 40% easily. And I think that was a bit ham. I don't know why they never changed this. I don't know why they never said, okay, you can't tail spin at least anymore after a low parry. I don't know why. But then Tekken 8 comes, and now get this: in Tekken 8 they changed this. You can't tornado after a low parry, but what can you do? You can heat burst. It's a bit weird. What did they do as well? You know this. After a low parry, all of your 90, I think, no, almost 100% of that damage is gray life. It is recoverable. So they did that. They nerfed defense here. In my opinion, an overly defensive thing in Tekken 7. They nerfed this in an interesting way, where you have recoverable health as damage, and you can't tornado. But in the end, so I think this was good, but they doubled down so hard on offense. Like they went so hard the other way that it's insane to me. Like, you could have just, nerfed low parry here, changed the counter hit reward around, and have a really interactive game. But they went so hard in the other direction. It's insane to me. It's insane to me. And sometimes even outright, like, not even nerfing correctly according to their own philosophy. The developers tell you, we thought Tekken 7 was played too defensively, especially at a high level. Okay, fine. We nerf low parry. But then they're like, we don't actually nerf it for real. We still make you able to heat burst bound, get the wall, and still clear. Like, Brian, I think, can do up to 80 plus damage off of a low parry still. That still can kill you. So I'm just confused. I'm just super confused by Tekken 8, and I think they went way too far into the other direction of making the game, like, offensive in the worst kind of way. That's just my my last take here. So,
No, yeah.
know-
Yeah, low parries can do quite a bit and stuff like that. Like, damn, honestly, like Finn T should be on the dev team. Like, seriously. So,
again,
yeah, this is go ahead.
again, I'm not arrogant enough. I'm not arrogant enough to tell you that I could balance this game into something that everyone would like. For sure not. It would be something that specific people would like more than they like it now. But I'm not arrogant enough to claim that. And the developers are a whole team, right? I acknowledge these problems, right? The developers are a whole team. I don't know what even happened. We don't know. We don't know anything. Like, we don't even know how many people from the balance team actually get swapped and for what kind of people. We don't know anything. We don't know how many people work on this game now that have previously worked on Soul Calibur. Nothing against Soul Calibur, but they come from a different game and have a different outlook on how situations should work, how RPS should be designed. And I don't know. I think that, again, I think this resulted in something, in a very weird dish, in an extremely weird dish that's too spicy.
Yeah. Let me think about maybe he's swinging me towards the side that there is some things wrong with the game. Like, I really am of the opinion that the game is okay. But whenever you take, like, I wouldn't be against these changes. Like, he has really good points. Low parry, and you can just die off a low parry in this game. And not only that, but when you low parry and you have the heat burst and the wall carries, that will put you in an okie situation as well by the wall. And so, yeah, I think that there's...
Yeah, that's the part.
There is valid
part
complaints.
that I don't understand. Right?
Yeah.
Like, making it gray life. Okay, totally get it. Like, okay, get it. Makes sense. Reduce the damage here. But then they give you heat burst on top to still clear damage that is recoverable, but you still clear the damage. And you're, as you said, wake up in an okay position against a heat opponent. It just doesn't really... I don't even see... Like, I don't even understand I understand they had a problem with overly defensive stuff in Tekken 7, but I don't understand the way in which they tried to address this. It doesn't make sense to me, personally. It doesn't really click with me. I don't get it.
Yeah, I can see the confusion because the dev team just doesn't fucking communicate. That's the problem. If they were to say something like, hey, we're working on this, but the thing is I think they got so scared from season 2, they wanted to just like, okay, like let's just like make the game and try and like shut up. But exactly, like if we had some sort of communication. But then again, I'm thinking what do you guys think about the portal? What do you think about that portal, Fenty?
Well, short version is it's the most terrible. Well, the short version is this could have upsides, obviously, but the fact that this portal even exists should worry everyone in the room, because this portal wasn't established in the Tekken 8 network test. This portal wasn't established in season 1. They do it now, 2 years into a game. They should have a very, very clear vision of what this should be. And to now ask your community about shit is really worrisome when it comes to the competence of the developers. That's number one. That is the first interpretation.
Okay.
The second one is that's just an act. It's just an act. They don't really care about it. These are the two versions. Like, you can pick one here. Like,
I
either
have a
this
theory.
could have upside, but what's your theory?
Okay, so my thing is, I guess the other option is that they want the community to disagree in the portal so that we can see how much people cannot like unite on what needs to be changed. When I go to that portal and I see some things with a bunch of thumbs down, there's so many of these things where it's like nobody agrees with it. And so I think what they're doing is they're not really listening to, you know, like that sort of like too many cooks in the kitchen sort of thing. But they're not really like, they're looking at it like maybe they'll get some good suggestions. But I think what they're mainly trying to do is get people to see that nobody can agree on changes.
That is true. Like, no one will ever agree on shit. You will always have people who disagree with it. But turning this shit into a popularity contest is very, very worrying. And the fact they don't even moderate properly. Like, you have to send feedback through a web portal, and then that feedback will get posted in the Discord, and that feedback will also be forwarded to the developers. But they already don't even properly moderate. There are people there who give false ranks with a Tekken ID that doesn't match the rank. It's like, this feedback shouldn't even be. This feedback should have been moderated out,
and
they didn't do that.
Yeah.
So to me, they don't really care about this at all. But I will also agree with you when it comes to the hate for Tekken 8. On the portal, there's also worrying stuff where people there was a Raven player, and the only thing he asked about, he was confused by like down forward 2.3 and down forward 2.4 about some frame data there compared with in line with the animation. Now, I think he actually has a point there that at least the game should explain this a bit better in the frame data. He didn't ask for any buff. He didn't ask for any nerf. He didn't ask for any buff or any nerf. He didn't do any of that. He just was confused by this and wanted at least in-game a better explanation. And people downvoted this shit because I can guarantee you, people downvoted this shit into oblivion because they thought it sounds like he's asking for a buff. You know what I mean? This is not the right way as well. The popularity contest is bad both ways. It's bad.
Exactly.
It's just bad.
It's a bad situation, and I don't know if the devs. I don't know what they can necessarily do, or I definitely don't. Yeah, I don't know. But that's why I'm trying to at least stay positive, and whenever I'm playing Tekken, I try not to worry about what everyone on Twitter is saying. I'm just saying, like, I play the game, and because I'm a competitive player, or I like to be, I try not to worry about things outside of my control. So, like, if I did all of this, like, crazy stuff, like, for example, I don't like that they nerfed Anna, but it's not gonna stop me from playing Anna or any other character. It's like, I'm very open to how Tekken can be. Like, I would have fun with lots of different versions of Tekken. Like, even, like, yeah, if they put in tag in this, I'm like, okay. Like, I want to play that Tekken. Because I love Tekken. You know? It's not, like, I don't know what Tekken is to you or whatever. But we all share that. Like, it's like, if it's got, you know, I don't know what your favorite characters are, but, you know, if it's got Ling Xiaoyu and it's got Brian Fury or whatever, then I'm gonna buy the game. Because, like, because I love Tekken.
I understand that. Well, I need to fuck off now, Princess. But honestly, was a good talk. Was a good talk. And yeah, hopefully we see each other again at some point.
Yeah,
But
you're welcome
I'm gonna wish
anytime.
you a good night and your chat. All right, and I wish your chat also a good night. And bonk the princess for me. And yeah, until next time, Sophie. Huh?
Yeah, you have a great night, okay?
Good.
I'll see you later, Finn.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Laba Zoom. Okay. That was crazy. Like, that was not a stream I was expecting. Like, I thought we had a Mike Hollow stream, but like, this is not a Mike Hollow stream. This is like an everyone stream. Like, I had some real ups and downs. Like, hold on, I'm just gonna talk to you guys while maybe I'll show some Tekken in the background or something. Yeah, what do you guys think about all of this Tekken talk? Because we went through a lot of stuff today. Ask Vlad, like, do you guys think that that's a good idea? Past 4 Live, by the way, I wanted to say, Past 4 Live, you've been saying some stuff. If you like it, stop worrying about all this stuff, and that's a good idea. It's really interesting. Thank you. You guys, you know, welcome in, Alpha, Zen Nobody. I'm sorry if I couldn't get to your... I really don't mean to not see your chat, but I would like to, you know, give the respect to the people on the voice call. Kailu, FGC, welcome in, Aslad. Yeah, what are you guys thinking? Was I sounding kind of dumb? Like, cause, like, whenever I'm like... I don't know if I'm sounding okay or not, but I'm just telling you guys how I feel. You know, I don't know. I don't know if it's like the right or the wrong thing, but you know, welcome in, Sheep Dad. And I think that everybody on here had great points and stuff. I was worried that that Mike Hollow was gonna hate me. I don't know. Like, for that, I don't want to alienate myself or exile myself from other content creators. You're kind of sounding dumb at some points. Yeah, I probably was. But I mean, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna, even if I sound dumb, like, usually that's what I'll do, is I'll just try and say what I think, and as long as I'm being, you know, honest, I won't say, as long as I'm trying to learn things, eventually I should improve as a person. So, like, that's the way that I look at it. I do think that I was like, I started noticing, like, one of the things that, is that I do tend to derail. Like, what I'll do is I'll notice a place that I want to go, because, like, I'm thinking this thing, and then I'm like, oh, like, he said something I disagree with, and like, I think people find that as disingenuous whenever I'm nitpicking on certain things, like, and so maybe I should just, you know, let things go. Asked lad, gonna fuck off now and get a note back? No, yeah, I was thinking that. And by the way, I was never, like, looking anything up. I could, but the thing is like, my stream is so, like, messy and shit like that. Like, I really can't, but, let me actually kind of read back to the chat, or maybe someone up could come up and talk with me about this stuff. But, actually, let me see if I still can do this. This, appointment But, yeah. You guys are great. I love the Armageddon part 2. I think I'm gonna go ahead and just, raid out. I say rematch this when you've taken notes and what you can improve on. Yeah, that's Kylie says interesting conversation. I have similar ones with my friends and he enjoys the game. Awesome. When you rewatch this, yeah, I gotta look back on this. Like, this is the first time that I'm doing like discussion streams where like people are they're really on their game and trying to do gotchas and they know all the logical fallacies and stuff. But hey, Moonsalt, wabazo. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, so this is like I don't know if people like this stuff or not really, or because usually I just like play Tekken, but I am starting to at least like I enjoy talking with people actually much more than playing Tekken. Like I actually enjoy getting to know people, so maybe that's what I'll do in future streams. But I hope you guys like that. I mean, the whole point is, you know, to provide some sort of value, essentially. But was watching while at work. May have laughed out loud a couple of times. Yeah. I don't know if you're laughing with me or at me, but hey, I'm willing to you know, be there for both. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna read out, and I just want to get whooped by your Anna. Blah blah zoom. Okay, I'll see you later. That's been my first like, just totally from the start app stream. Okay, I'm gonna end it out. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a good one. Bye bye zoom. Hey, where's the music? But so, I don't know if, okay, yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna call out the follows and end out the stream. Zen Nobody, thanks a lot. Wabazoom, Alex, Tivo, thanks for the subs on YouTube, guys. If you haven't followed or subbed, if you'd like to, then you can. If you want to join the Discord, and you know, you guys can join. We do lots of cool stuff. So, wabazoom. You guys are great. Wabazoom, Kailu FGC, thanks for the follow. Extended Cable, you're amazing. Shiro Gaiden, Miami Vice, thank you guys. Thanks for the Prime as well. Art Data Alpha, Luis Big Papa. Weird time to hop in, exactly, Luis, exactly. Nighttime, thanks for the $30 tip, very much appreciated. Lethal Colony, thanks for the follow. Oh my god, you guys followed like crazy on YouTube. Hey, thank you so much. If you're on YouTube, my name is Jeff, Xiao Yume, Green Tea, Dapper Duck, Isaiah, Multiverse, 7 Fight, Ali Gaming, Eater Aussie, the Hood Zetsu, James Williams, Fernando, you guys are great. There's a... Damn, that's a lot of... Thank you guys for these subs on YouTube. Alright guys. If you love Tekken, you love Tekken, okay? Wabazum. Preckle, thanks so much for the follow. You're amazing. Oh. Tomorrow, round 3, final round. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. If you guys like this sort of stuff, then... You know, I'll start doing it, right by Zoom. If people want to see how I think or laugh at me or whatever, I don't care. What by Zoom? I just do what I can. What by Zoom? Alright. Alright, let me
Okay, Crackle says, I will be honest, I googled the tech stuff that I heard was conversational after the podcast, and I saw the stream live. It was definitely enjoyable. Maybe I'm part of a cult now. Welcome in. About myself. Oh my guys, stop it! Stop it! But guys, stop it! Stop with the head pats, guys. I'm gonna go Lakari mode. I'm gonna go fucking Bald or something. Probably shouldn't mention Lakari, not wise, but I say whatever I'm thinking that's on my mind, and whether that's good or bad, it just is what it is, you know? I'm just me, you know? I don't know what to say. Alright, I don't know who I'm gonna raid, but, yeah, I'm glad to meet all of you. And, gonna go ahead and raid. If I can even... Wait, why is it not doing that? Okay. P-Ling only has 35? There's no way. That guy's like the best Ling on the planet. Alright, let's, you know what? Let's raid, Brawl Pro. I don't know if this is a good idea. Might get auto banned or something. I don't know, but whatever happens, happens. But I've heard of, you guys have any raid suggestions? I would've tried Brawl Pro. You guys are awesome. If you can hear my voice, I wish you the best. I do.